Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Drake Elite saw the Zuelis next to Maen and showed a surprised look in his eyes. Then he couldn't help but said to Maen, "Maen, your Zuelis is well-bred. It can be seen that you usually work very hard. Both the size and fur color are much better than the Zuelis I met." As a Dragon-type Elite, Drake naturally knows a lot about Dragon-type Pokémon, so he also cares about Dragon-type Pokémon. Seeing that Zuelis was bred so well by Maen, the expression on his face was also very happy. "Thank you, Drake Elite, it's all the little guy's hard work." Maen touched the two heads of the Zuelis next to him, causing the two heads of the two-headed evil dragon to show a comfortable expression. Drake Elite saw the interaction between Maen and Zuelis and knew that Maen and Pokémon also had a very good relationship. He was more optimistic about this young man. After all, he had devoted his whole life to Salamence, who saved him, so he felt happy to see that Maen had such a deep bond with Pokémon. "Drake Elite, I wonder if I can take these trophies of Hunter K. And this guy should have a bounty in the Alliance, right?" Maen suddenly thought of Hunter K, who was captured alive by him. Criminals like this must have a record in the Alliance. It's no wonder that Maen is greedy. He has almost consumed the resources that Zapdos exchanged before. For example, the three Dusk Stones before have been divided into one Pokémon by Jengar and Dano, and Maen has completely mastered the formula of the Energy Cube. Although Maen can buy the raw materials of the Energy Cube at cost price, his own Jengar and Zuelis are big eaters and consume a lot of resources every day. Maen has already used up 1/3 of the money he got from selling gold from Steven and the money he got from the Alliance Zapdos. Although there is still a lot left, Maen must prepare the capital in advance. He has a feeling that the third battle Pokémon in his lineup is not far away, so he will not hesitate to use Hunter K, a Pokémon hunter, to exchange for bounties. Maen is also ready to sell Beedrill and Ariados in Hunter K's hands to the black market. Drake was stunned for a moment when he heard what Maen said, then he laughed and said, "So that's all. You defeated Hunter K, so his ownership naturally belongs to you, and the bounty and Pokémon of the pirate just now are also given to you. After all, if you didn't take action this time, everyone on the ship would be in danger." "Oh really? Drake Elite, the pirate should be considered your spoils. I don't need it and you scared the pirate away. A good man of the sea will not do such an ungrateful thing. I will check the bounty of Hunter K and the pirate later, and I will let Alliance transfer the bounty to your account. Thank you, Drake Elite. By the way, can I borrow the first mate of the pirate group?" "Lend him, oh so you want to, but I don't think you need to have too much hope." Drake knew what Maen was thinking as soon as he heard it, but he didn't say much. Instead, he looked at Maen with a weirder look. He didn't expect that Maen was young, but he still had a lot of thoughts. On the other side, Maen looked at the first mate of the pirate group brought by the sailors, and then asked Jengar to go up and entertain him well. With Jengar's enthusiastic help, the first mate quickly recalled the treasure hiding place of his captain Jack. As a pirate captain, Red Hand Jack naturally understood the principle of cunning rabbits having 3 burrows, so most of his assets were hidden in a secret place, and this place should have been unknown to no one except Jack himself. But pirates are pirates, and the first mate had other thoughts long ago. He has been with Jack for almost 10 years, and he knows Jack's character very well. At the same time, he has secretly watched Jack and figured out Jack's treasure hiding place. When he saw Jack being killed by Drake Elite's Salamence, he was excited in his heart, because if Jack died, he would be the only one who knew the treasure hiding place. This time, the first mate was not in a hurry when he was caught by the Alliance, because he understood the legislative strength of the Alliance. Even if he robbed the San Antonio, he would not be sentenced to death. At most, he would be imprisoned for more than 10 years. If he performed well, he could be released early. The first mate planned to go to prison with the news of the treasure. When he came out, he would be in his 50s. When he dug Jack's treasure, he would have something to look forward to in the rest of his life. But the first mate had never expected to meet Maen, a swindler. He directly treated him with Jengar and told him the location of the treasure under hypnosis. Looking at the first mate who was taken away in a daze, Drake Elite's forehead also shed a little cold sweat. Looking at Maen, he could only sigh that Maen was really lucky to have the news of the treasure. "Drake Elite, do you need to inform Alliance about the news of the treasure? If you do, I want a share," Maen said sadly to Drake Elite next to him. After all, the stolen money robbed by Red Hand Jack should be returned to the Alliance. If Maen found out privately, he could not report it, but Drake Elite was from the Alliance, so Maen could only bring it up first, which was also considered to leave a good impression. When he thought about sharing the money with the Alliance, Maen felt a little distressed. The thief leader Jack is dead, so there is no news about his inheritance. And Maen, didn't you just inquire about the property of the first mate? So there is no need to report it to the Alliance. Drake Elite smiled at Maen and then began to lie for Maen without changing his expression. Drake Elite never intended to ask Maen to report to the Alliance. After all, the Alliance is the Alliance and he is him. For Maen, the grandson of his friend and the younger generation he is optimistic about, the treasure might as well be left to Maen, and he can become friends with Agatha Elite. He and Agatha have the same attitude of looking down on some useless senior executives of the Alliance. If it weren't for helping the people, he would still be his own captain. Maen smiled at each other after hearing what Drake Elite said, and the old and the young understood the meaning of each other's eyes. Hone Region, Mossdeep City. Mossdeep City is an island city in the east of Hone Region. Every year, many tourists come here to travel because there is a famous landscape here, which is to see Whalmer. At this time, Maen was in the Pokémon Center of Mossdeep City, handing Dano and Jenger's Poké Ball to Nurse Joy, while Maen was waiting in the lobby. After the pirate robbery, SS Anne arrived safely in Hone Region under the escort of Drake Elite, and the first stop was Mossdeep City, which was also Maen's final destination, because this island city was the closest city to the ancient ruins that Maen was going to. While on the ship, Maen also talked a lot with Drake Elite. Drake also told Maen some dragon Pokémon training techniques which benefited Maen a lot. Maen, your Pokémon has recovered. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Maen brought his Poké Ball to a villa in Mossdeep City, which was also the place where Maen rested in Mossdeep City. But don't get me wrong, Maen doesn't have that much money to buy a villa. The owner of this villa is Steven. Steven made a special call to greet Maen after knowing that Maen came to Hone Region. After knowing that Maen was in Mossdeep City, Steven specially lent the empty villa in Mossdeep City to Maen to live in. Maen did not refuse. After all, Steven's villa was not only luxurious and comfortable, but also had complete training facilities, which Maen just needed. Zuelis, come out. Maen threw out the Poké Ball. He called out his Zuelis. After Dano evolved, Maen had no time to communicate with it properly because there was one biggest difference between Zuelis and Dano. That is, both heads of Zuelis are conscious, and they often fight for food in order to gain more dominance. This situation leads to Zuelis often being bruised before fighting and quarreling over directions when walking or eating too much because of grabbing food. In short, Zuelis is more difficult to take care of than Dano, so Maen needs to prepare in advance to take better care of Zuelis. Although his Dano is very smart, Maen is not sure whether the personality and other aspects of Pokémon will change greatly after evolution. However, after Maen asked Zuelis if there was any problem, he showed a surprised expression on his face. Because Maen found that the two heads of his Zuelis did not quarrel at all, but instead showed a play-nice performance. After being surprised, Maen carefully asked Zuelis about some things, and finally he roughly guessed some of them. Maen guessed that his Dano's original rationality and wisdom were far higher than those of normal Dano. After the evolution of normal Dano, the personality and wisdom would not change, but the consciousness would be separated into two parts. When two violent idiots get together, they would naturally quarrel. But Maen was a special case. Even if the consciousness was separated, the two heads could roughly understand their own situation. So not only did they not quarrel, but they played nice with each other in order to make their bodies healthier. Maen told Professor Oak about Zuelis' situation and his guess, which made Professor Oak excited and put his face on the screen of Pokédex. If Maen hadn't mentioned that he was going to take Zuelis to the ancient ruins, Professor Oak would probably have asked Maen to teleport Zuelis for a detailed examination. After all, if he could really understand Zuelis' situation, there would be a new breakthrough in the investigation of this kind of Pokémon. What a pity. I really want to examine Zuelis myself. Professor Oak said something that would make Pokémon feel like they had encountered a pervert. After Maen hung up the phone call with Professor Oak, a special idea suddenly came to his mind. That is, can his Zuelis release different skills with two heads at the same time? As soon as this idea came out, Maen felt that he could not suppress his excitement and hurriedly pulled Zuelis to try it. On the other side, Zuelis heard Maen's idea and the two heads looked at each other, but did not refuse. After all, Zuelis would not refuse any way to become stronger. Zuelis used Dragon Breath and Bite at the same time. Zuelis heard Maen's words and gathered energy in both heads at the same time, one gathering dragon energy in its mouth and the other gathering evil energy. But the gathering speed was obviously a bit slow. Under normal circumstances, the skills should have been released at this time. Maen stood aside and silently wrote down these changes with a notebook. After gathering energy, the dragon energy was launched. But the evil energy gathered in the mouth of Bite on the other side dissipated after the dragon energy was released, and Bite failed to release successfully. Although he failed, Maen was not discouraged, because from the situation of Zweilous, it is not impossible to release different skills at the same time. As long as you understand the principle of Zweilous energy operation and then train it, you can definitely release different skills at the same time. Maen suddenly thought that if his special Zweilous evolved into Hydreigon, would there be another transformation? Although Hydreigon has 3 heads, only one of them is conscious. But Maen thinks that it is not impossible for his Hydreigon to release 3 skills at the same time. Even if the power is weakened, both the attack range and the suppression will be greatly improved. However, Maen thought about these things a little far. Now Maen's goal is to explore the ancient ruins as soon as possible after repairing, and then study the future direction of Zweilous after exploring the ancient ruins. Maen took out 2 maps from his backpack, one of which was the ancient ruins before. Maen had roughly understood the location on it, which was on an uninhabited island not too far from Mossdeep City. The other one was the location of Red Jack's hidden property obtained from the first mate. To Marn's surprise, the location of this treasure was not far from the ancient ruins, so it was just right to catch all of them. Hone Region C. Maen sat on Lapras's back, enjoying the sea breeze, holding a map in his hand and heading to Captain Jack's treasure. Lapras sang a happy song while swimming, causing other water Pokémon in the sea to surround Lapras and swim together with the beautiful song. Compared with Sharpedo's high speed of 120 kilometers per hour, Lapra's speed is not fast, but not slow either. But the biggest advantage of Pokémon like Lapras is its strong endurance. Not only does it like to sail with people, but it also does not get tired after sailing for more than 10 hours at sea. Maen sailed on Lapras for a while and saw a small island, which was exactly the treasure of Red Hand Jack. This Red Hand Jack is indeed worthy of being a great pirate who has been in business for 10 years. He has saved so much property. Maen stood in front of Jack's treasure house, looking at the scattered gold coins and jewelry with a satisfied look on his face, and was very satisfied with his harvest this time. Jack's treasure house is naturally guarded by mechanisms, but this is not a problem for Maen, who has Jengar. With the help of Jengar, Maen easily resisted the treasure house all the way. Red-Handed Jack actually planned to retire after completing this job on SS Anne. He had already robbed enough property over the years, and he could actually retire, but Red-Handed Jack wanted more fame, and he planned to leave a title like Pirate King before retiring. Facts have proved that it is not so easy to be the Pirate King. After all, this is the world of Pokémon, not the world of One Piece. Red-Handed Jack did not wear a straw hat and he did not know how to do sit-ups. If he could stand up after being hit by a destructive death ray, Maen would be willing to call Jack the Pirate King. Maen looked at the treasure immediately. He definitely could not carry so many things, so he cast his eyes on Jengar on the other side. Jengar saw Maen's gaze and his face changed. He hurriedly shook his head to indicate that he could not save any more. His stomach could not hold so many things. Maen looked at Jengar's expression and could only sigh helplessly. Since he couldn't save it, he could only leave it here for now. At worst, he could ask Steven to deal with it later. After all, Steven's family had connections and could easily get a ship to take it away, and they were generous. After leaving the island, Maen's goal turned to the destination, the uninhabited island of Ancient Ruins. The island of Ancient Ruins was not far from Jack's treasure hiding place. Maen, riding Lapras, arrived at the destination in half an hour. The area of this island is much larger, but it is more remote in the ocean, so basically no one has come here, and Maen guessed that the ancient ruins have not been exposed for so many years, probably because there are few people, and the ancient ruins themselves are hidden, so even if someone landed on the island, there would be no discovery. Maen actually asked Sabrina's father how he got the treasure map, and the final answer was that Sabrina's father encountered a blind tomb robber in the wild when he was traveling in his early years and provoked him, and ended up looting it from the tomb robber. Originally, it was just a treasure map, which would not have made Sabrina's father particularly concerned. What made Sabrina's father concerned was the words written on the back of the treasure map. 2 forces that destroy the world, Black's darkness, blackened soaring in the sky, and golden eyes disturbed the air, splitting the world into 2 disputes. People were helpless. The gate to the other world opened in soaring in the sky. At this time, the power to calm everything appeared and turned into a sphere and returned below the horizon. The evil of man, dragon rage, the end of everything. Under the ground, the new moon is in the sky, the beginning of darkness, the source of destruction. When everything is asleep, nightmares follow, and the starting point of everything converges here. The back of the treasure map recorded a prophecy in ancient text. The message on it was also told to Maen by Sabrina's father. However, after translating this text, Sabrina's father met the person he loved most, and then got married and gave birth to Sabrina. He never had time to explore this treasure map, but because of the prophecy on it, Sabrina's father instinctively felt that it was not simple, so he kept it until he gave it to Maen. I have to say that Sabrina's father's guess was not wrong, because Maen remembered the first half of this prophecy. In the original book, this ancient text actually represents the ancient giant Pokémon. In the animation, the giant Jengar and Alakazam represent the darkness of black and golden eyes in the prophecy, as well as the giant Jigglypuff later. What surprised Maen was why the giant Jengar appeared in the Kanto region in the original plot, but the address of this ancient ruins was on the island between Hone and Johto region. What surprised Maen the most was the ancient text in the latter part. In the original plot, Maen had never seen this. Although this text was simple, it vaguely mentioned the source of the ancient giant Pokémon. You should know that Kabutops and Aerodactyl are all ancient Pokémon, and even the ancient Pokémon of the Zikui region is known to Maen. But none of these Pokémon have this kind of gigantic state, and as far as Maen knows, gigantic is exclusive to the Galar region. However, the Dynamax in the Galar region will not be permanent, and there will be no strange black stripes on the body, so the appearance of giant ancient Pokémon should be a special case. In the animation, there are several giant ancient Pokémon. In addition to the three mentioned above, there is also the giant Dragonite at the lighthouse and the giant Tentacruel that appears on the seashore. The giant Tentacruel has no black stripes on its body, so it should be an accidental product created by the living environment, and the ancient Dragonite is in the thick fog, and it is not known whether it has black stripes on its body in the animation. However, Maen speculates that the giant Dragonite should also appear with the giant Jengar, because the second half of the ancient text says, "The evil of man, dragon rage, the end of all things." The dragon here is probably the giant Dragonite, but these are just Maen's guesses after all. The specific truth requires Maen to go to the island and explore it personally. An uninhabited island in the Sea of Hone region. Maen took Jengar to explore the island roughly. Now the island has formed its own ecological chain, and many Pokémon live there, but none of them are too rare and powerful. After the exploration, Maen did not find any traces of ancient ruins. In the end, Maen guessed that the ancient ruins should exist underground as recorded in the text. If the ancient ruins are underground, there should be a special entrance, and the entrance to such ruins is normally hidden in the mountains. Thinking of this, Maen cast his eyes on the largest mountain on the island, and then rushed over with Jengar. With the help of Jengar, Maen really found a cave hidden under the vines, and then turned on the flashlight and went in. Maen walked in the cave, and only the sound of Maen's footsteps echoed around him. Kujai. Jengar got out of the wall next to him, and then took out a few stones from his mouth and handed them to Maen. Maen took these stones, and found that these things were actually Pokémon fossils, which were also found by Jengar in several cracks in the rocks. The appearance of so many fossils means that there must have been a large number of Pokémon living here in ancient times, which proves that Maen's guess is correct, and the entrance to the ruins should be hidden in this mountain. Thinking of this, Maen quickened his pace and continued to walk quickly in the cave. However, to Maen's surprise, there was a stone wall at the end of the cave corridor, and there was no passage to go forward at all. It seems that there should be a mechanism here, Jengar plays. Jengar heard Maen's words, grinned and saluted, and then drilled into the wall. After a while, Jengar drilled out again, and then came to a stone wall and pressed the bulge on it. The sound of boom sounded in the cave. Dust and gravel fell on Maen's head from time to time, but Maen didn't care, because the place blocked by the stone wall in front of him suddenly slowly opened an entrance. The entrance to the ancient ruins appeared. Maen swallowed his saliva, then walked in through the entrance with determination. Behind the entrance was a spiral staircase leading directly to the underground. Maen moved down the stairs little by little and finally came to the underground. After Maen came to the underground, he found a gate in front of him. The gate had no mechanism. Maen just pushed it hard and successfully pushed it open, then walked in. Then Maen saw the true appearance of the ancient ruins, a huge ancient city. Under the light of the flashlight, Maen could see the general outline of the city in front of him. The architectural style above was obviously ancient, but now it has turned into a piece of broken walls. Maen judged at a glance that these destroyed buildings were not naturally damaged, but were damaged by a powerful attack before. Maen observed the surrounding environment all the way and finally came to the center of the city. This is it. Maen looked at the huge building in front of him, and his surprise was undisguised. Because the building in front of him was an ancient palace, and the fact that it had a palace meant that the city was the capital city where the king lived. Although most of the palace was destroyed, it still had a small part intact compared to the buildings next to it. Maen walked into the intact part of the palace, where there were still some traces of ancient people's lives, such as some broken vases and furniture. Maen even saw some ancient books on the table, but because of their age, the books had become very fragile and covered with dust, and there was no way to see the words on them clearly. Maen explored the palace one by one, but he didn't find anything useful. Until Maen saw a stone chamber, the area of which was not small in the palace. But this stone chamber was the best preserved in the entire palace, as if it had not received any damage. This appearance that was out of tune with the surroundings immediately attracted Maen's attention. Maen guessed that the secret of this ancient city might be hidden behind the stone chamber. The door of the stone chamber was slowly pushed by Maen. The harsh friction sound indicated that it had not been opened for a long time, and there was a lot of dust when it was pushed. After pushing the door open, the scene inside came into view. There were a lot of murals carved on the walls around, and several desks were placed on the ground, on which were placed some damaged books and some things that looked like experimental tools, and there was also a big box in the corner. Maen first looked at the murals around him, because this space felt like the archives or laboratory of the palace, and these murals probably recorded some things that happened at that time. Although Maen did not know ancient characters, he could roughly see what the murals above meant. The ancient Pokémon were not as gentle as they are now. At that time, Pokémon were called warcraft. Although there was also the profession of warcraft, the ancient people were generally suppressed by Pokémon. A little man trembled on the mural, and the pattern of Pokémon laughing wildly next to him made Maen fully understand the situation at that time. Then a little man holding a sword defeated the laughing Pokémon. The little man holding the sword conquered everywhere and defeated people from other regions. Then at the end of the mural, a little man wearing a crown sat on a chair, and below him were people kneeling. The sky of the crowd was depicted with patterns of Jengar and Alakazam. Looking at these, Maen guessed that the king of this ancient kingdom got the huge Jengar and Alakazam for some reason, and then defeated the surrounding Pokémon and countries and unified the nearby land. However, Maen felt that things were not so simple, because there was no source of Jengar and Alakazam engraved on the mural at all, as if normal appeared out of thin air, and this situation might be intentional by the person who engraved the mural. After all, the craftsmen working for the king only needed to engrave the heroic side of the king, and as for other things, they were not allowed to know. After Maen took a photo of the mural, he took back the Pokédex and looked at the only big box on the ground. The books on the other tables had weathered and decayed, and it was impossible to read them. The only things that could be preserved in this room were the things in the box. Maen opened the sealed box and instructed Jengar to blow away the dust. To Maen's surprise, there was not much in the big box but a notebook-like thing and a key. Taking out the notes, Maen slowly flipped through them. Although the text on them was ancient, these notes were not only ancient, but also had annotations of pictures next to them, which Maen could roughly understand. The more Maen read the content on the above, the more solemn his expression became, because the content on the notes was really shocking. It recorded some pictures of Pokémon, but what shocked Maen was that the pictures recorded Pokémon in too much detail, not only the size and weight, but also the bones and muscles and anatomical diagrams. Maen felt a little uncomfortable. The detailed pictures on it proved that the ancient people here probably captured and killed Pokémon a lot in order to study Pokémon, and used Pokémon as guinea pigs for experiments. As Maen turned the pages little by little, his eyes also stopped on one of the pages, because the pictures on this page were Jengar, Alakazam, and Jigglypuff. These three Pokémon were specially marked and circled. Although Maen couldn't understand the words on it, he could guess that these three Pokémon might be the materials that met the experiment. After turning this page, Maen came to the last page of the notebook. The picture on it was a Dragonite, but there was a big question mark next to the Dragonite. Seeing this, Maen vaguely guessed some traces in his heart, but Maen knew that all the answers should be revealed on that key. And Maen also found the corresponding lock for that key. At the end of this stone room, a stone door. Maen slowly walked to the stone door, then gently inserted the key into the lock and turned it. With a click, the stone door opened. Maen slowly pushed the stone door open and walked in. As soon as he entered the stone door, Maen's expression became very ugly when he saw the scene inside, and he immediately locked Lapras's Piquet ball on to prevent Lapras from seeing the outside from the facade. Behind the stone door is a spacious corridor, but on both sides of the corridor are built rooms like prisons normal. There are iron chains on the facade of the room, and in addition to the iron chains, there are countless bones. These bones are the bones of Pokémon. Obviously, these prisons and chains are used to imprison the Pokémon here, and the fate of these Pokémon is also very obvious. That is, the materials for the experiments in the previous notes. Maen was silent and said nothing, and the haze on his body began to surge. Even Jengar next to him saw this scene, and the smile on his face disappeared, and a rage expression appeared on his face. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Maen to keep his emotions, and the haze on his body slowly retracted. Maen knew that this was not the end, because there was a stone door at the end of the corridor, which was probably the end of the laboratory and the secret of the appearance of the huge ancient Pokémon. Maen walked to the stone door with a heavy heart and slowly pushed it open. After that, the expression on Maen's face turned into shock. Maen had seen the madness of the ancients before, but he could still maintain his sanity when he saw the previous scene. But when he saw the scene of the laboratory behind the stone door, Maen was really shocked. The stone room was indeed a laboratory, with various research items placed in it, and the center of the laboratory was a completely closed and transparent cage, on which various strange patterns were clearly engraved. There were also several pipes connected around the cage, which led to several other cages. But what shocked Maen was not the layout here, but the Pokémon in the cage in the center. The Pokémon inside is like the shadow of Black Normal, with a head of rolling white hair covering most of its face, revealing only a pair of eyes. Its neck is surrounded by a red jagged object like a collar Normal. A long black rag hangs on each of its shoulders. The Pokémon inside is the phantom Pokémon Darkrai, the god of nightmares. Maen thought of the ancient text behind the treasure map before, which mentioned that when everything is asleep, nightmares follow. At that time, Maen didn't understand what it meant. Now after seeing Darkrai, Maen understood. Maen never dreamed that those ancient people were so crazy that they actually imprisoned Darkrai, and they actually succeeded. As for how to imprison Darkrai, Maen guessed that it might be related to the ancient imprisonment technology. For example, the ancient Jengar and the ancient Alakazam did not appear from the Pokeball, but were crystallized things like black crystal stones and spoons. Obviously, these Pokémon are controlled by an unknown imprison method, and Darkrai is obviously trapped here because of this. And the patterns carved on the cage may be the reason why Darkrai is imprisoned here. At this time, a Darkrai with his eyes closed in the cage suddenly opened his eyes. Maen didn't know how to describe the emotions contained in Darkrai's blue eyes. Without the spirituality of Pokémon, it seemed numb, full of sad emotions and a feeling of covet's liberation. Maen looked at Darkrai's eyes and slowly walked to the cage and put his hand on the transparent cage. And Darkrai on the facade slowly raised his hand tied by the chain and put it together with Maen's hand through the cage. At this time, Maen suddenly felt a strange memory rushing into his mind crazily. But Maen did not resist because he knew that this was the memory transmitted to him by Darkrai. This memory is also the truth about the destruction of this ancient city and the appearance of a huge Pokémon. After accepting this memory of Darkrai, Maen rubbed his aching head. After all, so many memories were poured in at once. Even with Maen's strong mental strength, it was a bit uncomfortable. However, after Maen read these memories, his eyes looked at Darkrai more complicated. This was indeed an ancient city, and the predecessor of this city was just an ordinary small village. When it was still a small village, it was often attacked by Pokémon, and people lived in misery. In the mural, the king led Jengar and Alakazam to defeat the surrounding Pokémon and save the village. But in fact, it was Darkrai in front of Maen who saved the village. Although Darkrai looks like a terrible Pokémon, Darkrai's nature has never been bad. For example, the Darkrai in Sinnoh Poplar Town even dared to fight Dialga and Palkia to save Poplar Town. The same is true for Darkrai in front of Maen. When he saw the villagers being attacked, Darkrai took action. It used the power of nightmares to put all the attacking Pokémon to sleep and save the people in the village. Originally, Darkrai was going to leave after saving the village because he knew how powerful it was. If he stayed in the village for too long, he was worried that it would hurt the people, so he didn't plan to stay here at the beginning. But the turning point of things appeared. The young king noticed Darkrai's concerns, and the young king, who inherited the imprisoned technology at home, had evil thoughts in his mind. He planned to control Darkrai to work for him. But the king also knew that his strength was not enough to subdue Darkrai, even if he attacked imprisoned by surprise. So the king took advantage of Darkrai's sympathy. He mobilized the masses to ask Darkrai to stay, and then deceived Darkrai that he was willing to help Darkrai find a way to control the nightmare power. Darkrai hesitated and finally agreed to the king's request, but Darkrai was also deceived. The king deceived Darkrai into falling into a trap and captured Darkrai with the power of imprison. But Darkrai is a phantom Pokémon after all. Even imprison can only control him. It is impossible for the king to completely recover him. Finally, the king thought of a way. That is to directly extract the power of the Nightmare God and transfer it to other Pokémon. With this idea, the king began an inhumane experiment and finally successfully extracted part of the power of the Nightmare God and injected it into a Jengar. Under the power of the Nightmare God, black lines appeared all over Jengar's body, and his size and strength also became stronger. The king took this opportunity to recover Jengar with imprisoned props. Later, in order to continue to strengthen his strength, the king created a giant Alakazam. With the help of the two Pokémon, the king was unstoppable in this land and eventually developed the village into a city. But the king was getting older and older, and he was addicted to alcohol and S*X, so he was no longer willing to go to the battlefield. He handed the giant Jengar and Alakazam to his young generals, and in order to prevent the generals from using giant Pokémon to usurp the throne, he specially made a giant Jigglypuff that restrained the two giant Pokémon. Such days lasted for decades until the king was old and thought of passing the throne to his son. But he was afraid of the power and prestige that the general had built over the years. The king did not care about the giant Jengar and Alakazam under the general, because he had a way to restrain them. But the trouble was that the general had another Pokémon under his command, Dragonite, a dragon-type quasi-god. The old king thought of a way, that is, to inject Dragonite as an experimental subject with the power of Darkrai, and then imprison himself, recovered it, and handed it over to his descendants, so that the empire would be worry-free. The general, who was devoted to the country, did not see the king's intention. After a dinner, Dragonite was captured and the general was killed by the king. The captured Dragonite became the material for the experiment and was eventually injected with Darkrai's power. But the body of the quasi-god is much stronger than that of an ordinary Pokémon. After Darkrai injected a large amount of energy, Dragonite successfully became huge, but also lost his mind. The insane Dragonite finally calmed down his anger. The other three giant Pokémon could not compare to Dragonite in terms of size or strength. In the end, the city was completely destroyed, and the king and his descendants died in the city together. In order to prevent Darkrai from escaping, Darkrai's laboratory used special materials, and the location was hidden so it was completely preserved. The insane Dragonite finally left, and only the scene of the first meeting with the general was retained in its mind, which was next to a lighthouse on the coast. So the giant Dragonite in the animation often wanders around the Bill Lighthouse and keeps shouting, "I want to see you." The person the giant Dragonite wants to see is his trainer, the general. And with the destruction of the ancient city, Darkrai was also imprisoned here. But the location here is generally close to the Hoenn region, and the Hoenn region has to mention the two great beasts of Hoenn, Kyogre and Groudon. The fight between the two spread here, and the entire land was directly shattered into a small island, and then floated on the sea forever. Darkrai was imprisoned here for hundreds of years for this reason, until Kristoff came here today. Maen looked at the iron cage engraved with the imprisoned pattern in front of him and ordered Jengar to smash it directly. The strength of this imprison lies in the internal imprison, which is why Darkrai has not been able to get rid of it until now. Darkrai's iron cage not only has the function of imprison, but also the surrounding pipes are constantly extracting Darkrai's power, in order to suppress Darkrai and prevent it from escaping. And imprison is not so strong against external attacks. Under Jengar's attack, the iron cage broke. Darkrai sees the light of day again. The cage broke and Darkrai's body collapsed to the ground. Maen quickly helped Darkrai break the chains, freeing Darkrai from his restraints. Thank you, human." A hoarse voice suddenly appeared in Maen's mind. He knew that it was Darkrai in front of him thanking him. The Phantom Pokémon not only brings the unique species strength advantage, but also has powerful abilities. For a Pokémon like Darkrai, who has lived for hundreds of years, telepathy is not a problem at all. Maen just nodded slightly to thank Darkrai, and then stretched out his hand and put it on Darkrai. The moment Maen's hand touched Darkrai, he could clearly feel Darkrai's body trembling, obviously recalling the previous imprisonment by humans. Maen didn't say much, and used the dark power in his body to transfer it to Darkrai's body. As the dark power like mist was transferred to Darkrai's body, Darkrai's face showed a relaxed expression for the first time. The transmission of dark power did not stop until Maen felt tired. Darkrai's celestic strength was restored, but the dark injuries in his body were only repaired a little bit. After all, hundreds of years and the creation of huge ancient Pokémon not only drained Darkrai's power, but also caused Darkrai to be covered with hidden injuries. Maen, who had consumed too much dark power, sat cross-legged on the ground, panting, and slowly said to Darkrai, "Darkrai, what are your plans for the future?" Darkrai heard Maen's words and his eyes showed confusion. He had been locked in a cage for hundreds of years. His revenge had been avenged and he knew nothing about the outside world. He didn't know what he should do next. Seeing Darkrai's confused eyes, Maen also guessed Darkrai's current confusion and then continued. Darkrai, why don't you just follow me? Darkrai was shocked when he heard Maen's words, and then recalled that he had been deceived by the king before and instinctively planned to refuse Maen. But Maen did not give Darkrai a chance to refuse but continued. Darkrai, you should understand how attractive your phantom Pokémon is to humans. If you leave here and go outside after someone finds your trace, there will still be countless people who want to capture you, and the methods used by people nowadays are more advanced, and there is no need to deceive you with lies. Hearing Maen's words, Darkrai was speechless because he knew that Maen was right. After experiencing the incident with the king, he knew that Maen was right, so he looked at Maen seriously with his blue eyes. Maen saw Darkrai's eyes and did not flinch, but looked at him with the same determination. Darkrai, I hope to regain you. I admit that I value your strength, but I don't want you to continue to live in pursuit in the future. After all, your current strength has declined too seriously. There are many humans who can deal with you now. You have also felt my previous strength. This is my natural ability. It can not only help you make up for your hidden injuries, but also help you recover your strength as soon as possible. Maen did not hide his intention to regain Darkrai. After all, after regaining, the rest of the life of the person and the Pokémon will be bound together, and lies can't maintain this relationship at all. It's better to tell Darkrai directly. Darkrai heard Maen's words, looked at Maen's firm eyes, and thought of Maen's previous life-saving grace to it and the dark power that Maen gave it just now. It can feel the help from that power. Most importantly, Darkrai did not sense any deception from Maen. Darkrai nodded slightly. Maen saw Darkrai's actions, and the expression on his face was also very happy. Jengar next to him also took out a small trumpet from his mouth and played it happily. This is a small toy that Jengar stored for himself, so that as the big brother of the team, he can welcome the Pokémon that may join in the future. Well, although Darkrai is older than at this time, he is still the big brother of the team according to the relationship of seniority. After successfully recovering Darkrai, Maen took Jengar and Darkrai to leave the prison together. Before leaving the prison, Maen took Jengar to collect all the bones of Pokémon that he had seen before, and then buried them together. This is the only thing Maen can do to help these Pokémon who died tragically. At the same time, Maen commanded Jengar to completely destroy the laboratory, making this laboratory and this ruins normal completely become a dust in history. When they came to the beach of the uninhabited island, Maen also called out Zweilous and Lapras and introduced Darkrai to them. Hearing that there were new companions joining, Zweilous and Lapras warmly welcomed them, and Lapras also sang a cheerful song. Although Lapras didn't know why Maen locked his Pokéball, the young Lapras didn't care. After all, what the trainer does is always right. Darkrai's eyes softened when he heard Lapras' cheerful singing. Seeing the cordial interaction between Maen and the Pokémon and the joy that Lapras couldn't hide in his singing, Darkrai could guess what Maen's personality was like, and he was more convinced that his decision was right. Maen rode on Lapras' back and talked to Professor Oak in the Pokédex. He told Professor Oak about the gains from the ruins and also told Professor about Darkrai. Although Darkrai escaped successfully, he still had a lot of hidden injuries on his body, so Maen also needed Professor Oak to help him do a detailed examination. But Maen was worried that if Darkrai's Pokéball was directly transmitted, the various instruments in Professor Oak's laboratory would cause Darkrai's psychological shadow, and it would not be a good thing if he couldn't control his emotions at that time. So Maen hoped that Professor Oak could recommend a professional in the Hoenn region to him. Professor Oak heard about Maen's experience and congratulated him on his ability to recover Darkrai, but after hearing the story, his expression became a little sad. After all, for someone like Professor Oak who is committed to the harmonious coexistence of people and Pokémon, this kind of thing is too heavy. Fortunately, Professor Oak has seen everything over the years, and he quickly sorted out his emotions and recommended Professor Birch, a professional in the Hoenn region, to Maen. Maen is not unfamiliar with the name Professor Birch. After all, the appearance of this professor is so classic. Whether in the game or in the animation, he was chased by Poochyena and hid in a tree. Although Odaki's behavior seems a bit funny, Professor Birch's love for Pokémon is indeed sincere. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a Pokéball carrying the 3 starter Pokémon to fail to deal with Poochyena. In the animation, May released Marshtomp and could not command it at all. In the end, it was Odaki who commanded Marshtomp to drive away Poochyena. From this point, it can be seen that Odaki has a certain command ability. He is afraid of Poochyena and may just not want to hurt them. In the end, he had no choice but to command Pokémon to attack Poochyena, and he only drove them away. Maen did not refuse Professor Oak's recommendation. In addition, Professor Birch's ability as a professor must be good and his character is guaranteed, so Maen also plans to go to Little Root Town. Little Root Town is in the southwest of Hone region, so Maen can only fly there quickly by plane. Little Root Town is known as a town that is not colored by any color. The reason why Little Root Town became famous as a small town is the same as Pallet Town, because Professor Birch lives here. Maen easily found Professor Birch's laboratory and pressed the doorbell. What was not unexpected by Maen was that although the doorbell rang, the person who answered was not Professor Birch, but his assistant. "Mr. Maen, are you here to find Professor Birch? He told me before that you would come to visit him, but he is not in the laboratory now. I heard that a friend's child is coming, so Professor Birch went to pick him up, but he should be back soon. You wait for him in the laboratory now." Hearing the words of the professor's assistant, Maen knew the reason, and then watched the door of the laboratory open. Maen also walked in, intending to wait for the professor to come back in the laboratory. 20 minutes later, Maen sat on the sofa, stomping his feet faster and faster, feeling a little strange. After all, Professor Birch should have come back after picking someone up. The assistant next to him also noticed Maen's appearance, and his expression was a little anxious, so he went to call and tried to contact the professor. The call was quickly connected, but Professor Birch on the other end of the phone was probably in a bad condition. Not only was he panting, but his voice was also very urgent, and you could hear the screams of a child. I'm in trouble here and I can't go back to the laboratory until later." After that, Professor Birch hung up the phone, and the assistant held the phone in his hand, looking at Maen with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Maen also sighed slightly, then stood up from the sofa and said, "I'll go find Professor Birch. But Mr. Maen, the area around Little Root Town is very large, so it may be difficult to find. No, I have roughly guessed where Professor Birch is." After Maen finished speaking, he pointed to the forest in the distance outside the window, where a group of Pidgey flew out of the forest, and the Pokémon's roar growl could be faintly heard. On the other side, in the forest just pointed out by Maen, Professor Birch was fleeing in the forest with 2 children, and a Rhyhorn behind him was chasing the 3 people with rage. Professor Birch deliberately fell behind to cover the rear, allowing the 2 children to run in front. Fortunately, the physical fitness of people in the Pokémon world is not bad, otherwise such a small child would definitely not be able to run so far. However, Rhyhorn's figure was getting closer and closer, and Professor Birch finally gritted his teeth and planned to attract Rhyhorn away by himself to buy time for the 2 children to escape. Jengar Shadow Ball. At this time, the 3 heard a voice, and then a shadow ball flew out of the forest and hit Rhyhorn, causing the Rhyhorn to fall to the ground and lose his ability to fight. Seeing Rhyhorn fall, Odaki and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked in the direction where the shadow ball was launched just now. Maen also walked out slowly, and next to him was Jengar with a smirk on his face. Seeing Maen, Professor Birch looked at him carefully, and then showed a surprised expression on his face and said, "Oh, you are Maen, hahaha, I didn't expect you to be here. I'm sorry to keep you waiting for so long, and I'm sorry to bother you to save us. It's because Professor Birch insisted on touching the horn of Rhyhorn, otherwise how could you encounter this situation?" A child wearing green clothes and glasses next to him couldn't help but complain. Stephanie, who was wearing a headscarf behind the child, gently patted the child's head and said, "But wasn't Rhyhorn the one you wanted to see first?" Hearing his sister's words, the child with glasses also showed an embarrassed expression on his face. Maen looked at the interaction between the siblings and knew that the 2 were Mei and Xiao Sheng, but like Ash, they were not yet the age in the plot. Odaki Laboratory. After returning to the laboratory, Professor Birch also breathed a sigh of relief and then thanked Maen again. "Maen, Professor Oak told me the story of that Pokémon. Call it out now so that I can give it a detailed examination." Professor Birch knew the story of Darkrai after receiving Professor Oak's request. He was a Pokémon lover and was extremely rage after hearing this, but then he sympathized with Darkrai, so he also hoped to help Darkrai as soon as possible. Maen heard what Professor Birch said, and he did not hesitate to call Darkrai out directly. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Darkrai slowly emerged from under Maen's shadow. After Maen recovered Darkrai, he did not put Darkrai in the Pokéball Ball, because Maen did not want Darkrai to feel restrained. After all, the Pokéball Ball would still feel restrained, which was okay for ordinary Pokémon but a little uncomfortable for Darkrai. When Darkrai appeared, the most surprised person was not others, but Xiao Sheng, who was standing beside him. After all, he had loved studying Pokémon since he was a child and had a lot of knowledge about Pokémon. "Darkrai!" Xiao Sheng shouted in shock the moment he saw Darkrai, and then he found that other people's eyes were on him. so he quickly covered his mouth and showed an embarrassed expression on his face. For Xia Sheng, who likes Pokémon and has rich knowledge of Pokémon, the Phantom Pokémon Darkrai is one of the first Pokémon he knows. Because children's minds are very easy to guess, and Xia Sheng is a boy, he must like those powerful and handsome Pokémon such as mythical beasts or Phantom Pokémon. So Darkrai is one of the first Pokémon he knows, but Phantom Pokémon is very rare, and it is impossible to see it normally. You can only identify it by looking at the picture. This is why Xia Sheng was so excited when he saw Darkrai. Others guessed what Xia Sheng was thinking when they saw his look, so they all smiled knowingly. After all, everyone was a child, and they understood why Xia Sheng was excited and they didn't blame him. Darkrai, Professor Birch will give you a detailed examination in a while. Don't be afraid of those instruments. This time it will help you, believe me. Okay, Maen, I believe you. Darkrai has been staying in Mean's shadow, and he knows that Maen did this for his own good. He has been observing the outside world in Mean's shadow all the way. He found that the outside world has really changed a lot, especially the relationship between Pokémon and humans has really changed a lot. In his time, Pokémon and humans fought each other, but now they have begun to live in harmony. The harmonious and friendly scene between humans and Pokémon also made his heart, which has been tortured for many years, feel warm. And Darkrai had seen what Professor Birch did before. From his instinctive action of standing behind the child to lead the Pokémon away, he knew that Professor Birch was not a bad person, so he did not resist the inspection. As Darkrai and Professor Birch went inside to check, Maen also sat on the sofa with a smile on his face, looking at Xia Sheng and Mei, who were hesitant to speak beside him. "What's up, little friends? Ask whatever you want to ask." Hearing Maen's words, Mei and Xia Sheng all excitedly came to Maen and said in unison, "Big brother, are you a trainer?" "Yes, yes." Hearing Maen's answer, both of them showed envious expressions. After all, their dream is to become an excellent trainer. After that, the two asked Maen many questions at once. Thanks to Maen's good impression of them in the animation, Maen also answered their questions one by one, until the two siblings disagreed on another issue. "Brother Maen, what do you think Pokémon trainers should rely on in battle?" "Nonsense, of course it depends on rich knowledge." "No, it should depend on the tacit understanding and battle experience between trainers and Pokémon." Looking at Xia Sheng and Mei with their heads butted together, Maen also showed a helpless expression on his face. The issue they were arguing about is actually a problem that has been entangled in the Pokémon world. The academic school that controls knowledge and the practical school that is familiar with field battles. The quarrels between the two factions in the Pokémon world have never been heard. For example, the future Kanto Elite Lorelei that Maen knows, and the Sinnoh champion Cynthia are representatives of the academic school. Both of them first learned a wealth of Pokémon knowledge before starting field training, and Cynthia even became a historian of the Sinnoh region. And Maen's grandmother Agatha Elite and Drake Elite met on the SS and are representatives of the practical school. People of their generation have been fighting since they were young. Reading is not their specialty at all, but their rich battle experience has allowed them to kill all the way to the status of elite. In fact, in Maen's view, whether it is the academic school or the practical school, in the end, they must combine theory with knowledge to become a powerful trainer. There are many people in the academic school who understand Pokémon knowledge but know nothing about fighting, such as Xia Sheng in front of Maen. Ash, who is a master of reverse attribute, is a complete negative example of the practical school. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, normal people would rush out to explore the wild with only passion and basically return with blood on their heads. Maen was relieved to see the two little guys in front of him arguing more and more fiercely and completely forgetting his existence. After all, he didn't want to explain this kind of problem. It was up to the trainer to understand it himself. Just at this time, the door of the laboratory opened, and Professor Birch and Darkrai also walked out from the facade. Seeing Professor Birch coming out, Maen also sat up from the sofa and hurried to Professor Birch to ask about the situation. Mei and Xia Sheng, who were arguing next to them, also stopped and waited for Professor Birch's answer together. Professor Birch saw the anxious expression on Maen's face and comforted Maen not to panic, then said, "Maen, don't worry. Although Darkrai's condition is not good, it is not too bad. Although it has a lot of hidden injuries, its own foundation has not been destroyed. These assassinations can also be cured, but it requires a lot of resources and time. However, if you can get the top-level Dark Attribute treasure, you can speed up Darkrai's recovery. In short, returning to the peak contest condition is not a difficult thing. This is Darkrai's detailed information. You can take a good look at it." Maen took the information from Professor Birch and looked through it carefully. Name Darkrai. Attribute Evil. Ability Nightmare Pokémon in the sleeping contest condition will receive additional damage. Gender Male. This has been modified. Darkrai was originally supposed to be genderless. Moves Ominous Wind, Hypnosis, Shadow Ball, Dark Void omitted. Strength Elite Primary Temporary. Qualification Unknown. Maen was not surprised to see Darkrai's information. Darkrai's original strength should have been Elite Advanced, and he was one step away from the champion. But due to the long-term extraction of its energy, imprisonment, and hidden injuries, its strength inevitably declined. Maen was mentally prepared for these, but he was still a little surprised that the qualification showed Unknown. Hearing Maen's doubts, Professor Birch also patiently explained to Maen. Alliance has clearly divided the qualifications of Pokémon, but this only applies to 90% of Pokémon, and many of them are not included in this range. Because the lifespan of some mythical Pokémon and some mythical Pokémon is too long, these Pokémon can live for thousands of years as long as their energy is not exhausted. And 1,000 years is too long. No one knows what these Pokémon will experience in the meantime, and some Pokémon may greatly increase the strength of some Pokémon and break through their own limitations. So for this kind of Pokémon, the qualifications that Alliance has always set are unknown, and the unknown represents infinite possibilities. Maen's Darkrai belongs to the above-mentioned mythical Pokémon. After hearing Professor Birch's words, Maen also understood the meaning of unknown. He thought of the Darkrai in Bayong Town, who had lived for an unknown period of time and could even fight against Dialga and Palkia. Such strength was definitely not just an elite-level Pokémon. At least it had to be a champion level, or even the top of the champion level, and would soon enter the level of a leader, which was the same strength as a legendary beast. After figuring out Darkrai's physical contest condition, Maen thanked Professor Birch. After 507, he left a sentence in Mei and Xiao Sheng's ears. The future belongs to you young trainers, and left the laboratory in the eyes of Mei and Xiao Sheng, who were reluctant to leave. However, Professor Birch looked a little strange when he heard Maen's words. He felt that Maen was really a black-bellied kid. How old was he, and he actually used such words to deceive these kids who were obviously of the same generation. With Darkrai, Maen would probably become Kantos in less than 2 years. Elite, by then these two naive children will have just started traveling. What kind of future is for young people? After leaving the laboratory, Maen did not leave the Hone region, but came to the nearest Petalburg city. Maen came here for no special purpose, but because he still needed to contact Steven to deal with the treasure of Red Jack. As a result, Steven, who received Maen's call, told Maen to wait for him in Petalburg city, and he happened to be dealing with things nearby. Not long after, Maen, who was sitting on a chair at the agreed location, heard the sound of a car. Then a luxurious car, Sifi, stopped in front of Maen. The window rolled down and Maen saw Steven with a long face. After Maen opened the door and got in the car started again and started to drive. Why, Steven, didn't you go to dig stones this time? I have to deal with some company matters. I just came here today to talk to Norman Jim about something. I just heard that you had something to ask me, so I came to pick you up. Maen then remembered that the stone maniac in front of him was not just an ordinary enthusiast, but also the successor of Duan Group, so he still had to deal with some company business. So where are we going now? To a villa outside Petalburg City, just in time to talk about the pirate treasure you mentioned before, and the stones you asked me to collect before have also made some progress. So I have to communicate with you, my partner, about the progress of the work. Steven finished speaking, looking at Maen with a teasing expression on his face. Maen was also a little embarrassed by Steven's teasing expression. After all, Maen patted his butt and handed over all the Mega Stone collection to Steven. After such a long time, he didn't even ask once. The car drove quickly, and the two chatted about their recent experiences and soon arrived at Steven's villa. After entering the villa, the two sat on the sofa. Maen handed the treasure map of Red Jack to Steven. Steven just glanced at it briefly and then handed the map to the maid behind him. Then he took out the phone from his pocket and dialed the number. Steven, there is a treasure on the treasure map that needs you to deal with later. Add a few more ships, that's it. After Steven finished these words, he hung up the phone casually and then said to Maen with a smile, "Okay, the treasure matter is dealt with. I will transfer the money to you after the sale. Do you need to pay you some money in advance?" No need. Maen looked at Steven's attitude of handling the treasure with such ease, and could only sigh that he was indeed a man with a mind at home, and he could get it done in less than 10 phone calls. Then let's talk about the stones we collected before. Although Do & Company has been collecting them with all its strength during this period, I also remembered what you said when I was collecting them, not to let too many people know, so we only collected about 6 stones during this period. Steven said, while taking out a few photos from his arms, and the photos were naturally the 6 mega stones collected. Maen was a little surprised when he heard Steven's words. You know, it has been less than a month since Maen and Steven separated in MT, Moon, and they have already collected 6 stones. You have to sigh at the strength of Do & Group. Steven saw Maen's expression and knew that he had misunderstood and hurriedly explained. Maen, don't hold too much hope. It's only because it was just collected that it was particularly simple, so we can collect so many in such a short time. Subsequent collection will only become more and more difficult. Maen nodded after hearing it with sudden enlightenment. So Maen, maybe my question is a bit too much, but I hope you can tell me what this stone is used for. As a friend, I will naturally fully support you, but as the heir of Devon Company, I also hope to be responsible for the company. Maen was not surprised to hear Steven's serious words, because he also guessed that Steven would ask this question sooner or later. After all, Maen and Steven were just friends. The other party could collect without asking anything just by listening to Maen's words, and Maen was also considered a partner and could use these mega stones for free. Whether from the perspective of friends or business, Steven has done his best. After a pause, Maen looked at Steven with a very serious look. Steven knew that the matter was serious when he saw Maen's eyes, and then asked the staff of the villa not to follow him for the time being and took Maen into the study. Maen, this is my private study. There is absolutely no possibility of any eavesdropping. You can speak now. Steven, do you believe that Pokémon has another way to evolve besides normal evolution? I'm not talking about the kind that uses evolution stones, but the short-term evolution with a time limit, evolving into another form. Maen's tone was firm, and Steven on the other side couldn't help shrinking his pupils when he heard Maen's words. In this era, Alliance has never stopped researching the evolution of Pokémon. So far, various ways of evolution have been discovered by professors and researchers in various regions. In addition to normal evolution, other ways of evolution such as carrying evolution stones and intimacy have also been discovered. But no matter which way of evolution it is, it will permanently change the form and strength of Pokémon. When Maen heard that this stone could develop a new way of evolution, which was completely different from the usual cognition, Steven's first reaction was to disbelieve it. Maen naturally saw Steven's eyes and then sorted out the voice to explain. Steven, you should know that I usually like to read some books and explore ancient sites. Maen couldn't say that he was reborn through time travel, so he made up a reason to explain to Steven. Steven on the other side was stunned when he heard Maen's explanation, and then looked at Maen in surprise, knowing that the other party meant to really see the form of Pokémon after evolution, so he could make such a conclusion. And as far as I know, there is a laboratory in Kalo's region that is researching this stone. After Steven heard what Maen said, he believed it even more, because when Devon Company was collecting stones, it did find out that there was indeed a laboratory in Kalo's region that was researching this stone, but there has been no results released, and it has just started researching. Maen also told Steven some of the Pokémon that he knew could be Mega Evolved, especially when he heard that Metagross could be Mega Evolved. Steven's eyes obviously flashed with excitement. Seeing Steven's eyes, Maen knew that the other party completely trusted him, and then Maen also gave Steven the picture of the Kai Stone, telling Steven that this thing was needed to truly complete Mega Evolution. Last time at MT, Maen did not tell Steven about the Kai Stone but only about the Mega Stone. There was no other reason for doing so, just because Maen was too excited at the time and forgot. When Steven saw the picture of the Kai Stone drawn by Maen, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face and then he became weird. Maen, I seem to have this keystone. This time it was Maen's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect Steven to have a keystone in his hand. Steven saw Maen's expression and explained, this stone is pretty, so I once collected 2 for collection purposes. I will have someone send the keystone and the previous evolution stone together. Maen hurriedly said yes when he heard Steven's words. Maybe today is the day when Mega Evolution will reappear. Since Steven gave an emergency order, the Kai Stone and the previously collected Mega Stones were delivered in less than an hour, and then placed on the table together with the Mega Stone in Maen's hand. Now there are a total of 7 Mega Evolution Stones and 2 Key Stones on the table, and the conditions for Mega Evolution have been fully met. Then Maen asked Jengar to come out of the shadows to see which Mega Stone on the table Jengar could feel. On the other side, Steven also released Metagross, who had evolved not long ago, to sense the Mega Stone on the table together. Jengar came to the table after hearing Maen's words and then looked at the stone on the table. Soon, Jenger's expression changed. It instinctively picked up a mega stone from the table and then shouted excitedly to Maen. However, Steven's Metagross didn't react and finally shook his head helplessly at Steven. Steven was a little disappointed when he saw that his Metagross didn't sense the mega stone that suited him, but it soon disappeared, and then he comforted his Metagross. Although he didn't find Metagross's mega stone, it was enough to see Maen's mega evolution. Maen picked up one of the two key stones on the table and then saw Steven's eyes, knowing that he would not be able to leave if he didn't show his mega evolution today. The three major elements of mega evolution are Key Stone, Mega Evolution Stone, and the state of mind-to-mind communication between trainer and Pokémon. Now all the elements are met, Maen holds the Key Stone in his hand, and Jenger on the other side also swallows the Mega Stone into his stomach. "Oh, please give me flowers." Maen concentrated his energy and began to try to communicate with the Key Stone in his hand. As Maen's celestial power continued to flow in, the Key Stone began to release colorful light. At this moment, Maen suddenly found that his consciousness seemed to have left his body and came to Jenger's side. Jenger seemed to sense Maen's spirit, and the Mega Stone in his body began to brighten, and his power continued to rise. Jenger Mega Evolution. When Maen and Jenger's consciousness communicated most closely, Maen could sense the opportunity for evolution. As Jenger's body began to emit the light of evolution, Steven on the other side could not hide the excitement on his face at all, because he was a witness to this evolution. Point 0, the light of evolution dissipated and Jenger's form changed again. Jenger, who originally stood on his legs, changed to standing on his body after Mega Evolution. Because Maen's Jenger was originally pure dark, the lower body of the Mega Evolved Jenger was not purple-red, but the same black as the body, and it looked like the limbs had penetrated into the floor under his feet. But Maen knew that this was not penetration, but that the body of Mega Jenger could connect to the other dimension and lurk in the other dimension to attack. Maen's Jenger was gym level before evolution, and after evolution, it directly broke through to the strength of Quasi-Elite close to Elite. Although it was only a temporary situation, it also proved the power of Mega Evolution. 012310525 Feilu 112,580,1551. Mega Jenger also curiously moved his new body, constantly moving among the various furniture in the study. On the other side, Maen began to feel a little tired after about 5 minutes and instinctively used the dark power in his body. Later, Maen was surprised to find that the dark power could calm his mind and prolong the time of Mega Evolution. This discovery shocked Maen, but he still cancelled Jenger's Mega Evolution and let Jenger return to his original appearance. On the other side, Steven saw that Maen had cancelled the Mega Evolution and thought of what Maen had said before. Although the Mega Evolution is powerful, it also consumes a lot of trainer's celestial power. In Steven's opinion, Maen cancelled the Mega Evolution because his mental consumption reached the critical value. Maen shook his hand to stop Steven from wanting to help him. If Steven was replaced by Sabrina, then Maen might need a hand. After seeing the Mega Evolution, Steven also understood the true value of this Mega Stone, and then looked at Maen, who was sitting opposite pretending to recover his spirit, and slowly said, "Maen, there are two ways to deal with Mega Stones now. The first is our previous plan not to make it public, and then collect a large amount of Mega Stones as soon as possible. 857, so that even if we don't use it in the future, we can use it to exchange for a large amount of resources back." Maen nodded when he heard Steven's words, and then asked what the second way was. The second is to announce the news of Mega Evolution right now, but it is not a simple announcement. You need to write a paper and then publish it jointly with Devon. The benefit of doing so is that it will greatly help you and our Devon's reputation. Our Devon can use this to improve its reputation among the people and trainers, which will be of great help to the development of the company. And you, Maen, can use this to try to get the identity of a Pokémon researcher, which will also be beneficial to your future development. Maen understood both of Steven's plans, especially the second plan, which made Maen have to admire Steven's idea and think of this way. The second way seems that the identity of a Pokémon researcher does not seem to be as profitable as the first one, which is a lot of money. But Maen knows that a Pokémon researcher is not an ordinary identity. In the Pokémon world, the first requirement to become a Pokémon researcher is that you must make contributions or participate in various studies on Pokémon published in order to obtain the qualification of a researcher. Professor Birch's assistant, whom Maen met at Professor Birch before, worked in the laboratory, but he was still not a researcher. Only with Professor Birch and research together and achieve results before they can truly become researchers. It is already difficult to obtain the status of a researcher, and it is even more difficult to maintain the status of a researcher. New research results must be published again within 3 years, otherwise the researcher status will be revoked. As for the status of professor, it is even more difficult. 3 Pokémon research reports with major discoveries must be produced within 10 years to become a professor. 3 may not seem like a lot, but which Pokémon research is not calculated in years. The 10-year limit has already isolated 80% of researchers from becoming professors. But the qualification of a researcher is not just a title. Researchers can apply to the Alliance for approval to build their own laboratory and can also read various books and materials within the Alliance. There are also various basic benefits, and the reputation among the people has also been greatly improved. Maen was also somewhat tempted by the status of a researcher, but suddenly thought of his grandmother's attitude towards Professor Oak and suddenly felt cold all over, thinking that if he really did this, he would probably be beaten. Stephen also noticed Maen's concerns and made suggestions to Maen. We can still go all out to collect Mega Evolution Stones in the next month, because I guess the remaining month is probably the easiest time to collect them, and there will probably be no such stones on the market after that. If Kalos has not released the results, Maen, you can try to publish them to try to obtain the status of a researcher. Stephen's words are the best choice for Maen. As for Kalos' laboratory, Yinwu and Maen tacitly did not mention it. After all, although Stephen is a good person, he also represents Duan Company, so he naturally has to consider the interests of the company. Moreover, although they belong to the same alliance, it does not mean that Stephen treats all regions equally. Basketball and football are divided into city teams, not to mention the Alliance region. You know, there is competition between regions, and compared to the unfamiliar Kalos region, Stephen thinks it is better to cooperate with his friend Maen and the neighboring region. Maen nodded after hearing Stephen's words and then agreed to Stephen's suggestion. After Stephen talked with Maen for a few more words, he answered a phone call and left the villa. After all, he was very busy as the heir of the company, and he had to preside over the acquisition plan of Mega Stone later. The villa was left to Maen by Stephen. Knowing that Maen didn't like crowded environments, he also evacuated all the staff inside. Maen saw that it was getting late, so he didn't plan to return to the Pokémon Center in the city, and decided to stay in Stephen's villa. At dinner, after Maen and the Pokémon had dinner, Maen began to make energy blocks for them as snacks, while Jengar, Zweilous, and Darkrai played with Lapras in the swimming pool downstairs. Especially, Jengar got a few parasols and lounge chairs from somewhere and placed them by the swimming pool. He also put on a pair of sunglasses and a table with a small TV playing TV programs. Maen looked outside and saw that the moon had come out. He didn't know what Jengar meant by this. Maybe it was just a 8 form. While waiting for the energy cubes to finally solidify, Maen decided to take a shower first and then give them a meal after returning and rest. After Maen entered the bathroom, a pair of orange-red eyes slowly emerged in the dark shadows, and then curiously looked at the energy cubes solidifying in the machine on the table. Maen on the other side quickly finished his shower, wiped his head with a towel in his bathrobe, and slowly walked back to the table, intending to take out the solidified energy cubes. Then Maen was surprised to find out, where is my energy cube? Where is my huge energy cube? Looking at the empty machine, Maen was puzzled and immediately turned his attention to Jengar, who was lying on the pool chair outside. At the pool, Zweilous was swimming with his sister Lapras, while Jengar was wearing sunglasses and lying on his back in a chair, looking like a boss. Darkrai was watching the TV program on the table intently. After all, for it, who had been imprisoned for hundreds of years, these novel things were ways for it to better understand the present era. Maen came to the pool in a bathrobe, then gently tapped Jengar's head with his finger and said helplessly, "Okay, Jengar, stop pretending to be a boss. Give me the energy cube. This is for you and them to have a snack." Jengar, who was wearing sunglasses, took off his sunglasses, showing a puzzled look as if he was saying, "What?" "Jengar, your acting skills have improved. You can even act out such an innocent expression. It seems that you may become a Pokémon actor in the future." Jengar was even more confused when he heard Maen's words, and then he thought that Maen seemed to think that it took the energy cube and ate it secretly. This is slander, this is discrimination, this is distrust. 25 This is hurting Gui Gui. Maen couldn't help but reach out and hold Jengar's head to stop Jengar's verbal attack. However, seeing Jengar's angry expression, Maen knew that he seemed to have wronged Jengar, because although Jengar was playful and greedy, he had never lied. And Zweilous next to him also proved that Jengar had never left the swimming pool, proving that the energy cube was indeed not taken by Jengar. Looking at Jengar with his arms folded in front of his chest and white smoke constantly coming out of his head, Maen smiled and apologized, and finally got Jenger's forgiveness after agreeing to compensate Jenger for some mental damages. But the energy cube cannot disappear out of thin air, which means that there should be other ones in Steven's Villa Pokémon, and can evade the detection of Maen and his Pokémon without anyone noticing, which shows that this Pokémon is quite powerful. Moreover, Maen's energy cube is the favorite flavor of Ghost and Dark Pokémon, which excludes the possibility of psychic Pokémon committing the crime. On the other side, Jenger also rushed into the villa and began to look for the criminal. After all, it suffered such a great injustice, and Jenger must find this thief to calm his anger. However, after Maen and Jenger and other Pokémon searched the entire villa, they did not find the thief Pokémon who took the energy cube. Looking at the angry Jenger, Maen winked at Jenger gently and then said loudly, "Since you are there, there is no way I will make another one." As he said, Maen started to operate the machine and started the second production. Soon the energy cube was about to be completed, and only the final solidification stage was left. "Jenger, let's go to the swimming pool to play for a while. After all, Lapras is their Pokémon is not good either. We will come back to get it after it solidifies." While Maen was speaking, he and other Pokémon also used colors and then walked out of the room together. As Maen's footsteps gradually faded away in a shadow in the corner, the familiar orange eyes slowly emerged again. After carefully looking around and not hearing Maen's footsteps, this Pokémon gently moved to the energy cube machine, stretched out his little hand to press the button of the machine. Take out the energy cube inside. At this moment, the door opened again, and the owner of the little hand was also startled by the sound and looked towards the direction of the door. And the one who opened the door was Maen, who had just pretended to leave. After leaving the villa, Maen lay on Jenger's back and quietly flew back, waiting for the thief inside to act again. The color he used before was also to make Jenger and the others cooperate with him. But compared to the frightened thief, the expression on Maen's face was more surprised, because he recognized the identity of thief at a glance, the phantom Pokémon, Marshadow. And after the surprise, the first to act was Marshadow instinctively wanted to get back into the shadow. Seeing Marshadow trying to escape, Maen did not hesitate and directly ordered Jenger and Darkrai to stop Marshadow from escaping. Then Maen saw Marshadow's figure get into the shadow, and Jenger and Darkrai followed into the shadow. Then Maen heard Pokémon's growl and various collision sounds coming from all over the room. Then Maen saw Marshadow's figure appear again, but this time it was still in the corner of the room, and Jenger and Darkrai surrounded it in the corner. Seeing this situation, Maen also came over excitedly, standing with Jenger and Darkrai, looking at Margindo leaning against the wall in the corner. A tall trainer and two Pokémon with haze all over their bodies blocked a cute Pokémon in the corner. Coupled with Maen's smile, if this scene was seen by outsiders, they would definitely think that Maen was not a good person and looked like a villain. But the actual situation is that Marshadow's strength is completely better than those present Pokémon are all strong. And the reason why Marshadow did not resist but fled is because Pokémon like Marshadow are instinctively very timid. And 117 plus being caught in the act of crime, Marshadow instinctively chose to run away first. Looking at Maen and two Pokémon surrounding him, Marshadow kept saying in his heart, "I'm sorry, Lord Ho-Oh, as an envoy, I'm afraid I have to end my Pokémon's life today." However, Marshadow, who had his eyes tightly closed, did not wait for the expected attack, but felt as if his head was being gently stroked. Marshadow slowly opened his eyes and saw Maen in front of him gently touching his head with his hand. At the same time, there was a particularly friendly breath coming from Maen. The most important thing was that Marshadow felt very comfortable under Maen's touch and completely relaxed. After seeing that Marshadow relaxed and had no intention of escaping, Maen also called Jenger to bring the energy cube over. He took out one and put it in front of Marshadow. The energy cube you ate before should be an energy cube that was not completely solidified. It must taste worse than this one. Try this one. Marshadow heard Maen's words, smelled the wonderful smell of the energy cube in front of him, and couldn't help but stretch out his little hand, took the energy cube in his hand, and then stuffed it into his mouth. Maen looked at Marshadow, whose eyes were narrowed into slits with a surprised expression on his face. He didn't know why Marshadow appeared here. In the animation, Marshadow appeared as a messenger for Ho-Oh, but now he appeared here, making Maen wonder if he also had the potential to become a rainbow warrior. In addition, is it possible that this is another Marshadow, not the one from Ho-Oh? Then can he seduce this Marshadow? Thinking of this, Maen also showed an expectant expression on his face. On the other side, Marshadow was still immersed in the deliciousness of the energy cube. Sure enough, this kind of prepared energy cube was much more delicious than the one it had taken from the machine before. At this time, Marshadow also heard Maen's question and began to explain slowly. Listening to Marshado's explanation, coupled with Darkrai's translation, Maen gradually understood why Marshado came here. It turned out that when he fought with Sabrina before, Maen released excessive dark power, and this power was also sensed by Marshado, so he followed the trace of power all the way here. After confirming that Maen was the master of power, the timid Marshado had not dared to show up. Finally, today, after he couldn't help but captivate the energy cube, he secretly showed up and was caught by Maen. Maen showed a disappointed expression on his face after hearing that Marshado was the messenger of Ho-Oh. In this case, Maen's plan to regain Marshado would fail. After all, Marshado was the messenger of Ho-Oh. If Marshado really took action, Ho-Oh would have to come to Maen in person to talk. Now he couldn't offend such a big guy, and even if he succeeded in regaining Marshado, it was not certain whether Marshado was willing to recognize him as a trainer. After all, although he made a good impression on Earl Dervish of Marshado, it did not mean that he could force his will. However, if he could not regain Marshado, it did not mean that he could not make friends with him. It was also good to leave a good impression on Marshado. In case Marshado was laid off in the future, wouldn't Maen be a good place for Marshado to find a job again? On the other side, Marshado was like a little scumbag. After eating and drinking, he was embarrassed to say goodbye to Maen. After all, the source of the dark power was found before, and he had a good meal. As the messenger of Ho-Oh, he had to go back. Maen did not force him to stay, but took Marshado out of the villa and prepared to send Marshado away. However, when Maen took Marshado out of the villa, Maen suddenly found that the fog had begun to fill the outside, and dark clouds appeared in the sky. However, in such a strange weather environment, Maen actually felt that the temperature around him not only did not drop, but was a little warm. Marshado's face suddenly showed a panic expression, and then he said goodbye to Maen in a panic, and planned to get into the shadow and leave here. However, Marshado was still a step slower, and the figures of 3 Pokémon gradually appeared in the fog. These 3 Pokémon were Suicune, Raikou, and Entei. The 3 Pokémon naturally discovered Marshado, who was trying to escape underground, and after being discovered, Marshado sat down on the ground with a look of complete failure, which made Maen next to him look puzzled. Rainbow Hero, since you have been chosen by Ho-Oh and the Messenger, are you ready to accept the trial of Ho-Oh? A refreshing male voice suddenly came to Maen's ears, and then he judged the owner of the voice from the voice, Suicune standing in the middle. But Maen found that he could understand every word of Suicune, but why couldn't he understand it when it was connected into a sentence? Trial. What trial? Hearing the conversation between Maen and Suicune, Marshado was lying on his back on the ground, looking like a salted fish, and kept saying Marsha and Marsha in his mouth. Suicune's 3 Pokémon were also a little confused when they heard Maen's doubts, but as messengers, they still told Maen to take out the Ho-Oh feather and he would understand. Ho-Oh feather, I don't have that things. Now the 3 Pokémon of Suicune were also confused. They just found that Marshado, the messenger of Ho-Oh, had left far away and came to Hone thought he had found the Rainbow Warrior. But he never expected that Maen, who was regarded as the Rainbow Warrior, did not have the Ho-Oh feather. What was Marshado doing here? Suicune dragged Marshado's body in front of him with the breeze, and then the 3 Pokémon looked at the salted fish normal Marshado together, waiting for its explanation. And Maen couldn't help but take a picture of this scene with Pokédex. After all, it's rare to see the scene of the big guys holding a meeting. These guys are real big guys. These 3 Pokémon are real members of the Ho-Oh Guard and also inspectors of the Rainbow Messenger. Unlike the Suicune that was caught in a net, these 3 should be the 3 Pokémon resurrected by Ho-Oh, and they are the Pokémon that truly inherited part of Ho-Oh's priesthood. Suicune and the others finally figured out the reason why Marshado came here, and the expressions on their faces were also extremely embarrassed. They never expected that such a big mistake would happen. And the 3 of them were also caused by this mistake to come from the Johto region to Hone was completely confused. These are not the most important things. The most important thing is that this incident really embarrassed Lord Ho-Oh. If this gets out, how will the trainers outside view the trial? Ho-Oh's messenger was actually captivated by being ordered to eat. It will make people doubt whether this kind of trial, good money and good, is really reliable. However, in front of Maen, the 3 Pokémon Suicune didn't want to say anything else. After all, it was too embarrassing for Pokémon. Maen saw that several Pokémon were about to leave, so he stopped them first, and then took out some energy cubes from Jenger's stomach and gave them to Keishui to look at them. Some of these energy cubes were bought and some were made privately. After all, there was a Lapras in the family. Although he didn't fight, Maen would not fall behind in the training resources. So he also made energy cube formulas of various systems to make them. But they were all of intermediate quality, which could not compare with the high-level energy cube secret recipes obtained from Alliance. Suikyun and the others naturally wouldn't suspect that Marshido was up to something bad. After all, although Marshido was captivated, not everyone could be recognized by Marshido, so at least Marshido's character could be guaranteed. Min naturally had no intention of retrieving Suikyun and the others. After all, he was not a one-ball Superman who could directly retrieving them with a Poké ball. What he wanted more was to make friends with these legendary beasts and strive to become a legendary beast PY master in the Pokémon world. Just as Suikyun and several Pokémon thanked Min and were about to leave, they suddenly sensed something and all looked up at soaring in the sky. Min also looked up at soaring in the sky and then saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Ho-Oh appeared. Ho-Oh dragged a long tail and flew through the night soaring in the sky with rainbow light on his body and sprinkled rainbow light while passing by Min's sky. One of the rainbow lights fell into Min's shadow. The rainbow light entered the body of Min's Pokémon, and Jengar and the others all showed a comfortable expression and closed their eyes. Darkrai emerged from the shadows. After the rainbow light entered his body, which was originally covered with many hidden injuries, suddenly felt warm. Most of the hidden injuries were slowly repaired, leaving only some serious hidden injuries which were mostly recovered. And Darkrai's strength also rushed directly to the Elite Intermediate level, not far from the peak contest condition. 690. A rainbow light also fell in front of Min. When the rainbow light dissipated, a Ho-Oh feather floated in front of Min. Min obtained the qualification of the Rainbow Warrior. After shedding the rainbow light, Ho-Oh disappeared into the night as if normal had never appeared. Suikyun and several Pokémon looked at Fly's Ho-Oh respectfully after seeing Ho-Oh appear, until Ho-Oh disappeared into the night sky. Now, Rainbow Warrior, you have obtained the qualification for the trial. Are you ready to accept the trial? Suikyun's voice sounded again, this time with a friendly tone, unlike the previous formulaic tone. Maen looked at the Ho-Oh feather in front of him with a firm expression on his face, and then grabbed the feather in his hand, deciding to accept this trial. But an accident happened. The moment Maen got the Ho-Oh feather, the color of the Ho-Oh feather instantly changed from colorful red light to ink-like black. Maen, Suikyun, and other Pokémon. Maen looked at the black feather in his hand, and his expression on his face was also confused. He remembered that the feather turned black in the movie version, which meant that the trainer with evil thoughts in his heart would touch the feather. Isn't he a good person? Maen fell into self-doubt, shattered the child's dream of being a trainer, and then took away all the treasures of others secretly. I do seem to be a bit like a villain. No, I'm not a villain. I'm a righteous trainer. Maen shook his head, threw away the distracting thoughts in his heart, and then looked at the black feather in his hand. He suspected that it might be the influence of his dark power. On the other side, Suikyun and the others were also dumbfounded. What should they do if the feathers turn black? Such an evil trainer should be disqualified as a hero, and Marshido should have immediately taken action to defeat Maen, but the problem is that this feather was dropped by Ho-Oh in front of them. What does this mean? Is Lord Ho-Oh also presbyopic? Suikyun, Marshido, and other Pokémon suddenly had this thought in their minds, and then they immediately shook their heads to get rid of this thought. Lord Ho-Oh must have a deep meaning, that's right. Suikyun and the other three Pokémon could only look at Marshido because this situation is normally handled by Mardo. Marshido was also a little confused. Logically, if the feathers of Ho-Oh were tainted, it must be dealt with a heavy punch, physical heavy punch. But the reason why Marshido, Sifek, did not take action was that it did not sense any evil aura from the Ho-Oh feather that had turned black from Min's hand. There might be a little bit, but that was not enough to taint the phoenix feather. Marshido also told Suikyun and the other three Pokémon what he saw. Suikyun also looked at the phoenix feather in Min's hand and indeed did not sense any strong evil aura but still felt more from the power of Lord Ho-Oh. And although the color of the feather turned black, it still had a shining light flowing on it. And that luster was just like the black pearl normal, completely not tainted and emitting black evil. 012310525 Chinese letter 112,591,421. Means slowly used the power of darkness to input it into the phoenix feather, and indeed the black light on the feather became more obvious, and he also determined the reason for the feather's change. After Mean's explanation and the display of the power of darkness, Suikyun and several Pokémon also understood the reason for Feng Yu's change, and they breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, Lord Ho-Oh was not blinded by old age. Since you have accepted the trial officially begins. After sorting out his emotions, Suikyun announced the start of the trial again. Maen also looked at Suikyun expectantly, hoping to know the content of the next trial. Don't be so nervous, Ho-Oh's trial is not a battle but a test of a person's heart. Heart. Yes, you have passed Suikyun's trial. Maen was stunned when he heard Suikyun's words. Didn't the trial just start? Suicune noticed Mean's doubts and explained, "My trial is to see if the trainer has a sincere heart towards Pokémon." As one of the Ho-Oh guards, Suicune not only has the ability to purify water quality, but also has the ability to perceive the emotions of trainer and Pokémon. When it saw Mean, it discovered the relationship between Mean and his Pokémon, and also learned the story between it and Mean from Darkrai. So Mean naturally passed Suicune's trial. After Suicune's explanation, Mean also understood the meaning of the trial and then looked at Reiku and Entei. "We won't tell you the content of the trial. When you pass the trial, we will appear again. Looking forward to meeting you next time, Rainbow Hero." Suicune didn't say much, and disappeared in the thick fog with Reiku and Entei. But Mean knew that they would always observe Mean and pay attention to Mean's every move. When Mean completed the trial, they would appear again. Although Suicune and the other 3 Pokémon left, Marshadow stayed behind, because as the messenger of Ho-Oh, it could stay here with a clear conscience. Of course, it was not for free meals, absolutely not. But as the messenger of Ho-Oh, Marshadow had the responsibility to observe the Rainbow Warrior. Naturally, Marshadow would not refuse. After all, although Marshadow told Marshadow that it would not help Marshadow in the battle, Marshadow believed that when his life was in danger, Marshadow would definitely help. It was just that there was another resident in his shadow. Now Jengar, Darkrai, and Marshadow were all hiding in Marshadow. Marshadow curiously asked the 3 Pokémon if it would be uncomfortable to squeeze in his shadow. As a result, the 3 Pokémon said that the space inside was large and comfortable. After hearing the answers of the 3 Pokémon, Marshadow stopped asking. This time, Maen didn't put the Ho-Oh feather in Jengar's stomach because Jengar said he couldn't eat it, and if he ate it, his stomach would probably explode. So Maen put the Ho-Oh feather close to his body, and then he found that the feather slowly absorbed his dark power. But the amount was not too much, so although Maen was curious, he just let the feather absorb it casually. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Maen got up early to exercise with Pokémon and received a call from Steven. "Maen, are you interested in digging meteorite?" "Meteorite, where to go?" "LMT. Chimney in Lavaridge Town, how about it, do you want to go?" After hearing this, Maen felt that he had nothing to do anyway, and his Pokémon could also relax for a while. After all, they had been drifting on the sea after dealing with the pirates before, and it didn't matter if they took a rare break, so he accepted Steven's invitation. Not long after, Maen heard the sound of a car horn. It was the familiar luxury car from yesterday, which took Maen to the station directly and then set off for Lavaridge Town. Although Lavaridge Town is only a small town in the Hone region, it is very famous in the Hone region. The reason why Lavaridge Town is famous is because it has the famous scenic spot MT, Chimney, and the famous hot springs in the Hone region. Maen was not very interested in digging stones this time, but wanted to take his Pokémon to soak in the hot springs. After all, it was a rare leisure time, so he naturally had to experience the local customs and customs of the city. After arriving at Lavaridge Town, Steven, the stone maniac, hurried up the mountain after hearing that Maen was not going first, and gave Maen the address he was going to before leaving. On the other side, Maen led his Pokémon to the famous hot spring hotel in Lavaridge Town, booked a hot spring, and then took his Pokémon to relax. Tilde. As his body sank into the hot spring, Maen couldn't help but let out a comfortable sound. Maen, who had lived 2 lives, was taking a hot spring bath for the first time today. The moment he entered the pool, he felt that all his fatigue was dispelled. Jengar and several Pokémon next to him also became like salted fish. Normal leaned against the edge of the pool, and the expression on his face was completely satisfied. Marshadow's whole body floated on the water, like a dried salted fish. Normal's orange eyes were completely narrowed. Maen also asked Jengar to take out the energy cubes he had prepared before and share them with everyone. He also ordered a lot of specialty food from the hotel's service desk. Putting aside all worries, Maen and the Pokémon enjoyed the gift of hot springs. After enjoying it, Maen and the Pokémon put on their clothes and planned to go out for a walk. But when leaving, the owner of the hotel enthusiastically told Maen a piece of news. "Guest, today is Lavaridge. The town's monthly festival will be very lively in the evening, and there will be fireworks. Don't miss it." Hearing the boss words, Maen thought of the streets that seemed to be decorated with many festival items when he came here. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. After asking several Pokémon for their opinions, Maen unanimously decided to go for a walk together in the evening. Maen sensed the excitement of the Pokémons and smiled. After all, his Pokémon had not been born for too long and still retained the personality of a child. Even though Darkrai had lived for hundreds of years, he had been imprisoned for most of the time, and he was very yearning for the scenery outside. Please give me flowers. Fortunately, Maen didn't have to wait too long. After soaking in the hot spring, the sky had actually darkened. Maen didn't wait long in the hotel before he heard the sound of fireworks, which also proved that the festival had officially begun. After leaving the hotel, Maen saw that the streets were indeed very lively, and the vendors on both sides began to do business. Maen walked and looked at the vendors around him, and could only sigh that it was built on most of the things sold in the town under the volcano are related to fire. There are various fire-type Pokémon pendants and dolls, as well as various exclusive souvenirs of Lava Ridge Town. Maen did not buy these things but bought lava cookies, a specialty of Lava Ridge Town. The taste is a bit spicy, but the taste and texture are really good. Maen also bought a bag and threw it down when no one was paying attention. Before the bag of senbei fell to the ground, a chubby black hand caught the senbei and brought it to the shadow. At this time, two people came to Maen. These two people were wearing red coats and pants and wearing red hoods with pointed corners on their heads. They hurriedly passed by Maen. In this festive atmosphere, coupled with being in Lava Ridge Town, most people were wearing red clothes. And because of the festive atmosphere, there were many unfamiliar faces. So the two people's dress did not attract people's attention at all. But Maen on the other side had a slight change of eyes, and then pretended to be a passerby enjoying the festival and continued to walk forward, without attracting the attention of the two people just now. After the two men walked away, Maen's expression became a little solemn, because other people did not recognize their attire. But Maen knew that the attire of the two men just now, and the expressions that were different from ordinary residents, proved that the two men belonged to one of the two largest dark organizations in the Hoenn region, the Lava Team. Maen looked at the members of the Magma Team going away, and his expression was a little speechless. He never dreamed that he would meet the Magma Team when he was on vacation. As for your saying that it would be fine if you just ignored it, then Maen had to mention the purpose of the Magma Team. Magma Team and Team Aqua belong to the two largest dark organizations in the Hoenn region. They can't be said to be working together, but they can only be said to be fighting to the death. The root cause lies in the completely opposite ideals between the two. One side intends to expand the area of the land, and the other side wants to let the ocean cover the continent. Then it involves the two great beasts of Hoenn, Kyogre and the flying No Groudon. These two beasts have been fighting since ancient times. Every time they fight, they force Rayquaza in the sky to come down to mediate 140, then fall asleep and continue to fight, continue to mediate, and so on. Now the two beasts are in a dormant stage, and the current goal of Magma Team and Team Aqua is naturally to wake them up. So if the Magma Team showed up in Lava Ridge Town, it would prove that there was definitely something here that would be helpful in awakening Groudon. So unless Maen turned around and left Lava Ridge Town immediately, Lava Ridge Town would definitely become the center of the incident, because it was about Groudon, and the Magma Team would never give up. But Maen couldn't leave now because he had guessed what the Magma Team was looking for, probably the meteorite mentioned by Steven before. Although he didn't remember it very well, Maen still remembered that the meteorite was indeed targeted by the Magma Team in the anime and games, but Maen always thought that such a thing would not appear until Ash's time, but he didn't expect it to happen earlier now. If Maen left like this, he would be a little sorry for his friend Steven. And if he mentioned this to Steven, who was a resident of the Hoenn region, would definitely go back to stop it. As a friend, Maen would definitely go to help him. It seems that I am destined to be a hard worker, Maen sighed softly and then called Steven. Hearing the gentle voice of the young lady on the phone reminding Maen that there was no signal, Maen couldn't help but twitch his mouth and immediately guessed that Steven must have gone into some cave and the signal was completely unavailable. Maen could only follow the address Steven left before and prepare to go to MT, Chimney. There are two roads from Lava Ridge Town to MT. Chimney, one is the mountain trail and the other is the cable car. However, when Maen was about to take the cable car, he heard the staff say that the cable car was damaged and he could not go to MT Chimney today. When Maen arrived at the mountain trail, he saw Miss Juntia and the police stopping people who wanted to climb the mountain at the entrance of the mountain trail. In the center of the mountain trail, several huge rocks blocked the entrance of the mountain trail. When Maen saw this scene, he knew that both the cable car and the mountain trail were the work of the Lava Team, because they were trying to prevent people from going up the mountain. At the same time, because today is the Lava Ridge Town Festival, the number of unfamiliar faces suddenly increased, so the members of the Lava Team could also mix in, and then gather a large group to go to MT, Chimney together. Seeing that the normal way to enter MT, Chimney was no longer possible, Maen could only lie on Jenger's back and let Jenger find a remote corner and carry Maen into MT, Chimney. After entering MT, Chimney, Maen found that the signal on the Pokédex had completely disappeared, So he guessed that it was the lava team who blocked the signal of MT Chimney with a machine to prevent the people inside from asking for help. In the night, with the help of Jengar and his own dark power, Maen walked silently through the jungle. At this time, Maen suddenly heard footsteps and then quietly hid behind the tree. I say, why did Boss Tabitha ask us to patrol the forest? Isn't the road below destroyed? Stupid? Of course it's because the meteorite plan is very important to our lava team. So Boss Tabitha specially prepared a secret weapon to prevent accidents from happening. What secret weapon? I don't know either. It seems that only Executive Tabitha knows it. We ordinary members don't know it. Maen listened to the conversation between the two members of the lava team behind the tree, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. 0.012310,525 Falu, 122,001,041. Things were different from what he guessed. The target of the lava team was indeed the meteorite, and there was a secret weapon that Maen had never heard of, but unfortunately the two members of the lava team didn't know what the weapon was. Maen gently called Darkrai, and then Darkrai emerged from Maen's shadow and slowly raised his hand towards the members of the lava team. The two members of the lava team didn't know that danger was coming, and they were still chatting by themselves without any vigilance. As the two continued to walk, they suddenly felt empty under their feet and fell down. At the moment of falling, the two found that something like a black hole appeared under their feet. Not long after the two fell into the black hole, they fell out of the black hole again, but they had fallen into a deep sleep. Maen took off the clothes of one of the team members and put them on. After all, the most important thing for Maen this time was to sneak in silently. If they went directly to Wushwang, they would make too much noise and easily attract the attention of the lava team. It would be troublesome if they were surrounded. After changing clothes, Maen tied the two of them together with a rope, then blocked their mouths with their own socks, and then found an empty corner and threw them over. As for whether the two were dead or alive, it depended on their own luck. Maen put on the hood of the lava team and then pretended that nothing had happened and walked towards the entrance of the volcano. Along the way, Maen met many members of the lava team. Fortunately, with the cover of this set of clothes, Maen easily got through and arrived at the place he left before safely. But the reason why Maen looked a little solemn was that the place where Stephen left was at the entrance of a cave, and the entrance was now guarded by two members of the lava team. This means that Stephen may have met with the lava team and even had a fight. However, the specific situation may depend on asking the two guards at the entrance of the cave. The 8th update is completed. I have to be a best man tomorrow, so the update will be late, but it won't be delayed. The reason why Maen was so concerned about the two guards in the cave was because of their clothes, which were obviously different from the two members of the magma team who were stuffed into the black hole before. Although the clothes were all red, they looked more formal and definitely not at the level of soldiers. For example, in addition to Giovanni as the leader and the executive under Kanto's rocket team, there were also various teams and captains. Jesse, James, and Meowth were the most junior members, but the backgrounds of the three were not bad, so they could often talk to Giovanni in the animation. Jesse's mother Miyamoto was the assistant of the leader of the rocket team, and the leader of the rocket team at that time was Giovanni's mother. With this relationship, Jesse would not encounter any trouble in the rocket team. James, needless to say, is a representative figure with a mine in his family. Giovanni would not be in danger because of the relationship of James' family. City Meowth, a Pokémon that can speak 25, is absolutely rare. Although these two Pokémon are the most junior members on the surface, their actual status is definitely similar to that of the executive. After all, it is pure dreaming for a normal junior member of Team Rocket to talk to Giovanni. Unless you catch a legendary beast, you may be cannon fodder for Team Rocket for the rest of your life. The same reason applies to Team Magma. For example, the junior members on the periphery are absolute cannon fodder, and the real formal members are the backbone of Team Magma. Maen noticed that the two guards at the entrance of the cave had very sharp eyes, and their hands were always on the Poké balls on their waists, in order to respond to possible attacks in the first place. If facing ordinary enemies, the two people's defense may be enough, but the three in Maren's shadow are not simple characters. Even if Marshadow does not take action, Jengar and Darkrai can silently kill the two. Jengar, Darkrai, Hypnosis, Maen said softly to the two Pokémon in the shadow. As Jengar and Darkrai quietly came behind the two members of the lava team, their eyes released a strange red light, and at the same time, ripples of normal began to be released around their bodies. The bodies of the two members of the lava team gradually stiffened, and then their eyes became dull, and the hands on the Poké balls on their waists slowly dropped. Your names, numbers, and the purpose of guarding here. My name is Hoyu, number RY369, and the purpose of Protect here is to prevent outsiders from entering and disturbing Tabitha's plan, and to prevent the trainer in the cave from escaping. My name is Huamu, number RY370. Maen hypnotized the two people, and after asking them, they had the same purpose except for their names and numbers. After skillfully stripping off the clothes of one of them, Maen threw the two people into an empty corner, and then lowered the brim of his hat and walked into the cave. The passage of this cave continues to extend upwards. Although there are many forks in the middle, the end is naturally the entrance of the volcano of MT. Chimney. The higher Maen walked, the more he could feel the temperature around him gradually rising. Although MT. Chimney was always active, it was in dormant condition in most cases. This special environment also made the fire Pokémon at the mouth of the volcano particularly numerous. Just as Maen was exploring, a member of the lava team suddenly walked in front of him. He looked at Maen with a puzzled expression. Just as Maen was about to pretend to pass by like before, the member of the lava team on the opposite side spoke first. "Stop, are you a member of the lava team? Why do you look so unfamiliar? What is your name and team number?" "My name is Hoyu, number RY369. Hearing Maen's words, the member of the lava team on the opposite side showed a relaxed expression. Sui Dian waved his hand to indicate that he could leave. Just when Maen and the member of the magma team passed by each other, the piquet ball on the waist of the member of the magma team suddenly fell to the ground, and a mag cargo emerged from the piquet ball. The moment mag cargo appeared, he used flamethrower on Maen. The column of flames instantly approached Maen's back, and it was about to burn Maen into charcoal. At this critical moment, Jengar suddenly appeared and blocked mag cargo's attack with Protect. "Why did you doubt me?" Maen turned around and stood behind Jengar, asking curiously. The member of the magma team opposite heard what Maen said, laughed coldly, and then said, "My name is Huoshu, the captain of the magma team 3. Hoyu is my younger brother, and you actually used his name, which is simply a trap. But I didn't expect that you actually have a Pokémon like Jengar." The member of the magma team named Fire Tree commanded the gym-level mag cargo to stand opposite Maen. Obviously, Maen could not move forward if he could not defeat Fire Tree. Maen also took out the piquet ball at this time and threw it on the ground. Zweilous figure 837 appeared in the cave, with two heads staring at mag cargo in front of them, while Jengar on the other side retreated to Maen's side and guarded Maen's surroundings vigilantly. The Fire Tree on the opposite side looked a little ugly. He could clearly see that Maen's Jengar and Zweilous were both gym level, and Maen's way of not letting Jengar and Zweilous join forces showed that the opponent did not take Fire Tree seriously at all. Even the reason why Maen sent Zweilous might be to take Fire Tree's mag cargo was used as a whetstone to accumulate combat experience. This arrogant attitude made Huoshu angry and happy at the same time, because the sound of the battle would definitely attract the attention of other people in the mountain. When his reinforcements arrived, that would be the death of the man in front of him. Now his goal was just to delay time. Huoshu thought of this and began to give orders to mag cargo in front of him. Mag cargo's lava plumes. As Huoshu gave the order, mag cargo puffed up his body and then spit up thick black smoke in the direction of Zweilous. And before the smoke got close to Zweilous, the burning sensation contained in the smoke had already hit him. Maen had been mentally prepared for the resistance of Huoshu, and he did not hide the fact that he sent Zweilous to train Zweilous. After all, an enemy who cannot hold back is a good training target. As for whether he was worried about the arrival of other members of the lava team, Maen had asked Darkrai to hide the situation here. Although he could not hide the situation here forever, it was impossible for Huoshu to wait for his teammates in the short term. Huoshu's idea of holding on until his teammates arrived was just wishful thinking. From the time Huoshu foresighted Maen's identity, the huge gap in strength had already determined Huoshu's fate. The view returned to the battle scene of Maen and Huoshu. As a fire skill, Lava Plume will not only interfere with the line of sight but also cause damage from fire-type skills. Zweilous Dragon Breath, Maen commanded calmly in the face of the incoming attack. As the dragon type's dragon breath collided with the incoming smoke, the entire cave was suddenly filled with a large amount of scorching steam, and some of the ground on the ground still had traces of burning. The moment Zweilous blocked Lava Plume, Zweilous rushed directly to Magcargo in front of him, braving the hot temperature in the air. Magcargo is a Pokémon with high defense, high long-range attack, and slow speed. If the two sides use skills from a distance in the cave, Zweilous will not have an advantage at all. But if it enters close combat, it is the field that the two-headed dragon is good at, which is why Maen wants Zweilous to use close combat. Magcargo Flamethrower stopped the two-headed dragon from approaching. On the other side, Huo Shu, the captain of the lava team, naturally discovered Maen's thoughts. He knew the advantages and disadvantages of Magcargo very well, so he naturally wanted to stop Zuelis from approaching. In Huoshu's eyes, although Zuelis is powerful, he has always been extremely violent in character. He should not dodge Magcargo's attack, but will rush forward with rage. In this way, whether Zuelis is hit or Zuelis uses skills to block, it should be able to delay Zuelis' steps and achieve the purpose of delaying Zuelis. But then, the scene that shattered Huoshu happened. Zuelis faced Magcargo's flamethrower and rushed straight at him as he thought, but Huoshu, who was originally planning to laugh, was dumbfounded. As Zuelis ran over, one of his heads began to gather dragon energy directly, and then a dragon pulse was spit out at Flamethrower. Seeing Zuelis use skills to block Flamethrower, Huoshu should be happy that his goal was achieved. But the problem is that although this Zuelis used skills, his body did not stop while using the skills, and he still rushed towards Magcargo at full speed. In Huoshu's eyes, the Zuelis on the opposite side was like a moving chariot normal, moving while aiming and firing back with his head as a weapon, as if the movement of the body and the release of skills were controlled together. However, Maen knew that the reason for this situation was that his Zuelis was too smart. Before, Maen had let Zuelis try to do two things at the same time, learn to release two skills at the same time. Although it did not succeed now, after practicing for this period of time, Zuelis can already control the body with one head and release skills with the other head. The benefits of doing this have just been demonstrated. Under the same strength, the opposite Magcargo was easily dragged to close combat by Maen's Zuelis. Magcargo hardened. Seeing Zuelis approaching, Huoshu knew it was too late to release long-range attacks, so he could only hastily let Magcargo increase its defense to resist Zuelis' attack as much as possible, and then find a way to counterattack. As a light flashed on his body, Magcargo tightened his body in the shell, intending to resist Zuelis' attack with all his strength. Zuelis crunch. Zuelis' two mouths gathered the energy of the evil system at the same time, and then opened his mouth and bit Magcargo's body fiercely. The two mouths came to Magcargo's body one after another, accompanied by a tooth-grinding friction sound and the sound of objects cracking after the friction sound. Magcargo's body was instantly knocked out, and as Magcargo flew out, the scattered shell fragments in the air could be clearly seen. Even Magcargo, who used Harden, could not resist Zuelis' attack at all, and even the strongest shell on his body was bitten into pieces. Magcargo was lying on the ground, making a sound of pain, while Zuelis, the instigator, could not help but roar in victory. The expression on Huoshu's face, standing behind Magcargo, was very ugly. He did not expect that even with the same strength, the results of the battle would be so different. Looking at Zuelis, who was still celebrating in front of him, Huoshu was terrified, gritted his teeth, and said fiercely to Magcargo, who was still able to fight. Magcargo shall smash and use Inferno. Although Magcargo was uncomfortable after being hurt by Zuelis, he still followed the order without hesitation, after hearing the command of Trainer. As Magcargo's body slowly emerged from the cracked shell, the color of Magcargo's body became more fiery red, and the temperature of his body became more terrifying. Magcargo looked in the direction of Zuelis and spit out a lot of flames from his mouth. And these flames spewed out as if they had their own consciousness, normal, and slowly surrounded Zuelis while flying towards him in the air, and then continued to shrink in. After doing all this, Magcargo slowly lay on the ground, breathing heavily, and his eyes became extremely tired. Shell Smash and Inferno's double hit had exhausted Magcargo's physical strength. But even though his body fell, his eyes were still fixed on the direction of Zuelis, waiting for Zuelis' response. The skill of Shell Smash in reality is different from that in the game, which can be used multiple times. In reality, when Pokémon uses the skill of Shell Smash, the effect is the same as in the game, which can enhance the attack and speed of Pokémon, but the disadvantage is that it will reduce defense. But the problem in reality is that when Pokémon uses Shell Smash, the body will really get out of the shell for a short time. Although a new shell will be generated soon after the shell is generated, the new shell is often very fragile. This situation leads to the fact that if Pokémon uses shelling continuously, it will cause great damage to the original body of Pokémon. Therefore, in most cases, most Pokémon who have learned the skill of Shell Smash will regard Shell Smash as a killer normal skill. So although the tactic of Transform Mega Sniper after shedding the shell like Cloyster in the game is also available in reality, the effect will definitely be greatly reduced, because there is no limit to 4 skills in real battles, and Cloyster who loses the protection of the shell will be easily targeted. However, when Maen saw the normal surging like a fire dragon and surrounding Zuelis, he also showed a surprised expression. because even if Mean stood at a distance, he could feel the power of the skill of Inferno. If Magcargo wanted to master Inferno, he could only learn it through the inherited skill. This proved that the strength of Magcargo's parents must be good. It seems that Tabitha has made a lot of contributions in the Magma team, otherwise it would be impossible to get such a high-quality Pokémon offspring. However, Mean was surprised but not panicked when facing Magcargo's attack. He commanded Zweilous, who was gradually surrounded by flames. Zweilous, protect. As the light film wrapped around Zweilous' body, Chen Yu's flames also wrapped around Zweilous' body. On the other side, Tabitha looked at Zweilous in the flames nervously. This attack was a duel between spear and shield. Whether Inferno could break Protect was the biggest key. However, Tabitha was destined to be disappointed. Protect could be broken in the real world. One of the reasons was that the Pokémon using Protect did not have enough physical strength. In this case, although the Pokémon successfully used Protect, it might not be able to resist the attack of the other Pokémon 100%. Another reason was that the strength gap between the two Pokémon was too large. For example, Groudon used Precipice Blades to attack an ordinary Sandshrew that had learned Protect. Even if Sandshrew used it successfully, it would never be able to successfully block it because the gap between the two was too large. Therefore, the more physical strength a Pokémon has, the higher the effect and success rate of using Protect. Zweilous, under the daily high-resource cultivation of Maen, coupled with the innate talent of the quasi-god Pokémon, had previously been Magcargo's fight didn't even give it the chance to breathe. The result was that under the attack of Inferno's fire, Zweilous was unscathed. After a roar, he shattered the flames surrounding him and stood proudly on the ground, then looked at the lava snails that came out of Shell Smash. Magcargo still stood there with his body supported, and behind him was a new shell that was produced after using Shell Smash. However, the new shell was soft and light, and it also had no ability to resist attacks. Zweilous' Draco Meteor is over. For Magcargo, whose speed increased and defense decreased, Maen naturally used Draco Meteor, which had a considerable attack range and power, and Zweilous was using this move more and more skillfully. Amid the flying of Draco Meteor and Huoshu's unwilling roar, Magcargo fell to the ground covered with wounds after a thick smoke, losing the ability to fight. Seeing Magcargo defeated, Huoshu quickly took back Magcargo and then turned around to escape. But before he ran 2 steps, Huoshu saw Jengar approaching him with a smirk. Seeing the situation of wolves in front and tigers behind, Huoshu instinctively planned to say something to delay some time. You don't have to think about delaying time. When we were fighting, everything around was blocked by me, so the helper you have been expecting didn't hear the situation here at all. Before Huoshu could speak, Ma Huan, who had taken back the Dilophosaurus, shattered Huoshu's last expectation with a devilish voice. With Huoshu's mental breakdown and Jengar's eyes flashing red, Maen slowly spoke again. Now please answer my questions well. Ignoring Huoshu, who was lying on the side with a dull look and drooling, Maen continued to move forward while thinking about the information he had just interrogated. As for whether Huoshu had become a fool, it was not under Maen's consideration after all. For a captain-level figure like Huoshu, Ma asked Jengar to increase the intensity of hypnosis. Whether high-intensity hypnosis would cause damage to Huoshu's brain was not within Maen's consideration. After all, from what Huoshu said after being hypnotized, Maen knew that Huoshu had done a lot of evil things. Otherwise, the position of captain would not be so easy to obtain. For such a villain, Maen naturally had no habit of holding back, and directly let Jengar increase the transmission of mental power. If he had not become the Rainbow Warrior, he was worried about affecting the results of the trial. Maen would have dug a pit to bury Huoshu directly. Unlike now, he just made the other party a fool and threw him there. As for whether Huoshu can survive in the future, it is not Maen's problem. After all, Maen has saved Huoshu's life, right? Thinking of this, Maen feels that he is really a good person. Compared with those evil people, he is too kind. Maen, who is shameless and self-praising, is also analyzing the information he got from Huoshu before. Huoshu, who is the captain, really knows more and more detailed information than the previous members of the lava team. Steven, who Maen was worried about before, and Normal, who was expected by the lava team, were not caught by the lava team. Instead, they defeated many people of the lava team until the lava team executive Tabitha took action to repel Steven. But they did not catch Steven, but let Steven escape successfully. And Tabitha did not capture Steven because the biggest purpose of the lava team coming to MT Chimney this time was naturally the meteorite mentioned by Maen before. Because that meteorite is one of the key items to awaken Groudon. In the game, the meteorite appears in Meteor Falls, and in the animation it appears in MT Chimney. However, the purpose of obtaining the meteorite is mostly to use the energy of the meteorite to restore the activity of volcano. Only a few generations of games mention the use of meteorite to wake up the sleeping Groudon. But the problem now is that the Hone region has long known the locations where Groudon and Kyogre are sleeping, and MT Chimney is definitely not the place where Groudon is sleeping. And the Magma team wants to take the meteorite away and then use it when they go to the location where Groudon is sleeping. The first person who got the clue of the meteorite when it fell was not the local residents, nor Steven who came after hearing the news. It was Professor Cosmo who had been studying on the mountain. Professor Cosmo is a professor who studies meteorites in the Pokémon world, and when this meteorite appeared, it was Professor Cosmo who discovered it first. This Solence is a tough guy in the Pokémon games and animations. In addition to this meteorite, Professor Cosmo also investigated that meteorite can transform into the form of Deoxys, and studied Mega Evolution in meteor falls with friends from the Kalos region. Professor Cosmo's father Sparky gave Professor Cosmo a Bagon, and this Professor Cosmo actually cultivated Bagon into Salamence, and then exchanged Salamence with his friends for a Solrock, just because the evolved Salamence did not look like meteorite. Damn, the resources required to cultivate a quasi-god Pokémon to perfection are already countless. And this Professor Cosmo actually thought that Salamence did not look like meteorite, so he ignored the resources invested before and directly exchanged for a Solrock. Maen wanted to say that if there really is such a big guy, please give him more. If he wants Solrock, he will definitely go through mountains and rivers to get it for him. After Professor Cosmo discovered meteorite, he began to make instruments and began to study in the mountains. He eventually found that the energy contained in meteorite was very amazing, and the manifestation of this energy was closer to the energy of fire type. During the research, Solence not only discovered that meteorite had an amazing high-temperature reaction once, but even destroyed the instruments once. Professor Cosmo suspected that this meteorite might be related to Groudon. After discovering that the research might be related to Groudon, Professor Cosmo was not scared away, but became more devoted to studying meteorite 24 hours a day. But the Magma team, which had footprints all over the Hone region, naturally received the news of meteorite, and after investigating Professor Cosmo, they discovered the secret of meteorite. As the Magma team intended to awaken Groudon and cover the Pokémon world with land, this meteorite was a must-have item. Soon, Professor Cosmo was found by the Magma team. Although Professor Cosmo was a researcher, he was not bad at being alert. Moreover, as a professor of the Alliance, he also knew some news about the Magma team. So before the Magma team arrived, Professor Cosmo took meteorite away and hid in MT Chimney. After discovering that Professor Cosmo was hiding in MT Chimney, the team leader Tabitha Executive led the team to block the entire MT Chimney and blew up the road to the mountain. As the search circle continued to shrink, the Magma team was getting closer and closer to the goal of catching Professor Cosmo, but Steven appeared in the middle. Steven's strength was no less than the ordinary trainer that the Magma team had captured on the mountain before. He directly repelled the attacking Magma team. If it weren't for Executive Tabitha's action, I'm afraid he would have escaped the encirclement of the Magma team. The current situation is that the Magma team, Steven, and Professor Cosmo are all in MT Chimney, but now there is also Maen who has entered the chaos. At this time, Maen suddenly heard the sound of fighting above his head. Maen, who had already guessed, quickly moved towards the direction of the volcano mouth. When Maen arrived at the volcano mouth, he found that Steven was commanding Metagross, Aggron, Skarmory, and the Earth Dolls to fight on a platform. The rival in the battle was Executive Tabitha of the Lava team. At the same time, Maen also found Professor Cosmo standing behind Steven with a device equipped with meteorite. Maen quickly guessed that Steven might have met with the hiding Professor Cosmo, and at the same time understood the purpose of the Lava team, and decided to take the task of protecting the meteorite cloth. Oh, please give me flowers. But Steven is obviously at a disadvantage now, not only because the Lava team has more people, but the biggest reason is the two elite camera-ups in front of Executive Zukun. As the executive of the Magma team, Tabitha naturally has elite-level Pokémon, so even if Steven's Metagross has reached the elite level, the disadvantage in attributes and the gap in overall strength still make Steven's defense more and more difficult. Maen also sighed at Steven's strength. It was not only because of the rich resources, but also because Steven's own talent was top-notch. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have an elite-level Metagross at this age, and other Pokémon had basically reached the quasi-elite level. Maen guessed that Steven would become one of the Elite Four in 1 to 2 years at most, and then he would immediately become the champion of Hone degrees. Zero on. However, even if Steven's talent is amazing in the future, the executive of the rival Magma team is still not rival now. Camerupt, Flamethrower together, get rid of the kid on the opposite side. Tabitha's gloomy voice sounded, and at the same time directed Camerupt to attack in the direction of Steven. As the camel mountain behind Camerupt made a sound and sprayed white steam, two flames as thick as big trees spewed out. Steven immediately ordered his Pokémon to defend, with Metagross as the big head and other Pokémon as the auxiliary to release skills together to block the flamethrower of the two Camerupts. But Metagross was still able to resist, but Steven's other Pokémon were a little struggling. After all, the gap between main level and non-main level Pokémon was too big. Seeing Steven being suppressed more and more by flamethrower, and at the same time, the members of the Magma team next to him began to join the battle. Professor Cosmo, standing behind Steven, said, "Mr. Steven, run, you have done enough. I will use Meteorite to buy you a chance to escape." After that, Professor Cosmo raised the device with Meteorite high and shouted to the Magma team on the opposite side to stop. Professor Cosmo held up the device containing the meteorite and shouted to Executive Huoshu of the opposite lava team to stop. Otherwise, he planned to throw the meteorite into the lava pool at the mouth of the volcano. Everyone present heard Professor Cosmo's words, including Maen, who was hiding at the entrance of the cave. However, Professor Cosmo's research was okay, but he had no idea about this kind of fight. His words not only made Maen and Steven sigh helplessly, but also made Tabitha on the opposite side laugh. "Professor Cosmo, you have been studying so much that your head is stupid. Do you think I will stop now? As for the meteorite, you can throw it into the lava pool if you want. Anyway, we also brought a salvage device. It just takes a little more time." Huoshu's tone was full of disdain and ridicule, and he ordered Camerupt to increase the intensity of the attack after 597. Since the Magma team blocked MT, Chimney and then shrunk to hunt down Trainer on the mountain, there were only two possible outcomes for this matter. Either the Magma team got the meteorite, or the Magma team was defeated. Professor Cosmo's method of using the meteorite to stop the fight was fine when the Magma team just entered the mountain. But the current situation is that the Magma team has offended the Alliance and is also hunting down Dago. The Magma team must be aware of Steven's identity. Since they dared to hunt down Steven, they were ready to kill him. The Magma team didn't care about Duan's attitude afterwards. After all, this was Groudon's meteorite, and the Magma team would never give up even if they offended Duan. Everyone present knew that this fight was a life-and-death struggle, so when they heard Professor Cosmo's words, everyone's expressions were so strange. Steven's disadvantage was already somewhat obvious. Although he was kind by nature, the meteorite was obviously not safe in the current situation, so Steven planned to use the life-saving props left at home. At this moment, two shadow balls flew directly from a distance and hit the two eruptions. The sudden attack made Camerupt tilt his body, interrupting the release of the flamethrower, and Steven took the opportunity to take a breath. Everyone looked towards the cave entrance and saw Maen standing there in the uniform of the lava team, with Jengar and Zuelis beside him. Steven recognized Maen's face under the uniform of the lava team at a glance, and his expression instantly became pleasantly surprised. On the other side, the expression on the face of Tabitha Executive was a little gloomy. From the fact that Maen was wearing the uniform of the lava team, it was known that the lava team members on guard in the cave were wiped out, and there was no way to stop Maen from entering the entrance of the volcano. "A bunch of trash, let the rats get in so easily, but forget it, rats are rats after all and can't change anything." Tabitha's tone was still extremely gloomy. Maen also took the opportunity to come to Steven, and the Pokémon of both sides also gathered together. "Maen, I knew you would definitely find this place. After all, the Magma team made too much noise, and the Alliance probably got the news. We just need to hold them back." Since Maen entered the chimney, plus the time when the Magma team blocked it before, there has been no news from MT Chimney for such a long time, and the Alliance must have some doubts. After all, Professor Cosmo is an officially certified professor of the Alliance. The Alliance will pay special attention to every senior researcher, and Professor Cosmo has been out of contact for so long that Alliance's investigators will arrive soon. The Magma team standing opposite Maen naturally knew about this situation, especially Tabitha, whose gloomy expression became deeper and deeper, and then she slowly said, "Forget it, let's quickly deal with you mice. I've played enough cat and mouse games." After that, Tabitha took out the piquet ball from her waist again and threw it out. A duck-billed Charmander, duck-billed P***C, here we still have the habit of calling Charmander, appeared from the piquet ball, and the aura emanating from it was another elite level one. Seeing the appearance of the duck-billed Charmander, Maen and Steven also showed serious expressions on their faces. The suppression power of 3 elite-level Pokémon was really amazing. The rest of the members of the lava team go to guard the cave entrance and the passage. I will deal with these 2 little ghosts, don't let the rats get in again. Tabitha ordered the other members of the lava team to leave and protect the cave entrance. First, to prevent others from sneaking in like Maen, and second, to further reduce the possibility of Maen and Steven escaping. In Tabitha's opinion, with 3 elite-level Pokémon, it is impossible for her to lose to Maen and the other 2. On the contrary, it is not easy for her to attack with all her strength with the other team members present. Then Tabitha replaced one of the main attackers with a duck-billed Charmander, leaving a Camerupt standing beside her, in order to prevent Maen's sneak attack. As an executive, Tabitha obviously knew that Maen might be a trainer who was good at Ghost when she saw Maen's Jengar, and Ghost trainers are most famous for their weird attack methods. Tabitha naturally would not give Maen a second chance to use Shadow Ball to sneak attack. Maen saw Tabitha's arrangement and could only sigh helplessly in his heart, and then called out Darkrai in the shadow, intending to resist Tabitha's attack with all his strength. Darkrai's injuries have not fully recovered, but he can still deal with Tabitha's trump card 0.2 Duck-billed Fire Dragon. The key to the problem lies in the other 2 elite-level Camerupts. And Maen was still thinking about the information he got from the previous interrogation. Executive Tabitha came to him this time with a secret weapon. This secret weapon allowed the lava team to appear here regardless of everything, and it was definitely not just because of a duck-billed fire dragon, so the inner vigilance was still not reduced. But now Maen has no time to explore the truth of the secret weapon himself, and can only fight Tabitha on the opposite side with all his strength. Darkrai. As an executive, Tabitha naturally knew Darkrai. She showed a surprised expression for the first time, but then became more gloomy. Executive Tabitha instinctively planned to retreat after seeing that Maen actually had Darkrai. After all, after staying in the Magma team for so long, and being able to become an executive under the pursuit of the Alliance, Tabitha definitely has the ability to save her life. After all, Maen had seen the power of these mythical beasts and phantom Pokémon, especially Darkrai's reputation, so Tabitha's first reaction was to run away. But then Tabitha noticed that Darkrai's strength was a bit wrong. He was only at the middle level of the elite level, at the same stage as his own Charmeleon. Tabitha immediately judged that Darkrai was injured, so she gave up the idea of escaping. In Tabitha's opinion, Charmeleon and Darkrai were a pair, and his remaining 2 Camerupts could completely deal with the Pokémon on Maen and Steven's side. Boy, you and Tiger were almost here. Tabitha's tone was full of rage. However, even though Darkrai was injured, Tabitha knew that Maen's identity was definitely not simple. After all, he knew Steven and had a Pokémon like Darkrai. Tabitha didn't think that Maen had no backers behind him. But Tabitha was in a dilemma now, so she could only cut the grass and root it out. Otherwise, with the talents of Maen and Steven, Tabitha felt that she would not have to think about living a good life in the second half of her life after escaping. Dark Void's Darkrai. Don't even think about it, Charmeleon used the big word Flame Blast. Maen, who wanted to take the initiative, was discovered by Tabitha, and immediately ordered Charmeleon to launch a return. Metagross Psychic attack the duck-billed Fire Dragon. Camerupt block the attacks. Darkrai gathered his hands together, and then threw a baseball-sized black energy ball at the duck-billed Fire Dragon, and the duck-billed Fire Dragon puffed up its mouth, and then flames spewed out of its mouth, gathering into a large in the air, and confronted the flying Dark Void in the air. The sphere composed of Dark Void instantly spread when it touched the flame, and turned into a huge black sphere that wrapped the flames of the large word Flame Explosion in it. While the duck-billed Fire Dragon was attacking, Steven also quickly commanded Metagross to sneak attack, and the white laser was shot at the duck-billed Fire Dragon. But Tabitha was prepared, and Camerupt spit out fire to block Metagross's psychic. Maen and Steven's first joint attack was blocked by Tabitha. At this time, in the blind spot of Tabitha's vision, Jengar's figure appeared, and then a shadow ball was thrown at Tabitha. Although Tabitha couldn't see it, another Camerupt that had been alert beside her jumped up instantly, condensed a layer of light film in front of her, and blocked the attack of Shadow Ball. Boy, do you think I didn't expect you to sneak attack? You are so naive. Tabitha saw Camerupt blocking Jengar's sneak attack, and her expression on her face was very disdainful. Camerupt Flamethrowers. At this moment, Camerupt, who had just blocked Metagross, suddenly spit out flames and attacked Steven and Maen. Steven's Aggron and the Earth Doll hurried over to resist, but because of the huge gap in strength, they were directly pierced by the flames and fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Not only did their own trick fail to win, but they also lost two Pokémon. The situation became worse for Maen and Steven. Steven took back the Aggron and the Earth Doll with a somewhat ugly look on his face, and then asked Maen with his eyes if he had any plans. After all, Maen is the one who has the most ideas around Steven, and the current situation requires Maen to think of a solution. Maen is also thinking about countermeasures quickly in his mind. The current situation is that they have Darkrai, Jengar, Zweilous, and Steven's Metagross and Skarmory. Among Steven's Pokémon, Metagross still has some combat capabilities, but the attribute restraint problem still limits Metagross's performance. As for Skarmory, it can only be used as a mobile Pokémon. And Tabitha's 3 elite Pokémon, except for 2 Camerups that are slightly injured, Charmeleon is still the best contest condition. From the scene, Maen is at an absolute disadvantage, and Marshadow in Maren's shadow will not take action. Although it likes Maen very much, it cannot help Maen fight, because these are also the trials that the Rainbow Warrior should endure. Unless Maen is really in danger of his life, Marshadow will save Maren's life. The rest of Song can depend on Maen himself. Thinking of this, Maen knew that he had to reveal all his cards. Maen slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his body had begun to release black mist. And these mists seemed to have life normal and turned into a rope-like shape in the air normal. One end of the rope made of these mists came from Maen himself, and the other end was connected to the backs of Darkrai, Jengar, and Zweilous. After one end of the rope touched the 3 Pokémon, the 3 Pokémon began to be surrounded by black mist, and the power in their bodies was also partially increased. This was the method that Maen came up with when he saw Sabrina using Psychic to improve the strength of Pokémon at the Saffron Gym. Although Maen also used Dark Power to strengthen Pokémon at that time, most of the energy leaked out. It was not as accurate as Sabrina in strengthening Pokémon to the maximum extent. 012310525 Philo, 122,011,121. So Maen began to study his own unique strengthening method. In the psychic training method given by Sabrina's father, Maen noticed the strengthening means in it, and then verified and studied it with his own dark power. And then he developed his own strengthening method. Tabitha also looked a little ugly when she saw the abnormality on Maen's side. He didn't expect Maen to be a special ability user. Although he couldn't figure out Maen's ability, he could still feel the strengthening momentum after the 3 rope-like things touched Pokémon. Tabitha, who didn't want to delay any longer, planned to attack with all his strength. He had already judged that Maen and Steven's the number of Pokémon has increased, so you can relax a little on your own defense and let your 3 Pokémon fight with all their strength. Camerupt Sunny Day, Tabitha commanded Camerupt beside her. Camerupt heard Tabitha's command and did not hesitate. The energy of the fire type lingered all over his body. Then he spit up a red energy ball from the hump behind him and hit soaring in the sky. The energy ball stayed in the air, like a small sun normal hanging in the air at the mouth of the volcano, constantly sprinkling fire energy in the air. Under the influence of Sunny Day, the momentum of Charmeleon and the other Camerupt became more amazing. Coupled with the natural blessing of the mouth of the volcano for fire Pokémon, the power of Charmeleon and Camerupt's next attack will probably be even more amazing. After Camerupt finished the field skills, the Pokémon on Maen's side also moved. Jengar threw a shadow ball directly at the duck-billed Charmander, but the duck-billed Charmander didn't take Jengar's attack seriously at all. After all, one of them was a gym level close to the quasi-elite level, and the other was a genuine elite level. The difference in strength between the two gave the duck-billed Charmander the confidence to ignore it. The duck-billed Charmander smashed the flying shadow ball with a wave of his hand, and then showed a disdainful expression to Jengar. But Jengar still kept a sly smile on his face. With its wisdom, it certainly knew that this attack would not be able to cause damage to the duck-billed Charmander, but its original purpose was not this degrees. At this time, the duck-billed Charmander saw Jengar's expression and reacted, and hurriedly turned his head to look in the direction of Darkrai. But Darkrai didn't know when he had come to the front of the duck-billed Charmander, and his eyes released red light. The red light turned into ripples and passed through the duck-billed Charmander's body. Under the influence of the ripples, the duck-billed Charmander's eyelids began to fight gradually, and his eyes became sleepy. "Duck-billed Charmander, what are you doing? Smelling salts, come here." Tabitha Rage's voice rang out from the ear of duck-billed Charmander. Duck-billed Charmander heard Tabitha's voice dimly and immediately trembled all over, regained his spirit, and then looked in the direction of Darkrai in fear. It was almost knocked unconscious by Darkrai's hypnosis. Tabitha's face looked a little ugly, not because duck-billed Charmander was almost attacked, but because when Jengar and Darkrai released their skills just now, Maen, the trainer, did not speak a word. This tiny tactical coordination was obviously not the style of play decided by Jengar and Darkrai themselves, which only showed one thing: Ma's special ability can be Silent Command. Tabitha thought of the rope connecting the three Pokémon. He didn't expect that this rope could not only enhance the strength of Pokémon, but also achieve Silent Command. You know, when Pokémon fight, trainers will counter each other's moves according to each other's moves and then counterattack. But facing this Silent Command, Tabitha needs to respond immediately without any advance warning. If it weren't for the fact that Charmeleon's original contest condition was very good, no matter how loud Tabitha shouted, Charmeleon would have been knocked unconscious by hypnosis. On the other side, Maen was relieved when he saw Charmeleon's drowsy expression. Being affected by hypnosis means that Charmeleon's ability is not the hidden ability, motivation, but the ordinary flame body. This is good news for Maen. Charmeleon is not immune to the sleep status condition, so Darkrai's attack is a big threat to Charmeleon. Meng Flame may cause a burning effect on Pokémon using contact moves. Darkrai is not a Pokémon that is good at close combat, so the ability of Flame Body basically poses no threat to Darkrai. Duckbill Charmeleon Camerupt Triple Heat Wave. Tabitha, on the other side, naturally discovered that Maen's previous test might have exposed the ability of Duckbill Charmeleon, so she simply launched an attack directly in order to end the battle as soon as possible. Duckbill Charmeleon and two Camerupts, with the blessing of Sunny Day, directly spit out Heat Wave from their mouths. And the three Heat Waves, under the conditions of Volcano Mouth and Sunny Day, attacked Maen's direction like a heat tsunami that could cover everything. Before they approached Maen and Steven, the two felt the high temperature that could burn everything, and they couldn't help but sweat on their heads. Jengar, Darkrai, and Zweilous quickly gathered and released the Dark Pulse together. Black's evil energy gushed out, and it was difficult to block the incoming heat wave, and they were deadlocked. The middle area of the platform at the entrance of the volcano. Although they resisted the triple heat wave, Mar knew that this stalemate would not last long, because the difference in strength between the two sides was still obvious. Steven, on the other side, noticed this situation without Marn's reminder and immediately ordered Skarmory and Metagross to take action. The city target was Tabitha, who was a trainer. A Skarmory Metal Sound. Metagross Hyper Beam. Skarmory waved Orberg's dual wing beat in the air. The dual wing beat made a harsh sound under the friction in the air, which made Camerupt, who was using Heat Wave, show an uncomfortable expression on his face. The heat wave that was being used could not help but stop. Skarmory's Metal Sound is a skill that does not cause high damage to the Fire-type Camerupt, but it is particularly disgusting. Although this noise does not cause damage, it still has an interrupting effect on Eruption, good Camel's use of skills. Along with the Metal Sound came Steven Metagross's Hyper Beam. Camerupt Eruptions. Facing the attack of Hyper Beam, Tabitha immediately ordered Camerupt to block it. The power of the skill Eruption is related to the contest condition of Pokémon. The better the contest condition, the higher the power of the Pokémon. The power of Eruption used by Camerupt, who was only slightly injured, was basically not weakened. Violent flames sprayed out from behind, blocking Metagross's destructive Death Beam. As Camerupt shifted his attention to Metagross, Maen also successfully resisted the joint attack of the other two Pokémon. Steven slowly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Maen resist the attack. But at this moment, something strange happened. A high-temperature flamethrower shot directly into the air, hitting Skarmory and soaring in the sky. The fire element's restraint damage to the steel element caused Skarmory's body to fall directly from the air and hit the ground heavily. Two troublesome little devils, I wonder what disgusting tricks you have now. Tabitha's gloomy voice came again. And the one who just sent out the flamethrower was the duck-billed fire dragon that had just used Heat Wave. Although the continuous attacks were somewhat exhausting for the elite intermediate duck-billed fire dragon, it was still within the tolerance range, and Skarmory's original contest condition was not good, so it was easy to get rid of Skarmory. There was one less member on Maen's side, and it seemed that the situation was already very bad. But Steven's Metagross and Skarmory also attracted Tabitha's attention because Maen delayed enough time. Jengar raised his hands high at this time, and had gathered a huge shadow ball and threw it directly at the duck-billed fire dragon that had just launched the flamethrower. Seeing the huge shadow ball flying over, Tabitha knew without a second thought that the power of that thing was definitely not low. Even if there was a difference in strength, the duck-billed fire dragon, the explosion at the entrance of the cave attracted the attention of Maen and others. Then Maen saw Drake Elite riding Salamence out of the cave, and Salamence was holding a fainted member of the magma team under his claws. The abnormal situation on MT. Chimney and the lost Professor Cosmo finally attracted the attention of the Alliance, and it was Maen's acquaintance who came here, Drake Elite. As Salamence dropped the bodies of the Magma team members, Drake Elite, who was sitting on Salamance's back, also saw the figures of Maen and Steven. Maen and Steven from the Zvache family, you two have worked hard and I will take care of the rest. Drake Elite was relieved to see that Maen and Steven were not hurt. When he came, Drake Elite had already forced the Magma team to ask for the details, and guessed who the young man who used Jengar and Metagross was, so he came here on his 10th road riding the Violent Dragon. If Maen and Steven really died here, it is estimated that not only the Magma team, but also the gate of the Alliance headquarters would be demolished by Agatha and the people of the Devon group. Maen and Steven were relieved to see Drake Elite. After all, the contest condition of the two was not very good. Steven only had Metagross with 30% combat power left. Although Darkrai's contest condition was good on Maen's side, the physical strength of other Pokémon in Maen was basically at the bottom. Just when Maen and others were relieved, Professor Cosmo's shout suddenly sounded. Maen and others hurriedly looked over and found that the two elite Pokémon on the side of Fire Tree held Metagross and Darkrai, while Fire Tree himself sent out his other two quasi-elite Pokémon, a Torkoal and a Crobat, to seize the meteorite in Professor Cosmo's hands. Crobat released ultrasonic waves in the air, and under the influence of ultrasonic waves, Professor Cosmo instinctively covered his ears. The device containing meteorite in his hand could not help but fall to the ground. Crobat, who was very fast, immediately took meteorite and flew towards the Fire Tree at high speed. Jengar and other Pokémon who noticed that meteorite was taken away immediately wanted to stop Crobat, but were stopped by Torkoal and two other elite Pokémon. Especially Torkoal, who was standing in the front, suddenly had white light all over his body, and there was a faint arc in the white light, and there is only one skill that can cause this situation: self-destruct. Maen and Steven immediately commanded Jengar and other Pokémon to dodge. After all, the power of the skill self-destruct is not a joke. And with a loud bang, the ground around Torkoal was directly blown into a deep pit, and Torkoal himself was lying in the pit with bruises all over his body and lost his combat effectiveness. Fortunately, Jengar's Pokémon dodged in time, so they were not affected by self-destruct. On the other side, Crobat also took this opportunity to send Meteorite back to Tabitha's side, and then Tabitha also grabbed Crobat's claws as if she was going to escape from the air. "Mavage team, have you forgotten that I still exist?" Drake Elite's voice sounded from soaring in the sky. Maen, Tabitha and others looked up and found that Drake Elite had come directly above Tabitha without knowing when, and Salamence also had an Altaria and Flygon beside him. 3 elite-level Pokémon stood still, completely blocking Tabitha's escape route. When the experienced Drake Elite found Torkoal self-destruct, he knew what Tabitha was thinking on the opposite side and directly led the Pokémon to intercept in the air. "Stand on the ground and wait to die, Magma Team guy." Drake Elite saw Tabitha surrounded below, and his expression on his face was very calm. Tabitha saw that Drake Elite blocked all the roads and her face looked uglier than ever. The current situation looked like a life-or-death situation. Only Maen saw that Tabitha's expression was a little strange. In everyone's opinion, Tabitha was already trapped, but Maen clearly saw that there was still a desire to survive in Tabitha's eyes. At this time, Maen suddenly thought of the secret weapon mentioned by the Magma team before and hurriedly looked at Tabitha's hand. Because there were no machines on the scene, there was only one kind of secret weapon: a powerful Pokémon. Sure enough, Tabitha sneered at this time and then said, "I didn't want to use this, but you forced me to do it. I hope you enjoy it." After that, Tabitha took out a locked Piquet ball from her pocket and threw it fiercely at the Drake Elite soaring in the sky. As the Piquet ball emitted a burst of white light, the secret weapon of the Magma team appeared. Cry! A sharp bird sound appeared, and as the bird sound appeared, Maen and others suddenly felt that the temperature around them rose rapidly, and the heat made people sweat on their heads. But the sweat on the top of the head dripped onto the chest. But no one cared, because everyone's attention was attracted by the Pokémon that appeared. The Pokémon that appeared in the Piquet ball had red feathers, almost brown skin, and a sharp and straight beak. The streamlined crown and the flaming tail were all made of flames. The wings were also covered with flaming feathers. In the Pokémon world, people describe its wings like this. It flapped its fiercely burning wings, and even the night sky would be lit up. And this Pokémon was Moltres, one of the 3 sacred birds of Kanto. Maen never dreamed that the Pokémon prepared by the Magma team was Moltres, because Maen had never heard of this Pokémon in the animation and the game. Moreover, even if they are not the 3 divine birds with divine duties, it would take a lot of effort to capture the ordinary 3 divine birds. It is known that Majishi made a lot of noise in order to capture Zapdos, But the lava team actually captured Moltres so quietly, which was beyond Mean's expectation. But the most important thing is why Tabitha, who has Moltres, didn't release it immediately. You know, with Moltres, Mean and I are afraid that they can't hold on for so long. At this time, the sharp-eyed Mean found a black collar hanging around Moltres' neck. After seeing the black collar on Moltres' neck, Maen guessed why Tabitha didn't command Moltres. As an organization that aspires to awaken Groudon, Team Magma has a special preference for Fire-type Pokémon throughout the organization, and also has special experience in dealing with Fire-type Pokémon. And that collar is probably the key to Team Magma's recovery of Moltres. Moltres' contest condition is the same as Maen guessed. The moment he appeared, his eyes were red and scanned all the Pokémon and humans present. Then Moltres frantically fanned the burning dual wingbeat and used the heat wave. Compared with the heat wave used by Charmeleon and Camerupt before, the heat wave of Flamebird is extremely powerful in both range and power. The entire volcano was 297 with countless ember flying under Moltres' fanning. Steven's Metagross was already in poor contest condition. Under this sudden heat wave attack, it was burned and lost its combat ability and fell to the ground. Maen also hurriedly took back Zweilous and let Jengar hide in his shadow. Darkrai stood in front of Maen to block Moltres' attack. Drake Elite also commanded his Pokémon to resist Moltres' attack. The only one who was not hurt on the entire field was Tabitha of the Magma team. He didn't know when he pressed a button on a remote control on his wrist, and his clothes were instantly wrapped in a layer of red film. The heat wave disappeared when it blew on the film, and it couldn't hurt Tabitha under the film at all. Steven, Maen, take Professor Cosmo away quickly. Moltres has already rioted. I need to concentrate on the battle in this environment of volcano, and cannot be distracted to take care of you. Drake Elite did not dare to stay in the air riding Salamence, because the entire soaring in the sky was already covered by Moltres' flames. The crazy Moltres had already ignored the loss of power, and the entire mouth of volcano was constantly flowing with arcs of fire. Steven, take Professor Cosmo and go first. I will command Darkrai to assist Drake Elite. Maen turned his head and said to Steven beside him. Steven did not say anything polite when he heard Maen's words. He directly helped Professor Cosmo up and planned to leave the cave, because he was completely a burden without Pokémon to participate in the battle. Staying here would distract Drake and Maen. Then you should also be more careful of Maen, Steven said and pulled Professor Cosmo out of the cave. Drake Elite on the other side looked at Maen with appreciation after hearing what he said and did not refuse Maen's help. After all, fighting in this environment was not a favorable choice for Drake, and having Maen's help could indeed make him feel a lot more relaxed. Drake threw out 2 more Piquet balls, releasing Haxorus and Dragulge, both of which were also elite level. Here we should tag a certain flying elite to see what a real dragon-type elite looks like. Drake Elite should have had an elite-level Kingdra, but Kingdra was completely suffering in this hot environment and could only exert half of its strength, so Drake did not release it. With 5 elite-level Pokémon plus an elite-level Darkrai from Maen's side to assist, they were not afraid of Moltres at all. Maen, it's up to us to cooperate now, let's go. Okay, Drake Elites. Moltres on the other side was also attracted by Drake and Maen. Although he lost his mind, he also felt the hostility of Maen and looked up at the high-pitched cry of soaring in the sky. The cry grew like a ripple throughout the mouth of the volcano. In this cry, Maen instinctively felt a sense of fear and oppression. Maen, be careful, the ability of Moltres is oppression. When facing it, trainer and Pokémon will be affected. Pay more attention. Maen heard Drake Elite's reminder and nodded solemnly. Drake also moved from Salamence's back to the ground and stood behind Haxorus. After all, riding Salamence would affect Salamence's performance, and Haxorus, as the ground unit in this battle, had no way to deal with Moltres in the air. After all, Haxorus's special attack was too weak. Salamence Altaria Dragon Pulse. Flygon Rock Attacks. Dragulge Sludge Bomb. Drake quickly commanded the Pokémon to start the battle, and also commanded Darkrai to wait for the opportunity. 012310525 Chinese letter 122,011,591. Except for Dragulge, the other Pokémon all flapped their wings and flew into the air, standing in different positions and releasing skills towards Moltres. Facing the attacking skills, Moltres directly flapped his wings and released a large amount of flames, blocking Dragon Pulse, then flying sideways to avoid Rock Attack, and then spitting out flames from his mouth to block Sludge Bomb. Although he lost his mind, Moltres' fighting instinct was still not lost, and he blocked the attack of Drake Elite's Pokémon. However, behind Moltres, Darkrai appeared from the shadows and threw the dark void gathered in his hands towards Moltres. Moltres, who didn't notice behind him, was hit by the dark void, and his body was instantly wrapped in the dark sphere. However, only 3 seconds later, the sphere formed by the black hole quickly expanded, and then Moltres flapped his wings and fly, directly breaking the dark void's wrapping, and at the same time released a large amount of fire rain around. Moltres directly broke free from the attack of the dark void with his powerful strength, and at the same time resisted the contest condition of sleep and released a large range of attacks. 5.9 The scattered fire rain sprinkled like meteors normal in the sky and on the ground. Drake pulled Maen's body and hid behind Haxorus. The flying fire rain was dispersed by Haxorus's 2 fangs that emitted white light, and Drake's other Pokémon and Darkrai also nimbly avoided Moltres' attack. Although he broke free from the attack of Dark Void, the large-scale attack plus the joint attack of 6 elite-level Pokémon gradually made Moltres, a legendary beast, fall into a disadvantage. This is also the biggest feature of Pokémon with or without trainer command. Pokémon with trainer will choose a more labor-saving and effective way of fighting in battle, while Pokémon like Moltres who have lost their mind and cannot be commanded fight more by instinct and anger. Tabitha, standing on the ground, saw Moltres at a disadvantage, and her expression was a little gloomy. She had planned to use Moltres' strength to repel Drake and Maen, and then Tabitha would take Meteorite and Moltres and escape. But Tabitha underestimated Maen and Drake's strength. Darkrai is not to be mentioned. Old elites like Drake Elite have fought hard, and each Pokémon has experienced hundreds of battles. Facing the irrational Moltres, they would not mess up their formation at all but would join forces to attack Moltres with ease. Damn it, it seems that Moltres can't be taken. Take Meteorite away first, otherwise Maxie will be angry. Anyway, Meteorite is the key. As for Moltres, although it's a pity, there is still a chance to get it again. Tabitha gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, then controlled the remote control so that the film on the clothes also wrapped Crobat, and then pulled Crobat's body slowly up to soaring in the sky. No, that guy is going to escape. Flygon, go stop that guy. Maen, you command Darkrai to help me attack Moltres. Don't mess up the rhythm. Drake Elite spotted Tabitha, who wanted to escape at a glance, and commanded Flygon to stop Tabitha from taking Meteorite. However, Tabitha, who rose to the middle of the air, did not feel any fear. Instead, she smiled evilly and stretched out her wrist, pressing the red button on it. At the moment the button was pressed, a needle suddenly stretched out from the inside of the device on Moltres' neck, piercing Moltres' neck fiercely, and then the red unknown liquid stored in the device quickly injected into Moltres' body along his neck. When the red unknown liquid was injected, the device on the neck also lost power, and it broke directly and fell from the air to the ground. At this time, the flames on Moltres' body were surging wildly, and his strength was constantly rising. When Moltres' momentum climbed to the peak, Moltres' strength also changed, breaking through directly to the champion level. Flames gushed out of Moltres' body, dying soaring in the sky red. Before Flygon could get close to Tabitha to stop him, he was frightened back to his original position by the gushing flames. Under the protection of the special fireproof suits, Tabitha and Crobat were not affected. Old Man Drake and you 2 little devils, Tabitha will remember this grudge. We'll see each other later. Oh no, you should survive Moltres' attack first. Tabitha laughed triumphantly, and then Maen and Drake saw Tabitha fly directly out of the volcano under the leadership of Crobat and escape from MT. Chimney with Meteorite. However, Maen and Drake had no way to care about Tabitha at this time, because Moltres in front of them had gone completely crazy. If the previous Moltres still had a trace of reason and fighting instinct, then the current Moltres has completely turned into a beast of rage. The potion just now not only forcibly raised Moltres' strength, but also destroyed Moltres' last bit of rationality. Drake Elite looked at Moltres in front of him with an ugly face. Although there is only a thin line between Elite and Champion level, the two are fundamentally different. If Drake and Maen were able to deal with Moltres with ease just now they must be fully focused. The most important thing is that Maen and Drake cannot retreat at this time, because if the 2 of them leave, Rage's Moltres' next target will be the residents under MT. Chimney. Although the Alliance has been evacuated urgently, there are still many residents and tourists left below. If Moltres rushes out of MT, Chimney, it will be a disaster for the Pokémon and people under the mountain. This is going to be a life-threatening situation. Maen, be careful next time. Drake Elite's tone became more serious than ever. Yes, but Moltres' contest condition is very wrong. Maen looked at Moltres' body and felt something was wrong, but he couldn't confirm it. At this time, Darkrai's telepathic voice came. Maen, Moltres is in pain. I can feel that his soul is wailing. The life energy in his body is fading. He may be dying soon. Darkrai's voice was filled with sympathy and rage. It thought of the contest condition in which it was imprisoned before. Molter's contest condition at this time was just like normal when its power was extracted. It's just that Darkrai's extraction would not affect the origin, but Molter's improvement in strength came at the cost of his life. Mean's face turned very ugly when he heard Darkrai's words. He finally understood why he felt that Molter's contest condition was a bit wrong. The red liquid that Tabitha injected into Molter's before should be the product of the experiment. This liquid should be able to greatly increase the strength of Pokémon. Even the threshold from elite to champion can be broken, but this improvement in strength has a price. The price is the crazy consumption of Pokémon's life energy and 447 souls. The reason and body of this Moltres have been completely consumed and withered under this external oppression. Maen informed Drake Elite of his conclusion, and Drake Elite was silent when he heard Maen's words. But I can sense that this person who has dedicated his 10 lives to the destruction in the heart of the Pokémon old man. Maen, if that's the case, then don't hold back. We have to do our best to free Moltres as soon as possible. Drake Elite's tone was steady, but Maen could feel the fire in the old man's heart was already burning. After this incident, Team Magma would be thoroughly punished in the Hoenn region. Molter's momentum and strength had stopped rising, but Maen could see that Molter's dual wingbeat had some small wounds, and a few drops of blood like flames fell to the ground. Cry! As Moltres called, the fire energy at the mouth of the volcano seemed to be attracted by normal and surged wildly. Even Zhu deactivated MT. Chimney began to show signs of activity. 012310525 Feilu, 122,021,091. Molter's fan dual wingbeat, and the flames surrounded the entire mouth of the volcano like a fire dragon normal, wrapping Maen, Drake, and other Pokémon tightly in the volcano. This can't be fire spin, but the range and power are too outrageous. Is this the strength of a champion-level beast? How terrifying would Groudon, Kyogre, and other first-level gods be? Maen looked at the flames surrounding the entire volcano and the gradually shrinking encirclement, and the sweat on his face couldn't stop flowing down. But now is obviously not the time for Maen to be dazed. He and Drake immediately commanded the Pokémon to attack Moltres. They still beat Moltres as before, but this time Maen and Drake found that the attacks of Pokémon such as Salamence and Darkrai were blocked by the flames on Moltres when they flew in front of Moltres. Those attacks lost their power after breaking the flame protection on Moltres, and the flame shield quickly absorbed the fire energy next to it to repair itself. As the fire spin encircled closer and closer, the wounds on Moltres' body became bigger and bigger, and blood began to drip onto the ground. Along with the dual wingbeat, the gas rose from the ground. Just when Maen was at a loss, he suddenly felt a cold feeling on his right hand. Maen lowered his head and saw that Marshadow had held Maen's hand at some point, and then Maen felt that the dark power that had been exhausted had been replenished and recovered a small part. Maen looked at Marshadow's eyes and knew that it should have noticed Moltres' contest condition, so it was willing to help Maen give Moltres a chance to be relieved. As the dark power injection ended, Marshadow quietly returned to Maen's shadow again. Maen clenched his fists and looked at Moltres, who was soaring in the sky. His eyes became very firm. Drake Elite, help me delay for a while, then let Salamence and the others use all their skills to attack in one place, and then I will launch the final attack. Drake Elite did not ask any more questions after hearing what Maen said, because he believed in Maen's strength. Since Maen could say such words, it naturally means that Maen has absolute confidence. Drake Elite quickly commanded Salamence and other Pokémon to return to the front and firmly blocked Maen. Maen called back Darkrai, put his hands behind Darkrai, and injected dark power with all his strength. Darkrai, full dark void. Darkrai gathered his hands together, and the dark power began to gather crazily. Although he lost his mind, Moltres could still sense the powerful energy fluctuations, and began to speed up the encirclement of fire spin crazily, while spewing flames in the direction of Darkrai. But Salamence and the others had already stood in position in advance and blocked Moltres' attack with all their strength. As Darkrai's Dark Void was ready, Maen also tilted his body and was hit by Drake Elite supported him. Salamence full attack. Drake Elite, who supported Maen, did not hesitate and directly ordered Salamence and other Pokémon to attack Moltres with all their strength. Several dragon energy beams turned into light beams and directly broke the flames wrapped around Moltres, tearing a huge hole in the protective shield composed of flames. And Darkrai also threw Dark Void in the direction of the hole. Compared to the previous Dark Void, this Dark Void is deeper and smaller in size, but Maen knows that this is the result of Darkrai's full compression. As the Dark Void passed through the hole and hit Moltres' body, a huge black hole enveloped Moltres' body. Everything in the black hole seemed to be annihilated normal, and the flames on Moltres' body also became flickering under this attack. The fire spin surrounding Maen and others was shattered, and the huge black hole also dissipated. Molter's body fell from the air after the black hole dissipated, and the flames on his body were like a candle in the wind. Normal was about to dissipate, and his body was covered with dense wounds. With a bang, Molter's body fell to the ground. Maen and Drake walked silently to Molter's side, looking at the dying Molters. Molters opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Maen. Now he had regained his sanity, and his eyes were full of gratitude and relief. He was very grateful to Maen and Drake for helping him get rid of the pain, and seemed to want to remember Maen's face. Molters finally hummed softly, looked at Maen deeply, and then slowly closed his eyes. With the flames on Molters extinguished, his life also came to the final end. Drake Elite, let's bury it in the magma pool in the volcano, which can be regarded as sending it on its last journey. Drake Elite did not refuse Maen's proposal, and planned to command Pokémon to send Molters on his last journey. 12,310,525 Philo, 122,021,191. Maen squatted down and gently stroked Molters' body, which still had body temperature, but the emotions in his heart were somewhat difficult to express. At this time, Maen suddenly felt a little warm in the pocket on his chest. Maen hurriedly put his hand in his pocket and then took out the hot object, the Ho-Oh feather dyed black. Maen seemed to sense the emotions from this black Ho-Oh feather, and then put the Ho-Oh feather on Molters' body. After the Ho-Oh feather touched Molters' body, it instantly bloomed with colorful rainbow light. The rainbow light tightly wrapped Molters' body, and at the same time, Maen, Drake Elite, and other Pokémon, King Lee who were present seemed to hear a bird's cry in their ears. Maen identified the owner of the bird's cry, it was Ho-Oh. After the rainbow light flashed, black mist like ink also sprayed out from the feathers, also wrapped Molters' body. The rainbow light and darkness complemented each other, and then blended with each other to wrap Molters' body together, forming a shining black sphere. A minute later, as the black sphere continued to shrink, Molters' body on the ground also disappeared. Under the surprised eyes of Maen and others, the black sphere began to surge and change. After the surge, the black light ball began to shrink continuously, until the black light ball shrank to the size of an egg. The outer black shell and the rainbow light disappeared, revealing the object wrapped under it. It was a Pokémon egg. In the Pokémon world, apart from some unique gods, some mythical beasts and phantom Pokémon do not exist as individuals. For example, in the movie, 5 phantom Pokémon Genesects even appeared in the group activity. As the light of the Ho-Oh feather dimmed, Normal flew back to the pocket on Maen's chest as if it had consciousness. And the Pokémon egg floating in front of Maen was Molters' Pokémon egg without guessing. However, Maen found that the Pokémon egg in front of him was not the fiery red color of the fire Pokémon. Instead, the egg pattern on the eggshell was black like ink, and the black shell was dotted with patterns like flames normal. The Pokémon egg of this color is definitely not a normal Molters. At this time, Maen suddenly remembered the Galar region, which is still unknown. The Molters in the Galar region are not the fire-type Molters of the usual Molters, but the evil-type and flying-type Jingjin. Molters from the Galar region is a migratory Pokémon that appears in the Crown Snowfield every few decades. For a long time, it was regarded as the legendary Pokémon, Molters, because of the evil aura that burned on its appearance like a burning fire. Maen remembered the introduction of Molters from the Galar region in his previous life, which means that Molters from the Galar region was not born in the Galar region, but migrated to the Crown Snowfield every year. But now the Pokémon egg in front of him gave Maen some clues. The previous Molters not only had a feeling of relief before his death, but also had rage and hatred for Team Magma. The hatred from the soul plus the resurrection of the black Ho-Oh feather may have created such a special Molters. And other Galar regional variant Molters may also appear in special forms because they were born in some regions with special auras. Maen felt the familiar feeling coming from the Pokémon egg in front of him and instinctively held the suspended egg in his arms. There was no warm feeling, but Maen felt a cool feeling from the shell of the Pokémon egg CFDC. Drake, who was standing by, saw the whole scene. Even though he was well informed, he couldn't help but marvel at Maen's luck. With the Phantom Pokémon Darkrai and this Pokémon egg, plus 2 elite-level Pokémon descendants, Maen's future was limitless. Maen looked at Drake hesitantly while holding the Pokémon egg. But before Maen could speak, Exorcist reached out to stop Maen from saying the next thing. Don't worry, Maen, I know what you want to say. I will keep the Pokémon egg a secret for you. After all, only you and I know what happened here in the end. I also hope that you will grow up sooner. After all, the future of Alliance still needs young people like you. Thank you, Drake Elite. Maen was very grateful to Drake Elite for keeping the secret. After all, this was a Pokémon egg of a legendary beast. If other people knew about it, even if Agatha Elite was backing Maen, there would be crazy desperados who would keep looking for Maen's traces. Drake Elite took back the other Pokémon, leaving only Salamence and Flygon. After seeing Maen put the Pokémon eggs back into his backpack, Drake Elite motioned for Maen to sit behind Flygon and then flew away from MT. Chimney with Maen. After Maen and Drake flew away from the volcano of MT, Chimney, Suicune, Entei, and Reiku, 3 Pokémon of the Ho-Oh Guard, stood high on the mountain and watched Maen fly away. Entei, how is it your child has passed the test, right? When Moltres was dying, Entei actually planned to use the Fire of Life given by Ho-Oh to save Moltres, but he didn't expect that Maen's Black Phoenix Feather could do the same thing. The trial that Suicune mentioned is the Ho-Oh trial mentioned earlier. If Suicune tests the trainer's sincerity to Pokémon, then Entei tests his love for Pokémon. Only a trainer with a normal love for Pokémon can pass Entei's trial and help Moltres to be liberated and reborn at the same time. This is definitely a trait. Because the Ho-Oh feather cannot be activated at any time, it will only be activated when there is a strong desire in the heart. Unlike the gentle Suicune, Entei nodded coldly when he heard Suicune's words, and then kicked off the platform with all 4 legs and rushed into the jungle under his feet. Although Entei left, Suicune clearly saw when Entei left. Entei's eyes were filled with admiration, but he just smiled gently, and then he and Reiku followed Entei into the woods. A base of the lava team in the Hone region. Executive Tabitha came to the base and opened the video call. As the video call started, Maxie with red semi-long hair appeared on the screen. Tabitha, since you sent me the video, it means that the plan should be successful. Seeing Maxie on the screen, Tabitha showed an admiring and respectful expression on her face and said, Maxie, I have fulfilled my mission. I have brought back the meteorite. After that, Yikun took out the device containing the meteorite. Well done, Tabitha, this has taken our plan one step further. Seeing the meteorite, Maxie couldn't help but smile on his cold face. It's just that, Maxie, you didn't bring back the Moltres you gave me, but you didn't leave it to the Alliance. Before I left, I injected Moltres with the maximum dose of the violent potion, and Moltres was dead. Well, it doesn't matter, as long as meteorite is brought back. Moltres is rare but not as good as Groudon, so let him die. Maxie didn't care about Moltres' life or death at all. After the video call ended, Maxie stood on the top floor of a tall building, looking at the scenery below with a smile on his face that he couldn't hide at all, and said to himself, now the first stage of awakening Groudon has been completed. As long as the orb and Groudon's sleeping place are found, then the world can be completely changed. A sea in the Hone region. A cruise ship quietly stayed on the water, and the people standing on the deck were wearing blue pirate-like clothes. The leader of the group standing on the deck was a muscular man with dark skin and bare upper body. This strong man was Team Aqua's executive Akeo. Boss Akeo, we found something. At this time, a member of Team Aqua wearing a dive suit emerged from the water under the ship and shouted loudly to Akeo standing on the deck. Akeo smiled when he heard the report from his men and then made a video call. The other end of the video was naturally the leader of Team Aqua, Archie, who was dressed like a pirate. Boss Archie, we found the stuff, but our informant in the Magma team just sent us a message that the Magma team also succeeded. Those Alliance guys are really useless. They actually let the Magma team get the meteorites. Ha ha ha, well done, Achao. As long as we get the stuff, we don't have to worry about the Magma team. On the contrary, Maxie helped us attract the Alliance's firepower so that our plan can be implemented so smoothly. Hurry up and send the blue water drop back so that our plan can proceed to the next step. Achao and Archie's laughter resounded throughout the deck. To awaken Groudon and Kyogre, 3 elements are needed. One is the Crimson Orb and the Indigo Orb, and the other is the sleeping place of the 2 Pokémon. To awaken the 2 Pokémon, a key medium is needed. That is the meteorite in the hands of the Magma team and the blue water drop obtained by Team Aqua. These 2 things contain the energy of the 2 mythical beasts. With these 2 things, Groudon and Kyogre can be successfully awakened. Maen, who didn't know that the Hone region was about to fall into disaster, went to the nearest town to Lava Ridge Town with Steven and Drake Elite after returning to Lava Ridge Town. Green Town is famous for its refreshing air. Although it is close to MT, Chimney, volcanic ash will not blow here due to the wind directions, so it is a good place for many weak patients to recuperate. Drake Elite left after safely sending Maen and Steven to Green Town, intending to report to the Hone Alliance headquarters. Maen and Steven decided to stay here, mainly because they wanted to take a good rest in the comfortable environment here. After all, in the Battle of MT, Chimney, Maen, Jengar, and Zweilous were all exhausted except Darkrai, and they had to rest well, and Steven was injured. But there are also benefits, that is, this battle is very good for the growth of Pokémon. After digesting the experience of this battle, Jengar and Zweilous may be one step closer to the strength, and it is estimated that they will soon grow to the quasi-elite level. But the most important thing for Maen at present is the Moltres Pokémon egg obtained in Empty Chimney. After arriving in Green Town, Maen bought the most advanced hatching device at the Pokémon Center, and then carefully put the Pokémon egg into it. At this time in Maen's room, Maen and Jengar and other Pokémon were all around the Pokémon egg, looking at the Pokémon egg carefully. When Maen was holding the Pokémon egg, he found that the Pokémon egg seemed to consciously absorb Maen's dark power, and Maen did not stop it. Every time it stopped when the Pokémon egg was saturated. After staying in Green Town for 3 days, Maen planned to leave, and Steven also planned to say goodbye to Maen here. Maen, what are your plans next? Plans? Hearing Steven's words, Maen showed a thoughtful expression on his face. Maen recalled his journey. He wanted to explore the ancient ruins peacefully, but he encountered pirates. Then he went to Laveridge Town to take a vacation, but the vacation failed. Instead, he went to fight with the people of the Lava Team. In the end, Maen seemed to be entangled in troubles until now. Could it be that his character was too low? In the end, Maen made a decision. It was definitely not because of his low character, but because of his bad luck. So this time, Maen planned to take his Pokémon to rest for a while. Jengar and Zweilous were about to break through. I think it's a good idea to train well in a quiet place and stabilize the state. Please give flowers. After hearing Maen's decision, Steven recommended a place to Maen. Lilycove City. Lilycove City is one of the most prosperous regions in the Hoenn region, and it is a rare resort near the sea. There are also various islands between Lilycove City and Mossdeep City for travel, and the famous breakers are also available for sea travel. Hearing Steven's recommendation, Maen was also a little moved, and finally got unanimous approval after voting with his own Pokémon. Then Mahui and Mewtwo went to Lilycove City separately. Lilycove City, where the land ends and the sea begins. This is a big city in the eastern part of the Hoenn region. Not only does it have the famous Lilycove City Art Gallery and Department Store, but the harbor of Lilycove City also has the famous breakers. Zero, wearing beach pants and bare upper body, wearing sunglasses and a straw hat, Maen stepped on the sand, watching the tourists playing on the beach, and felt extremely relaxed in his heart. After finding an open space, Jengar emerged from Maen's shadow, and then took out parasols, lounge chairs, and other props from the storage space in his stomach, and quickly placed them on the open space. Then he put on sunglasses like Maen and lay comfortably on the chair. Zweilous was also released by Maen and lay on the warm sand with peace of mind. Darkrai and Marshadow didn't like being watched, so they still hid in the shadows, but they also curiously observed the surrounding scenery along the shadows around them. The happiest one was Maen's only sister, Pokémon Lapras, who swam happily on the beach and sang happily from time to time. Lapras's cute appearance and beautiful singing also attracted the attention of many tourists, especially many young ladies. As a Lapras trainer, Maen also had a rare feast for his eyes and saw many beautiful bodies of cool young ladies. 012310525 Chinese letter 122,021,441. As for picking a fight, that is impossible. Normal people can see Jengar and Zweilous next to Maen, and the trainer who can carry this kind of Pokémon is definitely not an ordinary person. So naturally there is no one who is blind enough to come and pick a fight. This time, Maen rested in Lilycove City and the surrounding islands for half a month. During this half month, Jengar and Zweilous have successfully broken through to the quasi-elite level and have also consolidated their own realm. The most important thing is that Maen and his Pokémon have rarely enjoyed a comfortable vacation in this half month. At this time, Maen and his Pokémon also came to the last stop of the vacation, Wazua Island. Wazua Island is located between Lilycove City and Mossdeep City. It is a rare resort with a blue sea, soaring in the sky and soft beaches. However, although Maen came here for vacation, he also had other plans, which was to recapture Relicanth here. Although in the animation, even the seafood owner here knows Relicanth, and the Pokémon map, 997, can clearly identify Relicanth's information at that time. But that was a few years later. At this time, ancient Pokémon like Relicanth are very rare. Even Alliance does not have many Relicanths. It was not until the emergence of Dasha Valley that ancient Pokémon were supplemented in large quantities, providing a lot of materials for the study of ancient Pokémon. Maen asked Professor Oak and Professor Birch for help more than once, and there was nothing to thank the two professors, so Maen planned to find the Relicanth here, and then try to recover two and give them to Professor Oak, which was also a thank you for their help. As usual, Maen bought a set of dive clothes and also chartered a miniature dive boat. After all, the location of Relicanth is in a hidden grotto in the deep sea. On the other side, Lapras went into the water as a helper to assist Maen. Lapras seemed very happy to help Maen and couldn't help singing on the shore, which also made Maen, who was changing into a dive suit, smile knowingly. At this time, Lapras, who was singing, was suddenly stunned, and then looked around with a puzzled expression on his face. Maen had also changed into his dive suit at this time. Seeing Lapras' expression, he curiously patted its carapace and asked Lapras what happened. Lapras still had a puzzled expression on his face, and then whimpered at Maen a few times. Darkrai in Maen's shadow acted as a translator, telling Maen that Lapras heard someone talking to it. Maen was also a little confused after hearing this. Most people on the beach were resting, and Maen also deliberately found a place with few people to act. It stands to reason that if someone talked to Lapras, Maen would know it at the first time. But there was no one around, and Lapras also said that he only heard one time and then he didn't hear it again. In the end, Maen had to put aside his doubts and led Lapras into the water to find Relicanth. Maen, driving the dive boat, assist radar easily moved towards underwater. Maen remembered that the location of the Relicanth was in a seafloor cavern in the underwater mountain range, and that seafloor cavern was entered through the sea current. Sure enough, when Maen drove the dive boat to the bottom of the sea, he found the sea current, and Maen drove the dive boat into the sea current. Lapras followed the dive boat to protect Maen at any time. Following the sea current through the narrow cave, Maen entered the seafloor cavern. Just like what Maen saw in the anime, in the huge seafloor cavern, Maen found the shipwreck that appeared in the anime and the Relicanth group swimming around the shipwreck. Maen remembered that the so-called treasure in the shipwreck was some green shards, which were far less valuable than these swimming Relicanths. What Maen didn't expect was that there was actually a signal in this underwater cave, which just facilitated Maen's actions, and he directly made a video call to Professor Oak. When the video call was connected, Maen saw Professor Oak on the other side of the camera. But in addition to Professor Oak, there was also Odamaki Hiru. Under Maen's curious questioning, Maen knew that Professor Oak came to the Hoenn region to discuss Pokémon issues and would return to Kanto soon. "Maen, what do you want me to do for you this time?" Professor Oak asked Maen what he needed help with, and Maen felt a little embarrassed. Professor Oak, I'm not asking for your help this time, but I accidentally found this while on vacation." After Maen finished speaking, he pointed the camera at the Relicanth swimming in the water. Professor Oak immediately put his face to the screen when he saw the Relicanth group on Maen's video, excitedly shouted, Is this Relicanth? Maen, where did you find this Pokémon?" The most important thing is that they appear in a group activity. This means that they regard this place as a habitat. Professor Birch next to him heard Professor Oak's words and pushed Professor Oak away, and also leaned close to the screen to watch carefully. Professor Birch's main research direction is the habitat and distribution of Pokémon. There is originally little research on ancient Pokémon such as Relicanth, but this time you can actually see Relicanth groups moving around, and Professor Birch immediately found the research topic for this period of time. Maen helplessly listened to the instructions of the two professors behind the video and filmed videos for them everywhere. On the other side, Jengar and other Pokémon got into the sunken ship and carefully searched for any treasures. Only Lapras's behavior was a little strange, because it heard the strange sound just now, and this sound seemed to be calling it. Lapras also looked deeper into the seafloor cavern and then swam slowly over. Not only did Maen not notice Lapras's departure, but even Jengar's Pokémon didn't care. After Maen sent the coordinates of the location to the two professors, he hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Professor Oak and the others would not arrive here until tomorrow, and before they arrived, Maen hoped that Maen would protect the scene here, so Maen encouraged Song to stay here temporarily. It was time for dinner, and Maen planned to call his Pokémon to prepare for dinner, but then he realized that Lapras was gone. Maen called out Lapras' name but found no response and showed an anxious expression on his face. On the other side, Jengar and the others also heard Maen's voice. After finding that Lapras was missing, they hurriedly threw down the treasure chest of the sunken ship and then quickly began to search in the cave. At this moment, Maen heard Lapras' voice and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. Lapras swam back from the depths of the cave, and Lapras still had a piece of purple prismatic crystal in his mouth. Maen hurried to Lapras' side and asked carefully if it was hurt. Lapras smiled and said that it was okay and gently put the amethyst on the ground. Maen also noticed this amethyst and always felt that it was familiar, and then asked Lapras why. Lapras couldn't explain the reason, but he felt that he was called by this crystal, so he went to a deep crevice to find this crystal. Listening to Lapra's explanation, Maen squatted on the ground and looked at the amethyst carefully, and the familiar feeling became stronger and stronger. 25 at this time, Maen suddenly thought of something and asked Lapras to sing again. Although Lapras was confused, he still sang with a smile. The beautiful and melodious singing sounded throughout the cave, and even the relicanths swimming on the water surface showed a smile on their faces. As the singing passed, Maen picked up the amethyst and noticed that the light was flowing on the amethyst. Maen also heard the sound coming from the crystal for the first time. The stars. The stars are calling me. Hearing the crisp sound coming from the crystal, Maen showed an expression of as expected. This crystal is the Pokémon Jirachi that wakes up once every 1,000 years. There is more than one Jirachi in the animation, which means that this Pokémon is not fixed in one place but scattered all over the world. But Maen did not expect to find Jirachi in this cave because the animation did not mention any information about Jirachi at all. Maen suddenly thought of the shipwreck. The seafood store owner said in the animation that there was a treasure left here, but the last treasure in the animation was a box of green shards on the ground. Although these fragments are precious and can be used to make jewelry, they are far from being treasures. So Maen suspected that the real treasure of the shipwreck might be the amethyst that Jirachi turned into, because Jirachi's contest condition before waking up was in the form of amethyst. In the past, the value of such a large piece of amethyst could not be ignored. Maybe the people on the ship took the crystal that Jirachi turned into as a treasure on the ship. Later, although Ash and his party came here, they did not find Jirachi. It might be because Jirachi woke up early and Jirachi could only wake up for 7 days. During those 7 days, Jirachi might have left this place and then fell asleep again and turned into crystal, so he did not appear in the animation. Maen looked at the current time. It was just afternoon, and it was not yet time for the stars to appear at night. The reason why Lapras could hear Jirachi's call was probably because of Lapras's singing. Jirachi will be attracted by beautiful singing in his sleep, and Lapras's singing is probably the key to calling Lapras over. Putting the crystal in the backpack on his back and putting it together with Molter's Pokémon egg, Maen ate with Pokémon first, planning to take Jirachi outside when night came. Night came quickly, and stars dotted the soaring in the sky in the dark night. Maen also returned to the shore from the seafloor cavern and stopped after finding a human area. Maen held Jirachi's crystal, and Lapras began to sing. As Lapras's singing sounded, the light of the crystal became stronger and stronger, emitting a dazzling light under the night, and Maen could hear Jirachi's voice in the crystal becoming clearer and clearer. Finally, as the white light of the crystal shone, it was suspended in the air at the same time, like the light of evolution normal, which made Maen close his eyes. When Maen opened his eyes again, a Pokémon with its eyes closed appeared in front of him. This Pokémon had the shape of a star normal and blue ribbons hung at 3 corners. This was also the legendary wish-making Pokémon Jirachi. Jirachi opened her eyes and looked around curiously, then turned her attention to Maen and Lapras next to her. It still remembered that the human who had been holding her was Maen, and the one who sang was Lapras next to her. "Hello, my name is Jirachi." Jirachi's cute voice sounded in Maen and several Pokémon's minds. Maen knew that this was Jirachi's telepathic ability. Maen also introduced himself and other Pokémon, especially Jengar, who saw the cute Jirachi and thought that there was a new sister joining, and hurriedly took out the energy cubes stored in his stomach, and placed all the energy cubes of various attributes in front of Jirachi. Jirachi 453 looked at the energy cube in front of him curiously, then stretched out his white little hand to pick up the steel and psychic-type energy cubes and put them in his mouth. The moment the energy cube entered his mouth, Jirachi's eyes narrowed into a slit, and a happy expression appeared on his face. Jirachi's expression also made Pokémon such as Maen and Jengar smile like grandfathers. After all, Jirachi looked so cute. As for awakening Jirachi, Maen had no special ideas. He just hoped that Jirachi could leave a good memory in the 7 days of awakening. And although Jirachi's ability to make wishes is powerful, it is essentially not able to create something out of nothing. Like in the movie version, Ash and others wished for snacks, although Jirachi brought a lot of snacks but they were transmitted from vendors in the distance. And in the movie version, Jirachi's power also created Groudon, but that Groudon was essentially just a product of distorted power and did not have Groudon's soul at all. This shows that although Jirachi's power is strong, the wishes he made are not created out of nothing, and the consequences of excessive wishes may make the wisher himself unable to bear them. The next morning, Maen walked on the beach with his backpack on his back, while Jirachi was lying in the backpack behind him, curiously looking at the scenery outside. For Jirachi, who wakes up once every 1,000 years, the scenery is different every time he wakes up, and the 7 days of awakening are the only time he has left to smelling salts, which is the best time for him to observe the outside world. Maen himself did not have any wishes that Jirachi wanted to fulfill, so Maen chose to take Jirachi to see the scenery outside. Professor Oak and Professor Birch arrived the next morning. The two enthusiastic researchers immediately contacted Maen as soon as they arrived on the island, and then went to the location of the Relicanth group with the staff accompanying the Alliance and started to study it. Maen did not reveal Jirachi's existence throughout the whole process. It may be because he saw Maen just after waking up. Although Jirachi was ignorant, he still listened to Maen's words. When the Alliance people arrived, he hid in Maen's backpack and did not show up. Maen knew that although he had no intention of making a wish with Jirachi, it did not mean that others did not. Some people who did not understand Jirachi might really use Jirachi as a tool to fulfill their wishes. The Alliance's top management had actually studied Jirachi a long time ago. With a giant like Alliance, it was impossible for them not to have seen Pokémon like Jirachi. Alliance also knew that Jirachi's ability to fulfill wishes was not as outrageous as the legend said. If Jirachi could really fulfill any wish unconditionally, then Alliance and those villain organizations would have been looking for Jirachi all over the world. Maen also took advantage of Professor Oak and Professor Birch's break to find them alone and ask about Pokémon eggs. Maen, you mean that the Pokémon hatched from this Pokémon egg might be Moltres, right? And it's a special form. Professor Oak and Professor Birch carefully observed the Pokémon eggs on the table, their eyes full of curiosity. After all, the black pattern on the egg doesn't look like a fire-type Pokémon, and Maen has no need to deceive them with such things. That proves that the Moltres hatched from this Pokémon egg is probably really different. Yes, Professor Oak, and I found that the incubation device does not show the possible hatching time of the Pokémon egg. If the Pokémon egg did not absorb my energy every day, I would doubt whether this Pokémon egg is a dead egg. During the half-month of vacation, Maen has input dark power into the Pokémon egg on time every day, but there has been no sign of hatching so far. You should know that high-level hatching devices will judge the approximate hatching time based on the energy contained in the Pokémon egg and the signs of daily activities. But this Moltres Pokémon egg has not shown any time in half a month, which has become a cause of trouble for Maen. Professor Oak and the others couldn't help rubbing their chins when they heard Maen's words, and said after thinking, since Maen said so, there is only one possibility. The energy required for the Pokémon egg of this legendary beast far exceeds that of normal Pokémon, so the hatching device has not been able to judge the approximate time so far. And I remember that the hatching device can show the time within 60 days, which proves that this Pokémon egg may need more than 60 days to hatch. We too can't judge the specific time, after all, we haven't studied the Pokémon eggs of this legendary beast. Maen heard Professor Oak could only sigh helplessly, after all, this might be the closest to the correct answer. At this time, Jirachi, who was hiding behind Maen, poked his head out of the backpack and looked at the Pokémon egg in Maen's hand curiously. Professor Oak and Professor Birch were so shocked when they saw Jirachi suddenly appear that they almost dropped their jaws and pointed at Jirachi's figure and were speechless. Maen could understand the expressions of the two professors. After all, Pokémon like Jirachi are rarer than legendary beasts. They only appear 7 days in 1,000 years. Even Professor Oak and Otakaku Hiroko have never met Jirachi in person. Jirachi only realized that he seemed to have attracted attention at this time, especially when he saw Professor Oak and the other two's eyes glowing. He was so scared that he hid behind Maen. Two professors, can you control your emotions? Jirachi was scared by you. Maen knew the attraction of researcher Jirachi, but the two looked too evil, like a weird uncle showing goldfish to little Stephanie. Professor Oak and the other two also quickly adjusted their emotions and regained their calmness, and then took out a high-quality energy block to lure Jirachi over. Fortunately, Maen knew the personalities of the two professors, so he told Jirachi that the two professors were not bad people, but a little weird. Professor Oak and Professor Birch did not use any instruments or anything like that, but just touched Jirachi's skin with their hands, and then roughly measured Jirachi's size and weight, as well as his favorite flavors. Jirachi soon escaped from the clutches of the two in their reluctant eyes, and then came to the Pokémon egg in Maen's arms. Jirachi's eyes were closed, and then Maen saw a soft light coming out of Jirachi's body, and 3 blue ribbons also released blue light. And after the light, the white light on Jirachi's body gathered into a line and then injected into Moltres' Pokémon eggs. The hatching device of Moltres also made a sound at this time, and it was clearly displayed that the countdown for the hatching of Pokémon eggs was about 30 days. Maen sleepy. After doing all this, Jirachi's eyelids began to fight, and then slowly floated back to Maen's backpack, closed his eyes and began to sleep soundly. Maen looked at everything in front of him and didn't know what to say. Jirachi's behavior just now was obviously to transfer his own power to the Pokémon egg. This was different from the way of making a wish. This was more of a gift from Jirachi himself, and there was no consequence to bear. And the only consequence was probably that Jirachi consumed his own energy and needed to rest. Maen looked at Jirachi sleeping like a baby with his fingers in his mouth in his backpack, and there was some inexplicable emotion on his face. Professor Oak guessed something when he saw Maen's expression, and sighed and said to Maen slowly, Maen, don't think too much, I know what you're thinking, but Jirachi is a Pokémon that can only wake up for 7 days. When it wakes up again 1,000 years later, the world will be different. It may be an unforgettable memory for you, but it may just be a dream for Jirachi. Professor Oak naturally saw Maen's thoughts. Since the establishment of Alliance, it is not that they have not thought about stopping Jirachi's sleep. After all, although Jirachi's ability to fulfill wishes may have side effects, Jirachi's own powerful power is also coveted. Regardless of the purpose, Alliance has tried to stop Jirachi from sleeping, but all failed without exception, so they no longer pursue Jirachi's power. After all, it can only be effective for 7 days, so it is naturally unnecessary. After all, there are many Pokémon with special abilities in this world, and they have fewer restrictions than Jirachi, so there is no need to focus on Jirachi. Maen was a little silent when he heard what Professor Oak 380 said. After all, he also knew how difficult his idea was. However, Maen did not intend to give up. As long as Jirachi was willing, Maen would do his best. Even if he failed, at least he would not leave any regrets. Maen slowly put his backpack on the sofa and then looked at Professor Oak again. What's wrong, Maen? Is there anything else? Professor Oak saw Maen's look and knew that Maen still had something to do, so he asked curiously, Professor Oak, I found a new way of evolution and I named it Mega Evolution. Maen said this in the surprised eyes of Professor Oak and Professor Birch. That's right, Maen planned to announce the news of Mega Evolution. Maen had considered it when he was in Green Town, and the day before yesterday Stephen also told Maen that the collection of evolution stones had basically reached a bottleneck. Because of the full collection in the past half-month, the actions of Devon Group have been spotted by other companies and Alliance. After all, for a company like Devon, any big move will become a natural target. Devon's acquisition of evolution stones naturally attracted the attention of Alliance and other companies. Alliance and other companies don't know what the role of evolution stones is, but since Devon values it so much, it means it is definitely profitable, so evolution stones are no longer seen on the market. All evolution stones are basically not sold, and Alliance and other companies are also asking about the role of evolution stones in a roundabout way. After discussing with Maen, Stephen felt that they could close the net. In the past half-month, Devon has collected 20 evolution stones at all costs, and Stephen is lucky enough to get the Mega Evolution Stone of Metagross. So many evolution stones are completely enough for Maen and Stephen to operate, so Maen and the Queen of the Big Livestock Merchant also intend to seize the greatest benefits from this situation. Maen intends to obtain the identity of Pokémon researcher by announcing the news of evolution stones, and Devon will grab a lot of reputation as the sponsor of Maen's research. Professor Oak and the others were even more surprised when they heard Mean's words than when they saw Jirachi before. Because the Pokémon world has developed to the point where all kinds of evolution methods have been studied almost completely. But Mean actually said that there are new evolution methods that can be announced. Mean did not hesitate, and first used the screen of the temporary research base to make a video call to his grandmother Agatha. When the video was connected, the face of his grandmother Agatha appeared on the screen of the base. Seeing Agatha appear, Professor Oak couldn't help but take 2 steps back, hiding awkwardly behind Professor Birch, not daring to look at Agatha on the screen. Agatha Elite naturally noticed Professor Oak's look and snorted coldly before saying to Mean, Mean, stay away from these professors, it will affect your fighting strength. Tell me, what is the matter with me this time? Professor Birch, I am the one being blamed. Mean then told about his new evolution method, and the expression on Agatha Elite's face on the screen became serious, especially when Mean also told about his cooperation with Stephen of Devon Group. No wonder Devon Group has been acting so strangely recently. It seems that the evolution method is related to the stones collected by Devon Group. Then show your evolution method now. If there is no problem, then I will help you get a lot of money from Alliance. Agatha Elite instantly understood the connection of the whole thing after hearing Mean's words, and said terrible words, which made Professor Oak and Professor Birch look elsewhere pretending not to hear. Maen nodded after hearing Agatha's words, because the reason he informed his grandmother was to maximize his interests. which was also the biggest benefit of having a backstage. With the combination of Elite and Devon Group, Maen's status as a researcher this time was almost certain. Jengar, come out Mega Evolution. Maen took out the keystone hanging around his neck after saying that. Jengar also came out of the shadows after hearing Maen's words and communicated with the Mega Evolution stone in his body. With Maen and Jengar's heart connected, the Mega Evolution was successful smoothly. Facing the new form of Jengar, Professor Oak also forgot that Agatha Elite was beside him and rushed to Jengar with Professor Birch, carefully observing Jengar's appearance. Maen also took the opportunity to talk about the advantages, disadvantages, and methods of Mega Evolution, which made Professor Oak and Professor Birch's eyes shine. Jengar behind Agatha Elite saw that his child had evolved again, and his face was full of surprise, and then his eyes looked at Agatha Elite. Agatha Elite also looked over, and when she saw her own Jengar, she nodded with a grim smile on her face because Maen showed Jengar's Mega Evolution specifically to give her a hint. If Agatha could get a Jengar Evolution Stone, her own trump card Jengar would probably become a terrible killer, and she could even look forward to the threshold of the champion level. So Maen, you want to become a researcher of Alliance with this new evolution method called Mega Evolution, right? Professor Oak stroked his chin and roughly explained Maen's needs. Maen could only nod gently, not daring to look at the horrible expression of his grandmother Agatha on the screen. Although Maen explained that becoming a researcher was for subsequent development and trainer was Maen's main job, his grandmother Agatha's expression was not good either. Professor Oak, who was sitting opposite Maen, saw Maen's quail-like appearance and couldn't help but smile a little and felt a lot more comfortable. Ahem. It's impossible to become a professor with this mega evolution, but it's possible to become a researcher. But this requires you to submit a research paper on mega evolution. Professor Oak and Professor Birch had no objection to Maen becoming a researcher tilde. All Maen needed was for the two of them to make recommendations on the Alliance, which was just a small matter for Professor Oak and Professor Birch. And where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and Professor Oak and others have seen too much of this kind of interpersonal relationship. The most important thing is that Maen did come up with a way to mega evolve, which does not prevent Professor Oak and the others from helping a little. If Maen just talks about it and doesn't come up with anything, then Professor Oak will definitely not help, even if Agatha is next to him, because this involves his bottom line as a researcher. Research paper, do you still need this? Maen showed a helpless expression on his face when he heard Professor Oak's words. He didn't expect that he needed a graduation thesis in his previous life, but he still needed to write a thesis in the Pokémon world. The most important thing is that Maen has never written such a thing. Professor Oak saw Maen's expression and just smiled helplessly and said, "That's right, with Maen Professor Birch's recommendation plus your Mega Evolution video, the basic conditions have been met, and you just need to submit the paper and data in the end." This is the first time Professor Oak has experienced Maen's situation. In the past, research was to produce data and papers first and then verify them. Maen's side is the opposite, as if he has already got the answer and then reverse the process normal from the answer. Maen is really clueless about the paper and intends to ask Professor Oak for help, but Professor Oak and the others declined Maen because they want to study the Relicanth group and are not good at evolution research. Maen, if you want to find someone to help, I recommend you to go to Sinnoh region to find Professor Rowan. He is an authority on Pokémon evolution. With his help and recommendation, it will be easier to get the qualification of researcher. Professor Oak finally recommended Professor Rowan to Maen. Maen looked a little hesitant, and Professor Oak naturally saw his hesitation and continued. I recommend you to go to Sinnoh not only for this reason, but also because you want to find a way to help Jirachi. The Sinnoh region may be the place with the highest probability. You should have heard of the legend of the three gods and the creator Arceus there. The most important thing is that Alliance may make a big move soon. Big move? Maen was a little confused when he heard Professor Oak's words. Hearing Professor Oak's words, Professor Birch and Agatha Elite on the video showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. They also knew about the big move that Alliance was going to make. Yes, Alliance discovered 2 new regions a week ago. Currently, these 2 regions are named Alola region and Galar region. Maen couldn't help shrinking his pupils when he heard Professor Oak's words. He didn't expect that Alliance had discovered these 2 regions, but Maen didn't hear any news. Professor Oak saw Maen's surprised expression and thought he was surprised by the emergence of the new region. He continued to speak slowly. New regions represent new Pokémon, new ways of evolution, and new research also represents huge benefits. You should understand this. Maen nodded gently. Not to mention the Dynamax of Galar region, But the totem Pokémon of Alola region is a very good research direction, not to mention the unique forms of Pokémon in Alola region, which are all things that contain huge benefits. Alliance intends to reach out to the two regions but encountered obstacles. These two regions are already independent regions, and the development of the regions has shown its own characteristics. Regarding the proposal to join the alliance, the top leaders of the two regions have two factions, that is, supporters and opponents. But everyone knows that the integration between regions is unstoppable. Because for alliance, Alola and Galar regions have new things, and the same feeling for these two regions, and alliance has more. Point 00. In the end, the two sides set the tone for the exchange. For example, our strong elites and old people are not allowed to go to the new region, and the two regions are the same, but it also provides a new path for communication. Maen listened to Professor Oak's words, had a hunch in his heart, and looked at Professor Oak excitedly. Professor Oak knew that Maen had guessed the answer when he saw Maen's expression, and he said slowly, "Strengths like the elite have to protect the safety of their home regions, so they set limits on the people they can communicate with, and only allow trainers under the age of 22 to go to the regions for communication. Young trainers are rich in ideas and enthusiasm, and their strength will not affect the balance between regions. And it is also more helpful for the exchange of ideas. Of course, it is impossible for all trainers to be qualified, so the Alliance and the two regions have also made regulations. That is, the young people sent out must be talented. Talent represents the future, and sending young people is not just for communication, but also for showing their future potential. Then the number of young people must be limited. Professor Oak, after all, the characteristic of being talented is not specific. Maen also heard Professor Oak's hidden meaning and looked at Professor Oak and said with certainty. Professor Oak nodded after hearing what Maen said and smiled as he said, "That's right. For example, each region of our alliance can send no more than 4 people. For example, Maen belongs to Kanto region, so the number of people that can be exchanged in Kanto region cannot exceed 4. Since only 4 people can be sent, the characteristic of talent should be to select the 4 most outstanding young people." After hearing what Professor Oak said, Maen also knew why Professor Oak wanted to become a researcher as soon as possible, because a 16-year-old researcher is the perfect embodiment of talent. If Maen cannot be a candidate, then let Kanto hold an internal selection directly. I believe Maen will defeat them. Agatha's sinister voice sounded from the screen, and Professor Oak and others beside him all showed helpless expressions. Maen, you have basically reserved a position in Kanto region. After all, you have left a lot of good impressions in Alliance for the previous Zapdos and SS Anne incidents. In addition, your current strength is actually enough, but if you have the status of a researcher, it is basically set in stone. Professor Oak's words made Maen understand what he meant. He was determined to get the identity of a researcher, and being able to go to a new region meant new Pokémon Maquis Doron Bardo from the Galar region had been coveting it for a long time. Professor Oak knew that Maen was already tempted when he saw his expression, and he coughed twice and said, "If you go to a new region, don't forget to collect new Pokémon and send them over. But Maen, although I'm a little embarrassed, I hope you can choose the Galar region." "Why, Professor Oak?" Maen was a little confused when he heard Professor Oak's words. Because my cousin is in the Alola region, I can get the information there myself." Professor Oak said this with some embarrassment. After all, he was using a backdoor, but for the sake of research he could not care less. "Wait, Professor Oak, didn't you say that Alola region was just discovered?" Maen suddenly remembered Samson Oak in Alola region, who seemed to be Professor Oak's relative but a black-skinned version. Professor Oak also sighed when he heard this. It turned out that Samson Oak was indeed Professor Oak's relative, but he lost contact 10 years ago. Professor Oak always thought that Samson Oak was dead, but he did not expect that after discovering Alola region a week ago, he found Samson Oak among the exchange personnel of both sides and reunited with his cousin. Maen just twitched his mouth slightly to say that it was really bloody enough. But it didn't matter after all. Maen's first choice was Galar region. The reason why Professor Oak and Professor Birch helped Maen become a researcher was not only because they were optimistic about Maen, but also because they had the mentality of using Maen. After all, Kanto region was already crazy because of the 4 places, and Maen, who could lock 80% or even 100% of the places, was very popular. On is definitely worth investing in. As long as Maen can send some new Pokémon to them when he goes to Galar region. After all, what these professors like most is the research of Pokémon. After learning the whole thing, Maen went straight to Sinnoh region to find Professor Rowan, and Professor Oak also specifically informed Professor Rowan before Maen left. When Professor Rowan heard that Maen had a new way of evolution, he immediately excitedly asked Maen to come quickly. He would definitely help with the paper, as long as Maen came quickly. Sinnoh Region, Sanjam Town. Sanjam Town and Pallet Town are only one letter apart, but the development trajectories of the two are so similar. They are both ordinary towns, but they became famous because the laboratories of two famous professors were located here. As soon as Maen arrived at Sanjam Town, he saw a pretty figure standing at the gate of the town. A black long skirt set off the person's slender figure, long golden hair covered one eye, and the fair skin exuded a pearl normal luster in the sun. The person who came was Sinnoh, the future champion of the region, Cynthia. Cynthia waved her hand when she saw Maen, motioning Maen to come over. Hello, you must be Maen. My name is Cynthia. Professor Rowan asked me to pick you up. He is already waiting for you in the laboratory. Hello, Cynthia. Sorry to bother you, let's go. I guess Professor Rowan can't wait any longer. Hearing Maen's words, Cynthia remembered Professor Rowan's anxious look before and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Maen was also pleased to see the beautiful woman with a smile, and his mood was much better. After walking into the town, Cynthia looked at Maen, who still had sweat on his head, and suddenly stopped and said to Maen, "Wait for me a moment, Maen. I'm going to buy something to cool you down. You didn't have time to rest after rushing all the way here anyway. Professor Rowan doesn't need this little time." Maen was really rushing all the way here. Even with the mobile air conditioners like Jengar, Maen couldn't help but have a few drops of sweat on his head. Song, but I didn't expect Luo to be so careful and actually find this detail. Maen didn't refuse Cynthia's kindness. After thanking her, he watched her go to the store next door, 5 minutes. +5 Maen looked at the scorching sun soaring in the sky and then looked at the store next door. There was still no movement. Maen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. 5.2. Maen remembered that Cynthia seemed to have a serious choice difficulty. Could it be? Maen sighed and walked into the store on the street. As expected, as soon as he entered, Maen saw Cynthia staring at the goods on the counter and kept muttering something. Maen could hear Cynthia was hesitating about which flavor of ice cream to choose. The salesperson in the store immediately looked at Maen for help when he saw him come in. Maen covered his forehead helplessly, then walked over, pointed at the ice cream in the counter and said to the salesperson, "Take 2 of each of these flavors." The salesperson was relieved when he heard Maen's words and immediately started loading the goods quickly. After leaving the store, Cynthia lowered her head and ate ice cream in silence. The blush could be clearly seen on her fair face. The scene that happened in the store just now made Cynthia feel very shy. She said that she would treat Maen to a meal to cool down the heat, but because of the difficulty in choosing, Maen waited for so long. In the end, it was Maen who helped to solve the problem, and the bill was also paid by Maen. Maen and Cynthia walked side by side. He did not notice Cynthia's blushing face and inner activities. Instead, he walked towards the laboratory with Cynthia in his hand, carrying the bag of ice cream. "Maen, you can't eat so much ice cream." "It's okay, I will share it with the staff of the laboratory when the time comes." After a brief conversation, the two fell into silence again. Cynthia's face turned red again, and she felt that she was a complete topic terminator. Maen also felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he took the initiative to speak. "Cynthia, why did you come to pick me up this time? You don't look like a researcher at 230 Sanjam Town." With Maen taking the initiative to speak, Cynthia took the opportunity to take over and said, "I am indeed not a researcher at Sanjam Town. I came here to study with Professor Rowan. Influenced by my grandmother, I have been interested in Sinnoh history research since I was a child, so I often accompanied my grandmother to various laboratories. During this period, I met Professor Rowan and often helped Professor Rowan with his research." Speaking of this, Cynthia felt a little embarrassed and looked at Maen hesitantly and continued. "In fact, I took the initiative to take over your task this time, Maen." Why? Maen was a little confused. He didn't think that Cynthia liked him. After all, this was the first time they met. "Because I was beside you when you and Professor Rowan were talking about the new evolution method, so I heard your conversation all the way. I was also very curious about this matter, so I decided to stay and take a look together. I hope you don't mind, Maen." "So that's the case, CFAF. This is a small matter. After all, this matter is going to be announced anyway, so Cynthia, you don't have to take it to heart. After all, I am also a trainer. If I encounter such a thing, I am afraid I can't suppress my curiosity. And maybe I need you to help me write a paper after all. I know nothing about papers." Hearing that Maen didn't take it to heart and even made a joke, Cynthia was relieved and showed a bright smile on her face. The two chatted and laughed all the way to Professor Rowan's laboratory. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Maen saw a serious-looking old man coming over. This old man was Professor Rowan. Professor Rowan saw Maen and Cynthia and thanked Cynthia for leading the way. Then he greeted Maen and excitedly asked Maen to show the Mega Evolution. Maen looked at Professor Rowan and Cynthia and the expectant eyes of the researchers around him and did not hesitate to call Jengar to perform the Mega Evolution. Seeing Jengar's successful Mega Evolution, Professor Rowan immediately went all out and tested Jengar's data in all aspects with the other researchers. This was also something that was agreed upon before Maen came. When Professor Rowan and the researchers began to study Jengar enthusiastically, Maen did not bother them and found a sofa to sit down. Not long after Maen sat down, he felt a fragrant breeze, and Cynthia also sat next to Maen. "Cynthia, aren't you also curious about Mega Evolution? Why don't you go with Professor Rowan to have a look?" "I am curious, but only at the trainer level, and Professor Rowan and his team are much more professional than me. They are enough. And if I want to understand Mega Evolution, wouldn't it be faster to ask you to discover it?" Cynthia said with a smile on her face. Maen couldn't help but smile when he heard Cynthia's words, and then suddenly thought of something and said to Cynthia, "Cynthia, can you do me a favor? Help, just say it as long as I can do it. I remember you are a scholar studying history. I hope you can take me to MT. Coronet, I plan to go to the spear pillar on the top of the mountain to have a look." Spear pillar? Cynthia was a little surprised to hear what Maen said. She didn't expect Maen to ask her for this matter after all. The location of the spear pillar is hidden, but it is not a secret to the top management. But Cynthia was curious about why Maen went to the spear pillar, because there was nothing special there except the legend of Sinnoh. Maen saw Cynthia's puzzled expression and took out his backpack, then slowly opened it, revealing Jirachi, who was still sleeping inside. Cynthia was also surprised to see Jirachi. As a scholar, she naturally knew Pokémon like Jirachi, but she didn't expect Maen to carry it with him. Maen also told Cynthia the story of what happened with Jirachi. Cynthia heard that Maen planned to go to the spear pillar to solve Jirachi's sleeping problem, and she understood Maen's intention. After all, the Hall of Origin is above the spear pillar. If we can find Arceus, the legendary creator of everything, we may be able to solve Jirachi's problem. However, even so, Cynthia was not optimistic about Maen's action this time, because Arceus had not appeared for a long time and Maen's chance of success was basically zero. Maen looked at Cynthia's eyes and knew what she was thinking. Then he said that he actually knew that he might fail, but failure was better than giving up, even if Jirachi fell asleep again. Maen would not regret this action. Looking at the firm expression on Maen's face, Cynthia couldn't look away for a long time, and her mood seemed to be infected by Maen's emotions. She smiled and said, "I agreed to your request, Maen, but I hope I can accompany you throughout the whole process. I want to be a witness to your action, whether it is success or failure." Maen was also amazed by the smile on Cynthia's face and then smiled back. At this moment, Jirachi in the backpack suddenly opened his eyes slowly. As soon as Jirachi opened his eyes, he saw Maen, then floated up and approached Maen's face, happily rubbing Maen's face. At the same time, Maen's mind also emerged with Jirachi's happy voice and the crisp, "Maen, Maen." Maen knew what an old father felt like. This cute Jirachi completely turned Maen into an old father. Contest condition, eagerly asking Jirachi if there was anything wrong with his body. Jirachi shook his little head to show that he was fine, and then Maen pulled Jirachi over and seriously asked Jirachi's wishes. "Accompany Maen, play with Maen. I don't want to rest, but I can't rest without it. It will be very tiring." Jirachi told Maen his inner thoughts. Maen, who knew Jirachi's thoughts, touched Jirachi's head and promised to accompany Jirachi, but he was more eager to go to the Pillar of Fame. Cynthia couldn't help but smile when watching the interaction between Maen and Jirachi. After all, no one can resist a cute Pokémon like Jirachi. The next day, a message released by Professor Oak Laboratory went viral in the Pokémon world. Professor Oak is a treasure in the Pokémon world research community. His reputation is well known throughout the Alliance, and Professor Oak's eyes on Pokémon are the authority among authorities. The authenticity of the video and message he released is naturally beyond doubt. Kanto region trainer Maen discovered a new way of evolution. This way of evolution can make some Pokémon that have evolved to the final form evolve again under certain conditions. The evolved Pokémon will not only change in appearance, but also in strength and ability. Currently, Kanto Region Professor Oak, Hone Region Professor Birch, and Sinnoh's Professor Rowan have jointly certified this evolution method as a new evolution method and named it Mega Evolution, also known as Mega Evolution. At the same time, the form and ability of Jengar Mega Evolution are also attached below the message. After the news was released, all the trainers in the world went crazy, because this is not only a way of evolution, but also this way of evolution will change the battle pattern and the choice of lineup. In particular, the props needed for the following evolution were seen by every trainer who paid attention to the news. After the news was released, the official website of Do & Company followed up and released a video of Mega Evolution, but this time the protagonists became Aggron and Metagross. After the video was released, the emotions of all the trainers who saw the video were mobilized. If they could still remain calm about the Mega Evolution of Jengar and Aggron, but Metagross, as a quasi-god, could also evolve again, this was really a sensation. In addition to those trainers, people from the Alliance and the company also saw this video. But in addition to their excitement, they also had jealousy towards the Duan group. The people of the company and the Alliance finally knew why the Duan group was collecting stones with all their strength. It turned out that they had known the method of Mega Evolution for a long time, so they took the lid and took away 99% of the evolution stones on the market. As for how the Devon group knew the news, they soon found out about the friendship between Steven, the son of the Devon group, and Maen. For a time, all the senior executives of the companies and the Alliance were cursing the old fox Zivach Imugen, who had known the news for a long time but kept it a secret, and then secretly collected evolution stones to make a fortune. But they were jealous, so they could only grit their teeth and bear it. Now 99% of the evolution stones on the market have been taken away by the Devon group, and with the announcement of the news, the evolution stones are even less likely to appear on the market. The rest will either be collected by people for sale or they will dig new ones by themselves. But when it comes to the ability to dig stones, the Devon group has something to say. At this time, many people thought that the road to discovering the Devon group was no longer feasible, so they put their thoughts on Maen, who cooperated with the Devon group. However, the more these people looked at the name, the more familiar it looked, and then they suddenly thought that the grandson of Kanto Elite Agatha seemed to be called this name, and then they confirmed the news. "Oh, please give me flowers." The people who were planning to attack Maen immediately gave up the idea. They couldn't afford to offend him. If the Duan group could be opened up with interests and connections, then Agatha Elite would be completely out of luck. After all, Agatha Elite would not talk to you about these things. If you touch Agatha's people, then Agatha would touch you and would not reason with you. Some people also thought of the Mega Evolution of Jengar in the video. As the discoverer, Maen discovered that Jengar could Mega Evolve. Would Agatha Elite have already mastered this evolution method? You have to know that Agatha's Jengar is her trump card Pokémon. If Jengar can really Mega Evolve, it is very likely that Agatha's Jengar can reach the champion level in a short time. The champion and the elite are two levels of power. However, everything that happened outside at this time had nothing to do with Maen. Maen and Cynthia had come to Celestic Town not far from MT, Coronet, which is also Cynthia's hometown. Because Jirachi only has 7 days to wake up, and there are still 5 days left, Maen put the thesis problem aside and planned to solve Jirachi's problem first before writing the thesis. Anyway, as long as Maen's thesis is done, the researcher will basically be done. The reason for coming to Celestic Town is that it is not far from MT. Coronet and Cynthia said that there are many ancient books at home, which may be helpful to go to the Spear Pillar. TJ, Maen looked at Cynthia's villa in front of him and showed a strange expression on his face. 012310525 Felu, 122,041,161. Maen was also a little confused. Why did he suddenly come to Cynthia's house? Is the development of this matter a little wrong? Cynthia looked completely unconcerned. She took off her shoes at the door and then shouted to the door. "Grandma, I'm back and there are guests." After Cynthia shouted, footsteps came from the entrance, and then Professor Mustard Orchid, wearing a white coat, appeared in front of Maen, smiling and waving to Maen. The old lady who greeted Maen was Professor Kazulan, Cynthia's grandmother, and also a famous Pokémon historian in the entire Pokémon world. Professor Kazulan smiled and said, "You must be Maen, right? I saw the video posted this morning. You are really young and promising." "Thank you, Professor Kazulan." Even though Maen was thick-skinned, he scratched his face embarrassedly. After all, he got this achievement by cheating. Cynthia also told Professor Kazulan the reason for Maen's arrival. When Professor Kazulan heard that Maen planned to go to MT, Coronet for Jirachi, he looked at Maen with more favorable eyes. After getting to know Professor Kazulan, Nailuo led Maen into the study room in the room to serve as a minister. 887. If you ask where there are the most books about Sinnoh history, Professor Kazulan's study room may not be ranked first, but it is definitely in the top 3. As soon as Maen and Cynthia entered the study, they started to work and read the history of Sinnoh recorded above. Jirachi, who had been following Maen, did not disturb Maen, but went to the yard with Jengar and other Pokémon and Cynthia's Pokémon to play together. Time went from morning to dusk, and Maen and Cynthia stretched their bodies and closed the books in their hands. After a day of reading, Maen and Cynthia basically read all the books that recorded Arceus. Maen, what did you gain from it? Cynthia rubbed her eyes and asked Maen beside her. Maen also shook his head helplessly. Although Sinnoh has a long history, there are few records about Arceus and they are very messy. Among them, the most common period about Arceus is when Sinnoh was called Zikui in his previous life. Cynthia sighed after hearing what Maen said and said, I haven't gained much here. The last time Arceus appeared was 1,000 years ago. The book mentioned the city of Matina, and the records about this part are also vague. We only know that Arceus blocked the meteorite from falling from the sky, and then Arceus never appeared again. Maen looked thoughtful after hearing what Cynthia said. He had a little impression of the name Matina. And with the arrival of the meteorite, Maen suddenly thought that this might not be the city that tricked Arceus of the 5 stone tablets in the movie Overtime. If this is true, then Arceus should be sleeping now, and will wake up in a few years because of the fight between Dialga and Palkia, and then return to Midna to get back the life orb that was fused with the 5 stone tablets. Now that Ash and his group haven't come yet, it means that the past history has not changed. If we really have to wait until then to see Arceus, it will be too late. Thinking of this, Maen's face looked a little bad. Cynthia next to him saw Maen's face and gently patted Maen's shoulder. Maen turned around and saw Cynthia smiling and comforting. Don't worry, Maen, no one will know what happened until the last step. Hearing Cynthia's words, Maen gradually calmed down because animation is animation and he is in reality. Maybe he can see Arceus when he reaches the top of Spear Pillar. Thinking of this, Maen stood up and called Jengar and other Pokémon playing in the yard, planning to set off to MT Coronet overnight. Maen had put all the things needed for camping in Jengar's stomach, so he didn't need to prepare anything and could go directly to MT Coronet. Cynthia also wanted to witness Maen's journey, so she took the Pokémon with her. But what made Maen feel strange was that when Professor Mustard Orchid saw them off, he looked at him a little strangely, as if it was similar to when Sabrina's father saw him off. Fortunately, Celestic Town is not far from MT Coronet. Ma Yang and Cynthia arrived at Mount Unko before the sun set. The entire Sinnoh region is built around MT Coronet, so MT Coronet is also the center of the entire Sinnoh region. Maen and Cynthia chose a clearing in the forest to set up camp, planning to rest here first and change into thicker clothes. Because MT Coronet is a snowy mountain, if it is only below the halfway point, the temperature is fine, but the higher you go, the lower the temperature will be, and it will be inconvenient to set up camp at that time. So Maen and Cynthia chose to rest at the mountainside first, and then go to the top of the mountain overnight. Cynthia, who is also a trainer, is naturally not a young lady who stays at home, and she is already familiar with camping in the wild. However, Cynthia is a little worse than Maen in terms of cooking, because Maen, who grew up alone in a villa, has already practiced some skills and is responsible for the evening meal. Maen and Cynthia's Pokémon dinner was also prepared, and Maen also took the opportunity to carefully observe Cynthia's Pokémon while eating. The strongest one is her trump card Garchomp, which has reached the same level as Steven's Metagross. Elite level, the rest are also in the quasi-elite stage. Maen can only sigh that he is worthy of being the future champion. Cynthia and Steven's talents are too difficult for Maen to keep up with them if he is not cheating. Cynthia and Steven are both people with top resources and talents, so they can directly reach the champion level in the next few years. 2.6. However, the happiest thing during the whole dinner stage was Jirachi and Cynthia's Spiritomb. Jirachi was happy to meet more friends and see the beautiful scenery of MT Coronet that he had never seen before, while Spiritomb was happy to eat Maen's special energy cube. You should know that Maen's special energy cube is the favorite flavor of the evil and ghost types. Even Marshadow was captured and turned into a bodyguard, not to mention a Spiritomb. Spiritomb fell directly after eating Maen's energy cube, and became the first to become friends with Maen's Pokémon. After eating and drinking and resting, Maen and Cynthia packed up the tent and turned off the Courtney, and put on thick clothes and officially headed to MT Coronet. The area above the waist of MT Coronet has completely turned into a snowy mountain. The low temperature and the snow and wind make it very rare for people to come to the top of MT Coronet. Even Jirachi hid in the clothes on Maen's chest and did not choose to fly outside. With the leadership of Cynthia, a local staff member, and the elite-level Darkrai and Garchomp leading the way, no Pokémon dared to come and block the two's progress along the way. The Spear Pillar is located at the top of MT Coronet. When Maen arrived at the top of the mountain, he saw a scene of broken walls. Noticing Maen's puzzled eyes, Cynthia also sighed helplessly and said that the spear pillar is like this now. Maen showed a puzzled expression when he heard Cynthia's words, because whether it is a game or anime, the spear pillar is complete, not such a broken ruin. At this time, Maen suddenly remembered that the spear pillar found by Team Galactic in the anime was not at the top of the mountain, but in a hidden cave in the mountain. If it is really as shown in the anime, then this is not the real location of the spear pillar at all, but more like the ruins of a temple somewhere. 25. But the problem now is that even if Maen has watched the anime, it is impossible for him to find the location of the spear pillar directly. Even Team Galactic found it after a long period of exploration. And the most critical problem now is that Maen's target is not the spear pillar, but the temple of beginning above the spear pillar, because that is where Arceus is summoned. Jirachi looked at Maen's frowning brows with a worried look in his eyes, and then white light began to emit from his body, and he activated the power of wishing again. Maen only felt the space around him change, and then found that he and Cynthia came to a huge dark space, and there were white light stairs under their feet. Seeing the surrounding scenery, Maen thought that this was the stairs leading to the spear pillar in the anime, and then looked at Jirachi in his arms with worry. Fortunately, Jirachi did not fall asleep this time, because this kind of transmission does not consume too much energy. Seeing that Maen's frown disappeared, Jirachi also showed a happy smile and asked for Maen's praise in Maen's mind. Maen rubbed Jirachi's head and then called Cynthia with a curious look on her face. "Let's go, Cynthia, we have come to the real spear pillar." "Spear pillar? Maen, do you think this is the real spear pillar?" Cynthia showed a surprised expression on her face. After all, Sinnoh region has always believed that the ruins just now are the spear pillar. But Maen knew that the spear pillar was written vaguely in the records that Maen saw in Cynthia's study. It only said that the spear pillar was on the top of MT, Coronet, so this misunderstanding was caused. Maen walked with Cynthia and explained what he knew. Cynthia couldn't help but take out the Pokémon Pokédex from her arms and wrote down the precious truth. The two came all the way to the final location of the spear pillar, a huge triangular altar. If you want to summon Dialga and Palkia, you need to prepare Adamant Orb, Lustrous Orb, and 3 Lake Pokémon to successfully summon. Maen didn't have these materials, and he didn't plan to summon 2 mythical beasts. All Maen wanted to do was to find clues to the Temple of Beginning. When Maen and Cynthia arrived at the altar, they separated and began to look for possible clues, completely unaware of the eyes that kept opening in the dark space around them. At this time, meteor showers began to streak across the night sky outside MT, Coronet. Both the Pokémon of MT, Coronet, and the residents living under MT, Coronet were attracted by this beautiful meteor shower. But Maen didn't know what was happening outside, and was still concentrating on finding clues to the Temple of Beginning. Jengar Darkrai alert. At this time, Maen suddenly felt a prying gaze coming from behind him, and hurriedly turned around and looked behind him vigilantly. And in Maen's shadow, Jengar and Darkrai also emerged, protecting Maen's safety on the left and right. Cynthia, who was not far away, also heard Maen's voice and hurried over. Then she saw Maen looking at the darkness vigilantly. The owner who was spying on Maen in the darkness also came out. An eye plus the strange pattern around the eye made up this Pokémon, Unknown. Seeing that it was unknown, Maen was not relieved but became more vigilant. You should know that there are no unknown here in the animation, and the appearance of unknown will definitely bring about big things. The power of a single unknown is not very strong, but if there are more than 2 unknown together, there will be huge changes. In the Pokémon journey that Maen has seen, only 5 unknown can change the sun and moon of an entire city, and at the same time can copy a replica with the same strength as Cynthia's Pokémon. You should know that Cynthia was the champion at that time, and a few unknown can copy Pokémon with the same strength. Although he was defeated by Cynthia in the end, the ability of the unknown 523 totem can also be seen. In the movie The Emperor of the Crystal Tower, Unknown can also create Phantom Entei, which shows how great the potential of this mysterious Pokémon is. Maen remembered that he had read about the research on Unknown and that this Pokémon could materialize people's expectations. But now cold sweat kept flowing down Maen's head because the Unknown that Maen saw was not just one but a sea of Unknown. "Maen, run!" Cynthia shouted for Maen to run away quickly because there were too many Unknown here. Just as Maen was about to run away, he found that the sea of unknown around him was still flashing, and then Maen found that his body could not move. In Cynthia's eyes, Maen's body was shrouded in light, and then the whole person disappeared in the spear pillar. As Maen disappeared, all the unknown also dispersed, leaving Cynthia standing in the middle of the altar of the spear pillar at a loss. After Maen disappeared, Marshadow in Maen's shadow also poked its head out in confusion because it could not sense the traces of Maen and its Pokémon. At the same time, the three Sinnoh gods Palkia, Dialga, and Giratina all looked towards the place where Maen disappeared. Maen, wake up. Maen heard Jirachi's voice in a daze and then felt a pair of small hands patting his face and slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw Jirachi's worried eyes, and then Maen reached out and touched Jirachi's head, saying that he was fine. Hearing Maen say this, Jirachi also showed a relaxed expression on his face. Maen sat up and he could feel the damp smell of the surrounding soil and the refreshing breeze. Looking around, Maen found that he was lying on a wet land, and there was a small piece of yellow grass on the king's land. There were also several small lakes around, and several water Pokémon were still playing in the lakes. Maen gradually recovered his spirit and recalled what happened in Spear Pillar. Maen only remembered that Unknown was emitting light, and then he was teleported to this unknown place. Maen really couldn't tell where he was now based on the surrounding scenery, and then Maen also found that Jengar and the others were still around him, with the backpack behind him and the Pokémon on his waist. Ball was not missing, only Marshadow was missing, probably because he was not teleported along. And Maen's top priority now was to find out where he was. Judging from the surrounding scenery, he should be in a wetland, and judging from the vegetation, it should be a wetland in the wild. Maen changed out of his heavy cotton clothes, put on light sportswear, and started moving. The fresh air around him also made Maen feel relaxed, but the Pokémon around him hid in fear when they saw Maen, and some Pokémon even attacked with rage. After putting another golem, Maen showed a thoughtful expression on his face. Because from the Pokémon that Maen had found so far, he had no way to determine the area he was in. And Maen also tried to use Pokédex but found that the signal of Pokédex was gone, and he had no way to contact anyone he knew, but the Pokémon identification function could still be used. At this time, Maen heard a burst of Pokémon cried for help and ran over in a hurry and found a relatively dense bush to hide. When Maen looked carefully at the source of the sound, he showed a shocked expression on his face. There were two Pokémon fighting in front of him, and what shocked Maen was the identity of these two Pokémon. One of them was Yanmega. Although this Pokémon has the attributes of insect and flying, its personality is very violent. The reason is that Yanmega is a Pokémon from ancient times, which can be seen from the name. Like Relicanth, it is an extremely rare Pokémon, but there are 3 of them here. The other Pokémon fighting Yanmega shocked Maen even more, because the fighting party was actually a Lilligant and several Petalil. Lilligant and Petalil are not rare, but what shocked Maen was the appearance of Lilligant. Lilligant is supposed to be wearing a fluffy skirt, looking like a noble lady, but the fighting Lilligant shows 2 slender legs and wears a pair of yellow boots like normal. And this special form of Lilligant is also known by Maen. It is the Lilligant of Zycui region. Maen instantly guessed that the place where he is now may be the predecessor of Sinnoh region, Zycui region. Maen's mind was in a mess, because he didn't expect that he was sent to Zycui region by Unknown. You know, Zycui region is 1,000 years away from the timeline where Maen is. At this time, Maen thought of Unknown's true power, the greatest hope in human hearts. At that time, Maen's greatest hope was to find Arceus to try to help Jirachi escape from the fate of sleeping. This hope may have been sensed by Unknown, and then he used his ability to help Maen travel through time and space to Zycui region. Lilligant's painful voice brought Maen back to his senses. Maen saw Lilligant standing in front of Petalil, enduring the pain, and still wanted to continue to protect his companions. Jengar, help her. Hearing Maen's command, Jengar, who had been unable to hold back for a long time, rushed out directly and used Shadow Ball to repel 3 Yanmegas. Facing Jengar, who was stronger than them, Yanmega could only shout in hatred and fly away. Maen also came out of the bushes and slowly walked in front of Lilligant. Lilligant saw Maen coming and instinctively stood in front of Petalil, shouting not to let Yuan get close. Maen could only freeze in place with the healing medicine in his hand and did not dare to move forward for fear of stimulating Lilligant's emotions. Seeing the nervous Lilligant, Maen was also a little confused. He thought his smile was very friendly. Why was he so afraid of himself? Maen turned around and looked at Darkrai, who was emitting haze beside him, and Jengar, who was smiling strangely and seemed to understand something. In this case, we can only use the trump card. Go, Jirachi, it's decided to be you. Jirachi's cute face completely let Lilligant relax his vigilance. Later, under Jirachi's communication, Lilligant relaxed his vigilance and watched Maen nervously apply medicine to it. As the good treatment medicine gradually took effect, Lilligant's injuries were relieved. Petalil next to him was happy to see Lilligant recover and jumped around Maen. Lilligant looked at Maen with gratitude. After gaining Lilligant's favor, Maen also followed Jirachi to ask Lilligant about the situation nearby and whether there was any news of human activities. Soon Maen got the news he wanted. Lilligant told Maen that it had seen traces of human activities, but in the west, and there were few humans coming here. Maen also judged his current location based on what Lilligant said. Maen speculated that his current location should be the Cinnabar Plain, and the place with obvious traces of human activities should be the obsidian field closest to Jubilife Village. After getting the information he wanted, Maen said goodbye to Lilligant and Petalil. However, before Lilligant left, Maen still took a photo of Lilligant with Pokédex, and then roughly measured some basic values, intending to go back and make Professor Oak envious. Maen didn't know why Unown chose his expectations and sent him to the Zikui region, but since he was here, he had to make the best of it. With this opportunity, Maen must go to see Arceus 1,000 years ago. Before going, he naturally couldn't do without the natives who were familiar with the geography of the region, that is, the residents of Jubilife Village. Zikui region is the predecessor of Sinnoh region, which is basically composed of 5 major regions: Obsidian Field, Cinnabar Wetland, Ultramarine Coast, Pure White Frozen Soil, and MT. Coronet Foothills. Among them, MT Coronet Foothills is located in the center of Zikui region, and the remaining 4 regions are around the 4 directions of MT Coronet Foothills, wrapping MT Coronet Foothills in it. Maen's goal now is to cross the Cinnabar Wetlands to the Obsidian Fields, and then find the natives there and learn from the temple how to meet Arceus. But problems also arise. Without the Pokédex map, Maen can't find the specific location by himself, and Maen 747 doesn't have a mobile Pokémon. If Zweilous evolves into Hydreigon, it can fly, but now Maen has no means of transportation. If he only relies on his feet, Maen is worried that Jirachi will turn into crystal and fall asleep when he arrives at Jubilife Village. As for Jengar, although it can float with Maen, it can't move for a long time, so it still needs a large Pokémon with good endurance. If the other party is still unwilling to find a Pokémon that can be used as a means of transportation, Maen can only use extraordinary means. At worst, he can release it when he arrives at Jubilife Village. Thinking of this, Maen began to recall the distribution of Pokémon in his previous life, Arceus. He had almost forgotten the specifics, but there were still a few Pokémon in Cinnabar Wetland that could be used as a means of transportation. After roughly establishing a few targets, Maen began to act, and the first stop of the action was some woods by the lake or in the wetlands. This is also the best area for Pokémon to obtain water and food, and it is also the area where Maen is most likely to find the target. In a forest in Cinnabar Wetland. Accompanied by a huge roar growl, the Pokémon in the forest began to flee in all directions and began to move away from the source of the sound. The Pokémon that made the roar was a Pokémon on all fours. The upper body and limbs of this Pokémon were covered with thick gray-white fur, and the rest of the body was brown. The most eye-catching thing is the full moon pattern on the forehead of this Pokémon, which together with the 2 gray eyebrows on the forehead forms a moon-covering pattern. This Pokémon is also the totem of this forest, the unique Pokémon of the Zikui region, Moonbear. Moonbear is a Pokémon that can only evolve when the full moon appears in Ursaring of the Zikui region. Its huge body and powerful strength make it the totem of this forest. Now the Moonbear is facing the attack of the Vespiquen tribe. The reason is naturally very simple. That is, the Moonbear has taken a fancy to the honey brewed by Vespiquen and Camille, which is the ultimate captivate for the Moonbear. The roar that was emitted before was also the roar of the Moonbear, and now the battle is over. The Moonbear licked the honey on the bear's paw, while the Coombs fell to the ground in pain, and Vespiquen leaned against the tree trunk and looked at the ground sadly. Camille and the Moonbear who wasted the honey she had worked so hard to brew. Vespiquen's pitiful appearance, Camille's miserable state, and the bully-like attitude of the Moonbear next to him. It reminds people of Zhen Guanxi and Kui Lion. At this time, someone naturally has to be the Lu Tixia to do justice, and this person is naturally none other than our protagonist Maen. The Moonbear, who was eating honey, suddenly twitched his nose and stopped the action of his hands. The Moonbear smelled a refreshing smell, which was a new version of the ship it had never smelled before. Following the source of the fragrance, the Moonbear saw a human looking at it with a smile on his face. And holding a box in his hand, the fragrance came from the crystal small cube in the bushes. The Moonbear could feel that the small cube not only tasted good, but also helped its own strength, so it was naturally impossible to give up. The Moonbear drooled at the corner of its mouth and slowly crawled towards the direction of the human. For its forest totem, everything here belongs to him, and Maen dared to break in here, so he would have to pay a price. And the price was those unknown small blocks. Yoyu Bear, who thought that the human opposite would put down the food and run away when he saw him, found a strange situation. Why did the smile on the human's face become more obvious the closer he got to the human? At this time, Yoyu Bear suddenly felt a chill in his whole body, and the hair on his body seemed to stand up and he instinctively stopped. Yoyu Bear found that the human opposite seemed a little surprised after he stopped, but then the human actually walked towards him and the smile on his face looked so evil. And why is there haze on this human, and why are there eyes in the haze? Yoyu Bear saw two black shadows rushing towards him from the haze, and he didn't want to recall everything that happened afterwards. Hey Moon Bear, don't show that expression, I will be responsible for you, don't worry. Maen smiled, then hugged Moon Bear's head and stroked it vigorously. Woo woo woo. Moon Bear covered his face with his paws and made a sad sound. He instinctively wanted to resist Maen's touch, but thinking about the two Pokémon who pressed him to the ground and beat him up before, the resistance only turned into a woo-woo sound. Maen, it said that you must be responsible to the end. When you get to the village, you must let it go, don't lie to it, and you must give it the food you promised before. Jirachi smiled and translated Moon Bear's words to Maen as a bear translator. But Maen always felt that the smile on Jirachi's face seemed to have a dark meaning. Maen looked at Jirachi's somewhat evil smile and shook his head hurriedly to get rid of this idea. Jirachi couldn't be evil. As a trainer, Maen and Jenger were already very evil, and they needed a naive representative. Maen also sprayed healing smoke on the Moon Bear. Maen just told Jenger and others to just beat them into submission and not to cause too much injury. As a result, the thick-skinned Moon Bear was beaten for a full 10 minutes. There was no damage to the body, but the psychological trauma would probably take a long time to heal. In fact, as the totem of this forest, the Moon Bear is not weak and has reached the quasi-elite level. In terms of strength, it may be only one level lower than the Moon Bear King taken care of by the Jubilife village chief. But unfortunately, the Moon Bear met the bad guy Maen, who directly launched a shameless group fight and also formed a crushing in terms of strength. In the end, the Moon Bear could only join Maen with tears. Maen rode the soft body of Moon Bear out of the forest, holding a bottle of Vespiquin's last resort honey in his hand. Look, Moon Bear, doing more good things is good, Vespiquin gave me honey. Maen rubbed Moon Bear's head and said with a smile on his face. Moon Bear couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard Maen's words. You human, do you think the bear is stupid? That was the bottom honey that Vespiquin took out because he was afraid of being beaten. After all, when you, a human, beat me, Vespiquin was hiding next to the tree and trembling the whole time. So this honey is not a prop of thanks at all. Maen naturally saw Moon Bear's rolling eyes, then smiled and dipped some honey with the energy cube, and then fed it to Moon Bear's mouth. Moon Bear, who finally ate the ability cube, couldn't help squinting his eyes. This was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten in his life, and he felt that the physical strength consumed by the beating had been restored a lot. For a moment, Moon Bear even thought that it would be better to follow Maen. There was nothing wrong with having such delicious food as a mount. However, Moon Bear quickly shook his head and shook off this idea, and then he was determined, but he couldn't hide his love for the energy block in his eyes. Maen hoped that Moon Bear would take him to the Obsidian Plains, and Moon, as a Pokémon who had lived here for a long time, would naturally know the Obsidian Plains, but he didn't live there because he didn't like the environment there. Moon Bear got Maen's command and started to move forward at full speed. Although the speed was not particularly fast, Moon Bear's advantage was endurance and broad back, so it wouldn't be too bumpy. Maen rode on Moon Bear's back, and Jirachi's laughter, who was lying on Maen's head, resounded throughout the wetland. Zikui region, the ancient hermitage. A white-haired woman in a black dress looked towards Maen with an unknown look in her eyes and then murmured to herself. People from the future, what kind of changes will you bring to this world? If Maen were here, he would definitely recognize that the woman in front of him was Wu Si, the most mysterious woman in the entire Arceus. As the woman's voice fell, a slender, pink Pokémon with a cloud under her body appeared behind her. This Pokémon is also the legendary Pokémon attachment cloud. It is said that its kindness will make new life sprout on the land of Zikui, so it is called the god of spring. If anyone does something that ruins life, the attachment cloud in the form of a spirit beast will appear from the sea of clouds and bring down a ruthless punishment. Attachment cloud, please, Wu Si's cold voice came. After hearing Wu Si's words, attachment cloud slowly disappeared from the spot. On the other side, Moon Bear also ran a long distance under the captivate of delicious food and finally arrived at the Obsidian Plain. The sun had not yet set outside, and it was still some time before night. Arriving at the Obsidian Plain proved that Maen should soon be able to find traces of human activities, so Maen also took Moon Bear to speed up his pace. On the way, Maen asked Jirachi if he still felt tired. Jirach's answer to Maen was that there were about 4.5 days left, which proved that Maen needed to race against time. Just as Maen was riding Moonbear, Maen suddenly heard the shouting of humans. "Oh, please give flowers." Maen did not hesitate when he heard the shouting, and directly asked Moonbear to rush in the direction of the sound. When he arrived at the place where the sound came from, Maen saw a slightly fat black man wearing a professor's uniform and a woolen hat running wildly, and behind him were several rage wurmples. Maen immediately recognized the person in front of him as Professor Laban in the game, so he ordered Moonbear to stop Wurmple immediately. With the roar of Moonbear, Wurmple, who was chasing Professor Laban, was frightened and hid in the bushes beside the road. Professor Laban, who escaped the pursuit, also sat down on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief, and then saw Maen riding Moonbear in front of him. Professor Laban noticed the strange clothes on Maen and said with an excited expression, "Oh, young man, look at your dress. Are you also from other regions? Thank you for saving me. My name is Laban. What about you, young man?" "My name is Maen, and I am indeed a trainer from another region, but the distance may be farther." "Oh, really? Where are you from?" Professor Laban stood up excitedly when he heard Maen's words, looking forward to Maen's answer. After all, in the game, Professor Laban in front of him is most likely from the Galar region, which is different from the region where other people in Jubilife Village come from, so he was so curious when he heard someone coming from a new region. "I'm from the Kanto region, which is a bit far away from your world, about 1,000 years away." Laban widened his eyes when he heard Maen's words, pointed at Maen and stammered, "More than 1,000 years. Are you?" "Yes, I am the trainer from the future. I came here by chance this time hoping to meet the great Sinnoh. I hope Professor Laban can take me back to the village." Maen did not choose to hide his identity, because what he needed most now was time, so he had to quickly gain the trust of the village, so that he could meet the Arceus people faster. Jubilife Village is not far from where Maen and Professor Laban are, so Maen also got off the Moonbear and planned to walk back to Jubilife Village with Professor Laban. On the other side, Professor Laban was surprised that Maen was a man from the future, but he quickly accepted this reality, because no matter the strange clothes on Maen or the equipment he used, they were obviously not things of this era. The most important thing is that Professor Laban believed that Sinnoh had the ability to let Maen travel to their era. "Man, since you are a man from the future, do you know which Pokémon Sinnoh is? Is it Dialga worshipped by Team Kong or Palkia worshipped by Team Pearl?" Professor La asked Maen curiously. "Professor Laban, I'm sorry, I can't answer this question, because the answer to the question may affect the future world." Maen was unwilling to tell Professor Laban the answer, because the answer to this question would directly affect the attitude of the Kong team and the Pearl team towards Maen. You know, these two organizations have been arguing for a long time over who is the Sinnoh Great Lord. At this time, Maen, a future man, came and said that the Sinnoh Great Lord you two said is wrong, and the real Sinnoh Great Lord is Arceus. Even if Maen said the correct answer, the Kong team and the Pearl team might not believe it, and it might offend the two organizations. You know, these two organizations are the managers of the Zikui region, and the 10 Pokémon Kings are taken care of by them respectively. Maen wants to meet Arceus and naturally needs their help, so for Jirachi, Maen doesn't want to offend them on these trivial matters. Hearing Maen's words, Laban also showed an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face, because as a professor, he also understood the possible impact of this kind of time travel. It is very likely that a word that Maen accidentally said will affect people in the future. The two finally walked all the way to Jubilife Village. Jubilife Village is exactly like a village inhabited by ancient humans. The wooden bungalows, flat dirt roads, and the words on the surrounding wooden boards all made Maen feel the breath of history. Taking this opportunity, Maen also took photos of Jubilife Village. Along the way, the enthusiastic residents smiled and greeted Professor Laban. After all, Professor Laban's research on Pokémon has helped the villagers a lot. Although those residents did not know Maen, they also greeted him enthusiastically. Laban led Maen to the headquarters of Team Galactic, which is also a 3-story building in the center of the village. However, this Team Galactic is not the Team Galactic of the future Cyrus. The current Team Galactic leader Ma Jiamu is Professor Rowan's ancestor. However, a large number of people came to the Team Galactic headquarters at this time. As soon as Maen and Laban entered the hall, they saw the leader Ma Jiamu, the King Kong team, and the people of Team Pearl. The three parties were standing in the middle of the hall arguing, but it was mainly the people of Team Kong and Team Pearl arguing. After all, there was a conflict between the two sides. Magamu was more of a mediator. Seeing Professor Laban come back, Magamu was relieved and then shouted loudly, Everyone from Team Kong and Team Pearl, Professor Laban is back, we can ask him. Hearing Magamu's words, the people of Team Kong and Team Pearl also stopped arguing. After all, Professor Laban was the strongest person in Pokémon research in Zikui region, and he usually provided a lot of help for the Pokémon problems they encountered. Professor Laban, it's just right that you're back. According to the investigation of Team Galactic, Team Kong, and Team Pearl, a space-time crack appeared on the top of MT. Coronet, and the spiritual contest conditions of the kings in various places seem to be a little wrong. According to ancient records, with the appearance of space-time cracks, major events may occur. I wonder if Professor Laban has any clues about this matter. Magamu saw that everyone stopped arguing and asked Professor Laban. Space-time rift. Professor Laban also showed a thoughtful expression when he heard Magam's words. He had been investigating Pokémon outside these 2 days, so he had not heard about the space-time rift. He did not expect that such a big thing would happen in these 2 days. When Magam and others were talking about the space-time rift, Maen also took this opportunity to look at the people present and began to meet the faces in the game. But what surprised Maen the most was that the protagonists of the game, Xiaozhou and Minjiao, were also in Team Galactic. It seemed that they were not from the game but the natives here. What? People from the future. At this time, Team Galactic and the people of the Kong team and Pearl team shouted together, and then looked in the direction of Maen in shock. Obviously, Professor Laban had introduced Maen's identity. Wait, then the space-time rift was caused by you, the guy who came here. Kong team leader Gangshi suddenly thought of something, and then walked quickly to Maen and said to Rage's Maen. Gangshi's words also focused the attention of everyone present on Maen, and the look in his eyes was not very friendly. Hey leader, I just came here today. Didn't you just say that the space-time crack has already appeared? Maen said with a helpless expression on his face. Hearing Maen's words, everyone present was stunned. They were so concerned that they didn't expect this at all. Sorry, I was anxious. Sorry, but since you are a person from the future, you should know the reason for the space-time crack this time. Gangshi bowed his head and apologized to Maen, and then asked Maen seriously. Maen knew that the leader of the Kong team had a generous personality, so he naturally wouldn't blame him. And Maen did know that the mastermind behind the space-time crack was Wang Luo of the Ginkgo Chamber of Commerce. Whether it was Team Galactic, the Kong team, or the Pearl team, they were actually organizations that entered the Zikui region from the outside, and they themselves were not the original Shenhe people of Zikui. But Wang Luo was different. He was a true descendant of the Shenhe people, so he really knew the identity of the Sinnoh Great Venerable, and the appearance of the space-time crack this time was also planned by him in order to find Arceus and control it, and then recreate the world. It has to be said that Wang Luo's preparations were indeed sufficient. In order to achieve his goal, he chose to join forces with Giratina. First, Dialga and Palkia fought violently. The fight between the two Pokémon triggered a space-time rift to attract Arceus to appear, and then entered the space where Arceus was through the space-time rift. However, Maen felt that this idea was completely a fool's idea. If you really want to deal with Arceus, you must take advantage of it when it has no stone tablets. As long as Arceus has stone tablets, it will be invincible. In the theater version, Arceus can beat the other 3 gods even if he is missing 5 stone tablets. You can see how strong Arceus is if contest condition is in its prime. But even if Maen knew the mastermind behind the space-time rift, he didn't intend to say it. When he entered the hall just now, he found Wang Luo leaning against the wall next to him, quietly listening to the quarrels of the crowd as if the whole thing had nothing to do with him. It's normal. However, when Maen was mentioned as a man from the future, 25 Maen clearly saw that Wang Luo's expression changed for a moment, and then quickly returned to its original state. After catching the change in Wang Luo's expression, Maen stopped observing him and looked around with a curious look. Now as Gang Luo asked about the mastermind behind the space-time rift, Maen clearly felt the prying gaze again, and he knew without thinking that the owner of the gaze was Wang Luo. Sorry, I don't know who is behind the space-time rift. After all, my time is more than 1,000 years different from yours, and many documents recording ancient history have been lost. As Maen finished speaking, the prying eyes disappeared. Gang Luo and others couldn't help showing disappointment when they heard Maen's words, but they didn't blame Maen because they all knew that the gap between the ages was too big, and even if Maen didn't know, they could understand. Then what is the reason for you to come here, Maen, the man of the future? Majiamu, the leader of Team Galactic, looked at Maen with a serious look and asked. I came here to see the great Sinnoh and treat the disease of my Pokémon partner. Maen called out Jirachi in his arms. Seeing Jirachi, everyone present was attracted by Jirachi's cute appearance, and then heard that what Maen did was to treat Jirachi and looked at Maen with more appreciation. Treatment? Can't your future technology cure the disease of this Pokémon? And I think it seems to be very energetic. Although Magam didn't know Pokémon like Jirachi, he could still see that Jirachi's current contest condition was pretty good. After hearing Magam's words, Maen told everyone that Jirachi would fall asleep after 7 days of awakening, but he completely concealed Jirachi's ability to fulfill wishes. After hearing that Jirachi would fall asleep for 1,000 years after 7 days of awakening, the people present looked at Jirachi with pity, especially seeing the smile on Jirachi's face now. Some sensitive women couldn't help but shed tears. The leaders of the 3 organizations also fell silent after hearing Maen's words, and they were obviously hesitant about Maen's desire to meet Sinnoh. Maen, since you are a person of the future, do you know who Sinnoh is? At this time, the straightforward Gangshi looked at Maen and asked this question. After hearing Gangshi's words, Pearl's leader Zhu Bei also looked at Maen. Sorry, I can't say it. This may affect my future. You need to explore the answer yourself. Hearing Maen's words, Gangshi and Zhu Bei showed a tangled look on their faces. On the one hand, they wanted to know the true identity of Lord Sinnoh, but they were unwilling to force Maen to tell the answer because they still had a good impression of Maen about Jirachi's matter, especially when they heard that it might affect Maen's future. They were even more unwilling to delve into it. In the end, the 2 leaders could only sigh and give up the idea of continuing to ask. And Team Galactic's Magamu said, I'm sorry, Maen, although you are a person of the future, we can't take you to see Lord Sinnoh. It's not that we don't want to help you, but meeting Lord Sinnoh is not a trivial matter, and we can't decide. Maen was not surprised to hear what Magam said, because in the game, if the protagonist wants to see Arceus, he must not only collect 18 stone tablets, but also pacify the king here and collect all Pokémon except the phantom Pokémon. Arceus can only be seen after blowing the Tianci flute. But reality is not a game. Maen does not have the Arceus brand mobile phone given by Arceus, and time does not allow Maen to collect stone tablets. The only feasible way left is to go to the temple to blow the Azure Flute and try to summon Arceus to appear 877. The current Azure Flute is not called this name, and its current name is the Divine Flute. When Magam heard that Maen wanted the Divine Flute, his face showed a serious expression, and then he firmly rejected Maen's request. Sorry, Maen, the Divine Flute is a legacy. Even if we are touched by your feelings for Pokémon, we cannot lend it to you. I can exchange things. In the future, we have made great breakthroughs in the research of Pokémon. At least I have information on most of the Pokémon in Zikui region. I can exchange this. Maen took out the Pokémon Pokédex in his pocket and showed it to Magamu. Hearing Maen's words, everyone present showed excited expressions on their faces, especially Professor Laban, who almost couldn't help but rushed over but still controlled his emotions. Magamu's face also showed a tangled expression. After all, the reason why they set up the investigation team and the guard team was to better investigate Pokémon and understand Pokémon, and they even paid the lives of many team members for this. If they have Maen's help, they can not only speed up their investigation, but also protect the lives of many team members. Team Galactic is a team formed by people from various regions who have the same ideals. As the leader, Magamu aims to study the ecology of Zikui region and pass on this achievement. But the investigation of Pokémon is not smooth sailing. The investigation in reality is not as easy as in the game. For example, the situation of Professor Laban being chased by Pokémon before is a trivial matter. Many team members even sacrifice their lives. And the information in Maen's hands can obviously greatly speed up their investigation progress and save the lives of many team members. The choice that Magamu is facing now is the ancient inheritance or the current achievements. In the end, Magamu gritted his teeth and said to Maen, I can give you the Divine He Flute, but the premise is that you must complete the challenge of the 10 Kings and join the investigation team of Team Galactic. In this way, you will be a member of the team, and there is no problem in giving you the flute. Maen agreed to all of Magamu's requests, and then asked Magamu what the challenge of Wangzhuang was. In civilized terms, the challenge of the 10 Kings requires Maen to use the treasure to calm the 10 Kings who are frantic because of the space-time rift. In simple terms, Maen needs to defeat the 10 Kings. The venue of the 10 Kings will be led by the captains of the Congo team and the Pearl team, and the challenge trial will start tomorrow. That is, Maen needs to defeat the 10 Kings within the remaining 4 days, and then take the flute to the temple on the top of Mt. Coronet. After the agreement, Maen changed into the Team Galactic uniform given by Magam, and then stuffed a few ancient Poké balls into Maen, which is also the basic configuration of the investigation team. After that, the people of the three organizations left separately, and they still need to continue to investigate the cause of the space-time rift. At this time, Maen also came to the house temporarily assigned to him and called Yu Bear. Okay, Moon Bear, I promised to let you go after I sent you to Jubilife Village. Now that the matter is done, I should let you go free. You should still remember the way home, right? Letter 3005. Maen said as he took out the Poké Ball that he had used to recapture Moon Bear, and then tried to break it open in front of Moon Bear. But to Maen's surprise, Moon Bear stopped Maen's move with his paws, and then waved his paws to show that he was willing to follow Maen. Seeing Moon Bear's shy expression when he said he was going to follow him, Maen couldn't help laughing. After rubbing the bear's head angrily, Maen hugged Moon Bear's warm body and smiled, and asked if Moon Bear was conquered by his personality charm. The result was Moon Bear's contemptuous look, and then he whimpered twice. Under the translation of Jirachi, a full-time translator, Maen knew that the reason why Moon Bear was willing to stay was because it was too greedy, coveting the energy cube in Maen's hand. Especially after knowing that Maen came from the future, Moon Bear was looking forward to how delicious the food in the future would be. What made Moon Bear determined was the food that Jenger, who was also a glutton, occasionally took out from his stomach. Those foods were not only in styles that Yoyu had never seen before, but also tasted much better than the fruits that Moon Bear ate. Maen did not refuse Moon Bear's joining, because for Maen, although Ghost and Evil Pokémon were his favorites, he would not treat Moon Bear differently for Pokémon that took the initiative to join. Like Lapras before, like Moon Bear, Maen would regard them as family members. If he was willing to fight, he would fight. If he was not willing, he could act as a bed attendant. And if Maen could return to the modern era, when Maen could become a researcher, he could set up his own laboratory. Although it was not as large as the scale of the professor position, he could also approve a piece of land from the Alliance. At that time, Maen planned to build a home of his own like Professor Oak. At that time, the recovered Pokémon can be placed there, and if Jenger and other Pokémon have offspring, they can live there together. However, this is all after meeting Arceus. Maen vaguely feels that his time travel is not that simple this time, and there may be other hidden secrets behind it. At this time, somewhere in the Zikui region, Wang Luo stood at a tiny spacetime crack and walked in quickly. As soon as he entered the spacetime crack, Wang Luo came to a platform, and the Pokémon flying on the platform was Giratina. Giratina, I need you to make Palkia and Dialga violent as soon as possible. Now the man from the future has come to Jubilife Village. I can't see through this person, but I am worried that he is likely to destroy our actions. You also want to defeat Arceus as soon as possible. Wang Luo looked at Giratina soaring in the sky and spoke slowly. Kristoff's arrival today made Wang Luo feel uneasy. He had a feeling that Maen's arrival was not that simple. In order to lure out Arceus, Wang Luo had already lured Xiao Zhao and Ming Yao from the investigation team to collect stone tablets and had already collected half of them. But he did not expect that Maen suddenly showed up and actually planned to meet Arceus in the form of the Ten Kings challenge. Wang Luo knew that Maen, the man of the future, definitely knew the true identity of Sinnoh. If Maen met Arceus first, Wang Ling's plan would probably go wrong. In theory, Giratina would reply to Wang Luo every time he mentioned dealing with Arceus, but Wang Luo found that Giratina was staring at the direction of Jubilife Village. Giratina, are you listening again? Don't you want to deal with Arceus? Wang Luo shouted loudly. At this time, Giratina slowly came back to her senses and looked in Wang Luo's direction. She said unhappily that she understood and flew away. Wang Luo looked at Giratina's movements and expressions with some rage. Since the appearance of Maen, the man of the future, the whole thing has been messed up. Now even the contest condition of teammate Giratina is not right. But fortunately, Giratina still plans to act according to the plan. For Wang Luo, as long as he can control Arceus, Giratina is just a tool to be used. Giratina watched Wang Luo leave the broken world and then retracted her gaze. Before, she thought this partner was okay, but for some reason, since this morning, Giratina felt that this human was getting more and more unpleasant to the eye, and she always felt that there were people in Jubilife Village who were more attractive to her. The legend of the 10 Kings of the Washu is that an ancient hero brought 10 Pokémon to collect Arceus's stone tablets, found Arceus and challenged him. Arceus was grateful for the courage of this hero and the 10 Pokémon and specially blessed them, which is also the legend of the 10 Kings of the Washu. A long time has passed, and only 5 of the 10 kings that were originally inherited are left, namely the remaining Axe Mantis, Lilligant, Arcanine, Electrode, and Avalugg. The blessed Pokémon is not the original color of Pokémon, nor is it a different color but is dazzling gold all over, and its body is larger than that of ordinary Pokémon, and its power is naturally particularly strong. In the current period of the Washiu region, the 10 kings are taken care of by the field manager, and the field manager is sent by 5 people from the Congo team and the Pearl team respectively. Although Maen said that he was going to face the challenge of the 10 kings and appease the emotions of the 10 kings, the only ones that needed special attention were the 5 golden 5 kings that had been passed down to the present. The emotions of the remaining new masters were not greatly affected by the rift of time and space. Maen chose the strange horned deer, one of the 10 kings of the nearest obsidian plain, as his first stop. The manager who took care of the strange horned deer was Ami. The strange horned deer did not like fighting, and Ami was also moved by Maen's initiative to help Jirachi, so he directly taught Maen how to play the divine flute. The strange horned deer also heard about Maen's deeds from Ami, so they specially sent a strange horned deer from the tribe to Maen to recapture as proof of Maen's successful challenge. After Maen used the ancient Pokeball ball to recapture the strange horned deer, it officially announced the start of Maen's challenge, and the progress was also completed by 1/10. At the moment when Maen recovered the strange horned deer, Wuxi, who was far away in the ancient hermitage, suddenly felt something in his heart, picked up the pen in his hand, and slowly wrote on 10 pieces of paper. Poem Chapter 21. When the power of the meteor comes, the future person who made a wish will come. When the future person passes the trial of the 10 kings and blows the flute of fate, the sun will appear. Time Cfaf space other worlds, darkness and light will gather here. Writing here, Wuxi slowly stopped the pen in his hand. This poem is only missing the last sentence, but this sentence cannot be written yet, need to wait until everything is gathered together before it can be written. Wuxi looked in the direction of Maen and murmured, "Future person, let people wait and see how far you can go." And Maen, who was written into the poem, didn't know that he had come to the second king's place in the obsidian plain at this time. This place is the Axe Mantis, one of the 5 kings that has been passed down to the present. Unlike the previous Deerhorn, this Pokémon blessed by Arceus is very sensitive to the cracks in time and space, so it has recently fallen into a violent contest condition. Regarding the arrival of Maen, the field manager Jui also has a completely different attitude from the previous Ami. Jui believes that the violent Axe Mantis is violent because it has obtained the power of Sinnoh, so he does not want Maen to pacify it. However, because Maen wanted to challenge the 10 kings, he led Maen into the residence of the Axe Mantis with an unhappy face. "Hey, your name is Maen. I don't care if you are a person from the future, but the strength of the king is definitely not as simple as you think. If you are afraid, just admit defeat as soon as possible." Jui, who was walking in front of Maen, came to the region where the Axe Mantis was and said with an unhappy face, "Thanks for the reminder, but I have to pacify it." Maen ignored Juyi and walked inside firmly. Juyi could only say huh when he saw Maen's look and then followed Maen in. When he arrived under the big tree where the Axe Mantis was, Maen could see the golden Axe Mantis, and this Axe Mantis was waving its claws like a big axe at the stones of the ground frantically. Juyi couldn't help but show a worried look when he saw the Axe Mantis. Although he thought that the Axe Mantis had obtained the power of the great venerable Sinnoh, it was really obvious that the Axe Mantis was in a bad mood in the past 2 days. Even he, the field manager who usually took care of the Axe Mantis, couldn't get close to it. Maen stared at the Axe Mantis and quickly determined its strength, elite level. Although Arceus' blessing has gained powerful strength and a long life, it also means that the talent is limited by the blessing, which is also the price that the blessing needs to pay. Most bug-type Pokémon are short-lived. Pokémon, and the reason why Mantis could live to this day, is naturally because it sacrificed its talent while gaining a long lifespan. Otherwise, it should have reached the champion level with the years it has lived. Maen had no fear in front of Mantis, and Darkrai under the shadow slowly rose and stood not far from Mantis. Kikui saw that Mantis's Darkrai also showed a shocked expression on his face, and he recognized that this was the phantom Pokémon Darkrai. And Mantis, who was venting his emotions, also noticed Mantis and Darkrai, who was full of fighting spirit. "Jai!" Mantis rage roared, then gave up the gravel at hand and turned his body towards Darkrai. Mantis's slender legs bent slightly, and then a powerful force came out from its feet, directly cracking the ground under its feet, and then turned into a golden light and rushed towards Darkrai. Its quick attack Darkrai Shadow Sneak, the 8th generation Darkrai can learn it. Facing Mantis rushing over like Spark normal, Darkrai's body quickly merged into the ground, turning into a thin shadow and disappearing on the spot. Having lost sight of Darkrai, the Axe Mantis crashed directly into the rock behind him, instantly raising a huge cloud of dust. The strong wind created by the swing of the 2 axes blew away the dust, and the Axe Mantis roared and shook off the gravel on its body, turning around again. Just as the Axe Mantis walked out, a thin shadow slowly came from the ground to the feet of the Axe Mantis, and Darkrai's figure reappeared behind the Axe Mantis. Axe Mantis instinctively sensed the threat from behind and hurriedly tried to swing its axe claws to chop behind it, but it was still a step too slow. A strong energy wave came from behind, directly hitting the back of Axe Mantis, causing it to stagger a few steps. Darkrai quickly distanced himself from Axe Mantis and stood not far from it again. The wounds on the back of Axe Mantis slowly healed under its golden skin, which was also the effect of Arceus' blessing. Some minor injuries could be healed quickly for these kings. Maen looked at the wounds that Axe Mantis had recovered and showed a serious expression. Although his talent was limited, he had to say that Arceus' blessing was indeed powerful. Under the same strength, Axe Mantis could crush most Pokémon with the blessing. However, Axe Mantis's combat ability had weakened a lot after a long period of comfortable life, and now it was in a violent contest condition. Now Axe Mantis's battles were more based on instinct. Thinking of this, Maen had a plan in mind and planned to speed up the battle and not let the Axe Mantis have a chance to recover. Darkrai nasty plots. As soon as Maen finished speaking, haze surged on Darkrai's body, and his special attack ability was greatly improved. To deal with the Axe Mantis, Maen would not let Darkrai engage in close combat, and he planned to fight with it with his speed and long-range advantages. The Axe Mantis on the other side was also waving his two axes at this time, dancing an unknown and rhythmic dance, which was the enhanced skill sword dance. After the dance, the two axes of the Axe Mantis were wrapped in golden skin and the luster was more dazzling. After the enhancement was completed, the Axe Mantis rushed towards Darkrai again, and at the same time the two axes released light, crossed in a cross shape on the chest, and then chopped in the direction of Darkrai. Darkrai's double team. Darkrai directly created 10 phantoms on the field in the face of X-Scissor, and at the same time rotated around the Axe Mantis, not only avoiding the attack of the Axe Mantis, but also making it impossible for the Axe Mantis to distinguish Darkrai's true body in a short time. The violent Axe Mantis swung its double axes frantically, but all it hit were the phantoms created by Darkrai, and there was no universal real body. In this situation, the Axe Mantis raised its head and roared at soaring in the sky, and then smashed the double axes hard on the ground, stirring up countless gravel. And these gravels began to slowly gather in the air, as if they were going to condense into several huge stones. Are you going to rock slide? It's a pity that it's too slow. Darkrai's psychic. Darkrai, who created phantoms in agility, immediately stopped Double Team, and then a cyanwood-colored light appeared in his eyes. After the special attack was strengthened by Nasty Plot, Darkrai's attack power was amazing. The huge mental power directly pushed the body of the Axe Mantis out in the air, interrupting the release of the skill of the Axe Mantis, who was using Rock Slide. The body was smashed into the wall behind it uncontrollably. The body was smashed into the wall and produced a huge smoke. The shout of the Axe Mantis came from the smoke. Then a white laser cannon shuttled out of the smoke and attacked Darkrai. Its Hyper Beam. Darkrai Protect. The barrier condensed in front of Darkrai, and the Hyper Beam also hit the barrier fiercely. Darkrai's body couldn't help but retreat under this impact. However, Darkrai finally forcibly withstood the attack of Hyper Beam. When the smoke dissipated, the panting figure of the Axe Mantis appeared in front of the wall that had just been smashed. The Axe Mantis roared, as if it was still planning to launch an attack, but just as it was about to move its body, it frowned, and something like an electric arc appeared on its body. Are there any side effects of Hyper Beam? In that case, Darkrai Dark Void. Darkrai gathered his hands and threw a Dark Void directly at the Axe Mantis. The dark ball hit the Axe Mantis, which could not move at all, and then a spherical black hole appeared, trapping the body of the Axe Mantis firmly in it. The dark void dissipated, leaving spherical traces around and under the feet of the Axe Mantis, and the body of the Axe Mantis also fell asleep on the ground. The last move to solve it, Dream Eater. With the use of Dream Eater, the physical strength of the Axe Mantis was drained, and it lost its ability to fight and lay on the ground. But even if it lost its ability to fight, the Axe Mantis did not faint, and its eyes were still red, and it was struggling to stand up and continue fighting. Under the protection of Darkrai, Maen walked in front of the Axe Mantis, took out the treasure prepared by Jubilife Village before, and threw it on the body of the Axe Mantis. After touching the Axe Mantis, Zhenbao turned into a golden powder and covered the body of the Axe Mantis. The golden powder slowly merged into the body of the Axe Mantis, and the Axe Mantis's originally red and violent eyes slowly turned into a normal color, and the body of the struggle also relaxed, and the violent state also stopped. Noticing that the Axe Mantis stopped struggling, Maen also took out the prepared treatment spray and medicine with confidence and gently applied it on the body of the axe mantis. Soon, the wounds on the body of the axe mantis began to recover slowly. Although it could not continue to fight, it could already stand up gently. The manager, Juyi, who was watching the whole game, saw that the axe mantis had regained its sanity and hurried over to ask it if it was still feeling uncomfortable. The axe mantis shook its head to indicate that it was fine, and at the same time, it called out a few times to express its gratitude to Maen. Although it was not rational, it still kept the memory of what had just happened, so it knew that Maen was trying to help it regain its sanity. Maen also took this opportunity to tell the axe mantis about his 10 Kings trial, and the axe mantis nodded after hearing what Maen said, and then roared it soaring in the sky a few times. After the roar, Maen could clearly hear the sound of rustling coming from the woods beside him, as if something was approaching. Maen looked at the woods that made the rustling sound, and saw more than a dozen axe mantises coming out of the woods. The Forest King axe mantis roared softly, and then more than a dozen axe mantises came out and stood beside Maen. Juyi understood what the Forest King axe mantis meant and told Maen that he could recapture this axe mantis as proof of the trial. Maen did not hesitate after hearing this, and directly reached out and took out the ancient Poké Ball and placed it in front of the axe mantis. The axe mantis that walked out of the queue obviously knew that Maen had defeated the Forest King, so he did not refuse, and directly stretched out the axe tip and gently pressed the button of the Poké Ball. Accompanied by a red light, the body of the axe mantis was not collected in the Poké Ball, and there was no resistance. Recapturing the 200 axe mantis means that Maen's challenges in the obsidian field have been completed, and then he can go to other regions. After saying goodbye to the Forest King splitting axe mantis, Maen returned to Jubilife village to report his progress, and then headed for Cinnabar wetland, where he had just crossed over. Majaimu stood at the head of the village and watched Maen riding the moon bear away, and his heart was full of surprise. Majaimu heard the whole story of Maen's battle with the splitting axe mantis from Juyi.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.